Hello? You better come right over. You're missing one of the biggest things in your life.
That's right. Tell your friends. They're missing the biggest thing here in the internet, TopstepTV. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, friends, family, traders, and earthlings. Welcome to TopstepTV. And today we've got another exciting educational show for you today. And we're going to try our best to keep moving you forward in your trading journey. So hopefully that'll happen. And remember, those in the chat, like say good morning to you, and Johnny will do that in just a few. But remember, keep the participation. That's what it's about. It's about Top Step team, so be part of that team. So we're going to be bringing you lots of star traders. Be talking about trades, putting trades on, live trades. So sit back, relax, take a load off. We're going to be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, your newscaster, fellow trader, your good friend, your neighbor, and that voice in your head that keeps telling you, whatever you're doing, give it 100%. That's unless you're giving blood. So, anyway, let's get down to business. Our good friend, Johnny Hoagland. Good morning, John. How are you today?
I'm doing good. Happy Tuesday, Eddie. Happy Tuesday, everybody. August the 27th. As always, our focus on the opening call here is accurate context, good risk management, and always remaining patient in our trading. Good morning to everybody. Top of the chat, 636. Pete, Dan Trader, Jean-Pierre, Michael, Ecom, Toby, John Jones, Michael Patak in this chat very early this morning. It's great to see you there, Michael. And John Jones and Obaid. It's nice to see you. I hope that I pronounced your name correctly, but it's a pleasure to be here with everybody, and good morning to you all.
Good morning to you all. Good morning to you all. It is Tuesday, Taco Tuesday. John, what do you like? Do you like corn tortilla or flour tortilla?
Corn tortillas.
Get the little crunchy thing in there. There you go. I like that too. Well, you know what? Wall Street is seeing the trading in tight ranges today with the focus on Apple. It's after the announcement of the management changes. Paramount will also be in the spotlight as its acquisition draws nearer. And while Chinese data pointed to signs of life, we do see that the NASDAQ down 0.34%, ES down 3%. Then the Dow is down 0.2%. We got gold down 0.3%, crude down 1% on the day. Well, talking about Apple, not the kind that grows on the trees, but the kind that you're looking at if you have an Apple computer or Apple device. Apple's replacing its CFO. Right? Apple's changing its management team with Luca Maestri stepping down as chief financial officer from the beginning of 2025. During his tenure, Apple more than doubled annual sales and net income, expanded its gross margin. The stock was up more than 800% since Maestro became CFO. It fell about 1% after trading hours on this news. U.S. stock futures traded tight ranges yesterday, stabilizing after a volatile period ahead of this week's eagerly awaited results from our good friends at NVIDIA. Yes, that's going to be a big one. Big talk on the street that this could be one of the biggest results in 10 years. So we'll see. I mean, it is the biggest thing out there right now. So also, Skydance Media looks to set gain controls Paramount Global after media executive Edgar Bronfman withdrew from the race to control the media conglomerate. Last week, a group led by him bid $6 billion to take over Paramount, seeking to buy the controlling shareholders. However, it now appears that our Mr. Bronfman was unable to come up with the finance package, and a few of his key partners said, "Get screwed, we're out of here." So it sort of sucked. He did offer the derailed 8.4 agreement reached by Skydance and Paramount, which is home for Namesake Film Studios. You've probably been watching these CBS broadcasts, cable networks such as Nickelodeon and Comedy Central. So there you have it. Over in China, Chinese economy is showing some life here. Now, we've been talking about this throughout the last few weeks that the Chinese economy has sort of weakened, but Chinese industrial profits grew faster in July. Data showed this today, offering hope that the recovery of the world's second largest economy, which has been suffering from effects of the year-long property crisis, is up on the day here. Profits did jump in July 4.1% earlier, following a 3.6 rise in June. And John, that's what I've got so far. So I'm going to pass the microphone to you. And what do you have for our traders today?
All right. Well, as far as the economic numbers this morning at 7:55, the Red Book came out. Usually not going to be a very impactful number, but we did at 8 o'clock have the Case-Shiller Home Price Index and the FHFA Home Price Index. It looks like the Case-Shiller home Price Index looks a little bit higher. FHFA doesn't really say too much as far as the numbers that came out. We are seeing our equities just kind of holding off the overnight lows just a little bit here. As far as the rest of the day, 9 o'clock, we've got consumer confidence or lack thereof. Richmond Fed Manufacturing Index also at 9 o'clock. Noon, a 2-year note auction. No major earnings due out today. A lot of anticipation for the NVIDIA earnings that are due out tomorrow after the close. As far as the VIX, the dollar index, and the yield on the 10-year, the VIX is up a little bit this morning, 16.48 last I checked, whereas yesterday at this time it was 16.03. Dollar index holding above 100 at 100.84, which is exactly the same place it was at yesterday at this time. And the yield on the 10-year up a little bit this morning, 3.86%, where it was 3.79% yesterday. And that is about all we've got for known economic numbers due today. I don't see that there are any talking feds on the schedule today. So, without any new business or new news, that's what we've got coming out for us today.
All right. Thank you, Johnny. You sort of faded out there. You still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, sort of faded out on me. Maybe I'm just ready to pass out. I don't know.
I hope not.
Yeah. If you don't see me in a few seconds, just call Michelle. Pick him up off the ground. Yeah, dude, where's my crude? Well, taking a look at crude, and another thing I just wanted to mention, John, you said there's really not too many numbers today. We sort of got our big numbers out yesterday early, and let's see here, real quick here. The Fed sort of jumped in. We had a lot of Fed speaking yesterday that was not scheduled.
Mhm.
So, I mean, that's something we've got to watch here too. That for sure, we got to watch and see what they've got to say because they're not listed. They just sort of pop out like acne. All of a sudden, it's nothing there, and all of a sudden, boom, it's there. So we'll keep an eye on that for sure. But anyway, back to crude. Crude steadies pretty much. That was after a 3-day rebound. Crude prices edged lower today, pausing for a breath. After recent strong gains and traders seeking more cues on production disruptions in Libya. Now, that was some new news that we had in Libya and a wider war in the Middle East. So this is stuff we're just sort of adding on crude. I tell you, you trade crude, it's like, man, it's a give or take. It's a give or take. You really got to be careful, cautious, and really keep an eye on the news if you trade crude. I mean, that's probably the biggest one, if anything, if you're watching news. So both benchmarks gained about 7% over the past 3 sessions, rebounding from the lowest levels since early January. And this is driven by the expectations of that interest rate cuts by the U.S. Also, keeping an eye here, like I mentioned, the potential closures of Libyan oil fields and the concern over the Middle East conflict. I tell you, that's just been an ongoing thing. And as John says, pray for peace. So we'll keep that in mind. So anyway, let's get to our tip of the week, if we can, Mr. James. There it is. Set a personal daily loss limit. What the hell is that? I've never did a personal daily loss limit. Well, maybe you should now. Okay. Setting a personal daily loss limit. Capital preservation. Okay. It minimizes losses you're having a bad day, sometimes we're not thinking 100%, and we're getting reckless and we don't even realize it. Personal loss limit ensures that you, the trader, you don't lose more than a predetermined amount of your trading capital in any single trade or within a trading session. All right. And you got to commit to this. This is something that you can't just say, okay, here's a number. We get to it. I'll think about it. You've got to commit to it. You hit that number, you're done. Shut it down. Okay. We got that lockout button on Topstep X. That is why you use it. And if you're not too sure on yourself, if you're having a bad day, lock yourself out. Okay. Lock it out so you don't have that risk of making it even worse. So this protects traders' overall capital. Johnny, what do you've got for us on this?
Sure, Eddie. It doesn't even necessarily have to be a financial loss. Pay attention to your stats, either on the platform, on the website, whatever it is. Take notice. Account for how many consecutive losing trades tends to put you on tilt. If you end up on tilt, you end up making emotional decisions. Generally speaking, things aren't going to go well from that period of time. So think about not only a personal financial daily loss limit, but maybe it's a number of consecutive losing trades that flips your switch. Think about that when you're thinking about your personal loss limit as well. Maybe it's not just necessarily just financial loss. Sometimes it's a number of consecutive losing trades that are going to flip your switch and get you trading emotionally. Just something to think about, something to account for, and you've got the tools on the platforms and you've got the tools on the website as well to help you find those levels or those areas where you're going to end up getting in trouble and you should probably walk away for the day.
Walk away. Walk away. That's the hardest thing to do, John, is walk away.
Yes, it is.
But if you have that professional mindset, it's going to be a little bit easier. All right. I'd like to say hello to Ashley Bedford, saying my first week watching you guys, I'm terrified. No, actually, Ashley says, my first week watching you guys, honestly, it has been such a massive help with my training. Well, glad to have you here, Ashley. And remember, take notes and participate here in the chat. All right. Without further ado, which I've been hearing a lot of, Johnny, what about them charts? Let's get to these charts. We got rips coming up here early in the session, so let's see how we can get through here.
All right, Eddie. So yesterday we had a failure at the balance area high. The typical rotation is going to be to the balance area low in the S&Ps. Looking really at the balance area low is maybe 55.65 quarter, the last week's low, or a little bit short of that, maybe around 55.90 to 55.88. But overall, balance still remains in the equity markets. Maybe not so much in the Nasdaq. We'll see that very soon. We did lose 11,000 in open interest yesterday, coming off those highs, a little bit of long liquidation, and that is supported by the shape of the profile, which we'll see very shortly. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. All right. So overnight inventory has grown to be a little bit short, looking more and more like we may be opening with a gap below the range from yesterday. Sat here this morning, everything was pretty much, kind of flat in range and in value from yesterday, but things have certainly changed. We've seen the markets can take out yesterday's low. Yesterday's low is 59. I think it was 1975. We had the base of the late spike from the 19th at 58. I'm sorry, 56.20 quarter, looking like we're going to be opening with a small gap below the range from yesterday. We've got some visual targets down below. We've got a naked volume point of control down at 55.97.75. It could certainly be targeted if we open with a gap and cannot close the gap. That would be my first level of a potential profit target if we do end up getting into some shorts here. The profile yesterday, B-shaped. Get the lowercase b shape that usually indicates long liquidation. That is supported by a drop in open interest of approximately 11,000 yesterday. So just going to be watching to see if we open in range, out of range. If we find find buyers down here, come back into range, perhaps back into value, could take us back up to 56.46.75 approximately, which would be right about value area high from yesterday. I'm really not expecting a lot. There's not a lot of news due out. and everybody is kind of sitting on their hands waiting for NVIDIA tomorrow. And then, of course, GDP on Thursday and PCE on Friday. So a lot of important data coming out, a lot of more likely going to see a lot of positioning and hedging among the larger traders until that happens. Now, here's the NASDAQ. NASDAQ took out really the low of last week. So the NASDAQ is really in a much more precarious situation, if you ask me. We're up against the low end of the area of balance. We've got a level here that I put on here from one of our team members that I think is a pretty good and important level for us today. But we're just going to look at the fact that we are looking like we are opening below and possibly seeing some acceptance and continuation below the area of balance that we've been in the NASDAQ, just like the S&Ps, but the NASDAQ is presenting as much weaker. Keep your eye on the Magnificent Seven and, of course, NVIDIA. If you're going to be trading the NASDAQ today, we lost about 2,200 in open interest. Long liquidation. Again, that is supported by the shape of the profile, which we will again see just in a couple of minutes. So here we're looking at the 30-minute chart. B-shaped profile, long liquidation, supported by the loss in open interest. Not a huge loss in open interest, but again, we're looking at these markets and probably thinking that there's going to be a lot of positioning and hedging before NVIDIA tomorrow, GDP on Thursday, and the PCE on Friday. That's the last time you're going to hear me say those words. We all know that they are coming. Be aware of it, and of course, we'll be talking about it over the next few days. Market looking more and more like it may open with a little bit of a gap. This pivot area here, 19,484, provided by one of our team members, Millions. I've already put that on my chart because I believe it is going to be relatively important. If we do find some acceptance below that, I could see this market kind of searching for visual levels down below. We know that there's a lot of weaknesses. We've got a lot of space here. We've got a gap down below. I'm not suggesting that is going to happen, but if we do find acceptance below that level, we've got to maybe open with the gap, keep the gap, and then we go with the trades in that direction. If we fail below that level, a move back into range, back into value could certainly be something that we could see today. Again, we don't have any known Fed talking Feds today. We don't have any real important information due out, except of course for that consumer confidence number at 9 o'clock. We're going to wait and see how this plays out. And again, we're looking at a relatively important kind of pivotal number down here, 19,484, again, provided to us by one of our great traders that are on one of the teams here. And right here now we've got crude oil. Well, price seems a little bit magnetic towards that weekly kickoff high now, 77.10. Market seems to be seeking or waiting for new information. We're going to watch for either continuation above that level or failure at that level for a rotation back to lower pricing. Right now, it's looking like a little bit of a failure above that level. We did close yesterday. Settlement was above 77.10 weekly kickoff high. It was 77.42 was settlement. So, a hint of acceptance, but right now we're seeing a little bit of rejection up there. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. So we had a big gap from Friday to yesterday. Very small range yesterday. Very small range. Volume was actually pretty good because we, whatever happened at 5 o'clock in the morning and drove this market higher, there was some pretty decent volume in that. And I'm thinking we may have possibly trapped some pretty decent, a decent amount of longs in this range in the regular trading hours yesterday. If we can't hold those longs, you may see them come back in and maybe start to come in and fill this gap. It's a huge gap. I mean, the gap is 689 down to 508. So we're looking at a pretty decent sized gap, almost $3 there. So I will certainly be keeping track and seeing if we can't reject the range from yesterday and start to see some movement to the downside here to kind of clean up a little bit of these weak structures down below. Now let's take a quick look at gold and we will get moving along here. So gold. All right. Price idles remains in balance. There is opportunity, some in these markets, but overall the market is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days inside of range and in an area of balance. We added 3,800 in open interest yesterday, possibly possibly trapping some shorter time frame longs. But we are seeing day over day back to increasing prices, higher open interest, and negative delta. So if we're going to be thinking about who are the buyers up here with that negative delta, it's more likely going to be some longer time frame, bigger pockets traders that have been pushing price higher for a period of time. We've got a little bit of an area of balance here that's going to even out some of that inventory. It's going to be very interesting to see if we can continue this stair stepping higher or if we get some sort of market state break. But I think we're a long ways from any kind of market state break that's going to start to push gold lower technically on that daily chart. Here's the 30-minute chart. So on Friday, we had a weak high and another weak high yesterday. A weak high indicates an unfinished upside auction. Right now, we've got overnight inventory to the short side. We opened with a gap, but we closed the gap really quickly. This gap, yesterday's low of the regular trading hour session range, I'm going to call it 52.4610, is a potential resistance area. It has tested it a couple of times already in the regular trading hour session. I believe the opening range is still the high of the session in gold. We can take a look at that in a little bit. Point of control has already been checked from yesterday. There's some naked point of control down below. No gaps really in the area. Just watch and see if we continue to reject yesterday's range. We could see this market pull back even further. But again, I'm still of the frame of mind that I'm looking for opportunities to buy weakness in this market. Where is really the question? Where is it? The profile, normal variation, neutral with a weak high, unfinished upside auction. See if we can't find a place to look for an opportunity for a long in this thing. But I certainly don't want to jump into anything preemptively. I want to see some sort of structure, some sort of reason for me to start looking for that long in gold today, if at all today. Who knows? We will see. As always, make sure you take your deep breath, stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today and all day, every day. Please remember to pray for peace. Let's get down to business.
Let's get down to business. And I think we've got our good friend Rip in the green room. I hear a doorbell. Yes, it is that handsome guy. Look at that.
There he is.
It's like 2 pieces of bread and a nice piece of ham sitting right in the middle there.
A nice piece of burnt toast in the middle. What's happening, Eddie? What's happening, John? How you doing?
Good to see you.
Good to see you too. Wow, what a day today has already been. We've had quite the flushacito there to the downside after we rejected off of sort of a little bit of a point of control from the overnight session. We have seen the NQ trending down. We've seen the S&P trading below the VWAP. So it has been a very interesting morning already. However, I do believe that the market has the opportunity to ride back into balance. We've been seeing this pattern play out over the last few sessions where we've had basically, let me get my trading view chart up here. We've seen the market kind of come out of balance. We are completely out of balance at this point, where we've seen it come down and then return back into balance. We've seen it come down, but we have not seen that return back into balance. We had trouble getting back over this 644 level in the NQ here. Very similar price action patterns in the S&Ps as well. But we had that overnight session really fighting to get us over that 644 and a quarter level. We double topped there and we've been skittering to the downside since. Now that we've cleared out these lows and we've cleared out the liquidity below the lows here, it becomes the question of the session now, whether or not we will continue to trade to the downside. If we bring up the 15-minute chart, we do have a lot of liquidity that's down here back below 375, but will we trade that today? That is of the question. What I think brings us down there is going to be simply whether or not NVIDIA is trading comfortably below 123. Now, what brings us down below 123 in NVIDIA? That means that a lot of folks are positioning themselves into puts ahead of the trade tomorrow, which is going to be NVIDIA earnings after the bell. So if we do have a lot of people people filing in, buying those puts. How do dealers get rid of those puts on their books? Well, they hedge it by selling the underlying, which in this case would be the equity shares of NVIDIA, thus bringing the price down. So do we see that play out today? That is going to be of the question. Also, does the S&P hang out below the VWAP? The longer we hang out below there and consolidate, more likely it is we build up enough shorts so we can get back above that level. So I'll be watching that as well. That's what I'm looking for today, and we'll see how it plays out. I really want to put on a 50-lot trade in the house account today. So that's my goal today, is to find a banger of a trade, hopefully get a check mark from you, Mr. Hoagland, that we can get on a nice trade with Dakota, myself, you, and, of course, Andre and MP himself.
I believe that is going to be largely the focus today. So we are going to find something.
Yeah, that's
we got
the
about
goal here.
4 minutes here. For those that are wondering, who's this guy that just popped in the room? Well, he is Rip, star of Market Clubhouse. Made over 20K in the XFA yesterday. Boom, baby. And coming up here, we got Coach Dakota, star of Slow Markets. Coach Dakota, starring through the Slow Markets every day, 7:30 p.m. Central. And he's trying to bounce back from hitting the max loss limit in his XFA. So we've got lots going on here. We're going to be bringing everybody on here just a few minutes. And, let's get it started. Let's get everybody in here if we can. There's the doorbell. The party has started. John, you put the hors d'oeuvres out. You got the hors d'oeuvres? Some soda?
Hors d'oeuvres are out.
All right. All right. Get this party started.
What's up? Will Shrimp Congo. Welcome, everybody, to TopstepTV. We got Rips in the house, Dakota, and Michael Patak. What is up? Who have I spoken to yet? Mr. Michael Patak, how you doing today?
I'm doing great. I just had them move the daily loss limit to 50 grand.
Oh, my God.
Plus 10K.
Wake up, everybody.
I know who I'm trading with today. So these guys, they sling it a little different.
Today.
No pressure.
Trading with some size, man. We got some size traders in the house today, so let's not bump up the size in the house account. That sounds excellent. We got opening bell here in about 2 minutes or so. Dakota, what are you looking at today going into the markets?
Well, I think my whole game plan just changed when I heard that one.
Yeah? Yes, it did, Dakota. Yes, it did.
I think that enables us to trade the 50 lots in the NASDAQ if we needed to.
You're crazy.
If we need to, we can do just about anything.
Oh, we're clearing out. Let's just take a look at
So
the
50 lots, that's 10K a 10 point, right?
10K.
That's 10K a racker.
We got
So
50.
that gives us 50 points of drawdown?
It gets us 50 points of just total drawdown. So if we pick a 20-pointer, then we got 10 left. Yeah.
Or we could go for like a 300-pointer and just call it a day.
Or might even be calling it a week.
One shot, one kill. No, I think we're honestly, all kidding aside, I think we're looking at the ES for the 50 lot. Yeah.
Oh.
I know. Sorry.
Gives us 20 points.
Sorry to be a buzzkill.
Before the fireworks begin, Michael, can you reshare your screen? It didn't come through, so I had to kill it.
Yeah.
So we don't want to miss this action. Thank you.
Yeah, Michael, come on. Anyways, all right.
Markets are opening in about 30 seconds. Make sure everybody that you check your positions here and make sure you have checks in the gate.
All right. We'll be pulling some house account levels here in the meantime as well. With the opening hit, I'm going to throw to Hoag here in about 20 seconds once that opening bell does ring. Anne-Marie coming in from... Ooh. Call to the post, Michael. That's when they get the horse going.
What happened to the horn there?
What? Yeah, ran out of breath there.
Give that horn a blue pill.
Yeah, it's me. I got, smoking all these years.
Yeah.
All right, let's fire it up.
And they're off. We're here on this Tuesday in Fast Markets on TopstepTV. Let's go to my main man, Hoag. Hoag, what are we seeing here on this open?
Well, all right. Well, this is the NASDAQ profile. So we're looking at about a 10-point opening range so far with just a few seconds into it. We are opening below value from yesterday's range. This is yesterday's profile. This is the overnight range. The overnight low looks very interesting. We had one of our team members, Millions, has a pivot down at 19,484.75. He says if it gets down below there and comes above, that's a good risk limiter for potential longs. But if it accepts down below, he's looking for it to go down to 19,294. We've got an 18-point opening range. That's almost 20 grand if it's a 50 lot. And just kind of watching to see if we find acceptance inside value from yesterday, or if we do find acceptance below that 18,484.75 level that Millions kind of put out for us. We've got a little bit of a break to the downside in the NASDAQ. Here's the S&Ps. Looking like we've got a little break to the downside below the opening range here. The opening range about 4 points. Again, up against yesterday's low. Looking at maybe a little bit of rejection, possibly from the overnight low that we put in here. One of the kind of obscure levels that I've left on my chart here in the S&Ps, which put in the low yesterday. I'm kind of looking at as somewhat pivotal today. The base of the late spike from the 19th of August. It's been run through a whole bunch of times, but it still seems to be somewhat impactful, especially when it put in the low yesterday. So I'm kind of looking at this as potentially, rejection of range from yesterday to the downside. If we can't accept down below, I'm looking for the market to return back to potentially a higher value, potentially from yesterday, volume value high 56.46 quarter. And that's just what we're looking for here. And on the opening, we've got both the opening ranges at the high of the session in the NASDAQ, S&P, and for a change, we've got Dow also leaving the opening range at the dead ass high. So right now it's looking a little bit short here, folks.
We got Anne Marie from Team Higher Highs saying short bias on bounces today for me. Might be a similar sentiment.
Yeah,
Million
Nvidia's looking heavy as well.
Here we go. Million saying I think we should be looking for shorts at or above settlement. If we can get up there, looking for a trade, well, back down and below. Okay. Some short biases in the house. MP, shout out to Jay for watching. Thank you. All right, we're still pulling levels at the top of the screen. You'll see the pin at the top of the chat. You'll see Topstep daily levels. Have those open, ready to rock, so you are not blindsided by any put prices on the day today. We're going to.
So we got Anne Marie agreeing that she's looking for bounces into settlement in the NASDAQ, which she's looking for shorts up there, I believe is what she's saying. And the captain is already long off the open in NQ of 518 with a stop at 500. His target is 560. Waiting for the 930 close.
Pretty scary though. We're holding that overnight low as resistance. It's hands off for me.
I got out of my short myself, trading in my express funded accounts. We're closing up there with a total profit of $7,100 are off that opening range short.
So off the opening range short, how many did you have on?
A total of multiply by 30 contracts, baby.
Get those 30 going on the live account. Then I'll put 20 on.
Okay, fair enough. I just wanted to get out before we had this precarious bounce back up to the top side. So, traded that. I think
nice out, by the way.
Yeah, they were bidding it too hard when we got into that little gully of despair there. So had to get out, but happy to bank $7,100 on that trade.
We got short bias in the house right now, I believe.
Yeah, except Captain, but I think he might have gotten stopped out on that pull on that to the tick ish.
Right, we're still pulling levels here. We remain patient, Michael. Remain diligent. Their analysis, identify the risk.
Yes.
Oh, he woke up.
We lost your screen again, Michael. I don't know what's going on with that.
It's I think the trading software is a little bit nervous about this 50 lot trade that we're going to put on.
Oh man.
Yeah, this is a difficult trade because of how far and fast it's swinging. We're talking about 40-point whips here to the north and south, so it makes it a very difficult trade. That's why I wanted to get paid when I did on that trade, and I'm happy that I got the outs there when we did. Down there close to
you did this last week too, right, Rips?
Yeah. Hold on, we do have some Fed speak coming through here.
What?
Just trying to hear who that is. Just coming across the wires here. Talking about a potential of 2 rate cuts are more likely than they were last week is the latest coming across the wire here. So that could potentially bring the market up a little bit here. I am watching NVIDIA. That is going to be my tell of the day. And the moment that I saw NVIDIA kind of about facing there at the lows, that's when I exited on my short there.
Yeah, you did this last week where you just came in, made a quick butts the first few minutes of the open, and then, man, hands off. That was beautiful.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm just trying to mimic what you do every single day in the markets, Dakota, because you are one of the most talented traders that I've personally ever seen there. So yeah, there it is up on my screen. I am sharing that right now. But yeah, we made $1,400 and change in each one of our express funded accounts there.
Oh, there we go. There we go.
You'll get some of those Instagrammers that have been trying to tee you up off your back.
Oh yeah, you know what? Yeah, I can't. I won't even speak about them because that's free marketing and they can't afford my rate. So we just let them go off to the wayside.
It's free marketing for us too. I love it. I love it when he puts in there. We're done. House comes down $9,000 yesterday. I'm like, okay. Thanks for putting the TopstepTV logo in there too to your 250,000 followers.
Good stuff. Good times. Man. Good times.
Yeah, people don't understand perspective. They look at the 9,000, they think of a big number. They don't realize we're just 50% DLL.
Yeah, maybe we get $100,000 on the board today. Who knows?
Let them know
the day is young.
I saw a bear.
I hate dollar amounts. I love percentages.
That's a good point too. One thing of note is that we are rejecting across that 537 halves level to the north side here. So I do want to see if that is going to hold. If that does hold and we do see NVIDIA trading below the VWAP, I think that is a check mark for me to go short. The more we reject off of 537 halves and we don't find buyers above that level, the stronger the short is for me to take. And of course, we are still trading below the VWAP and S&Ps.
Really quickly, guys, I said 50 lot. We do not have to go into a 50 lot. There can be the 20 lot
10
trade. There can be a 20 lot trade that moves that gives us a cushion that this isn't one of those that just out of the gate kind of deal. We're still
I'm liking
trading.
a short here. I am liking a short for breaking new lows. We're showing that as resistance. We failed to break highs, and if we do start to break down, I'm liking a run.
I say crack that short open, baby.
440s is what I could see us going to.
I have 450 as my target, so we're pretty much in line. You can give that a check mark for me too.
2 check marks. And
all right, we just sold 5.
Yeah,
we could only get into 5 on that one.
We're moving.
What are we short from?
04.
04?
I double clicked that.
What 04?
Very, very nice that you got short from 04. I like using 537 halves as a backstop. Oh, are you? You're in the NQ, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah. So I like using 537 halves as a backstop there. If we can come up any higher, I think adding to that position is quite nice. You're going to get a very nice average on that. There we go. Nice break. There we go. Two downside there. A little flush of Cito on the pocket.
You got in with 50, right? Did you get in with 50?
Yeah, that would have been nice. I got in with 5. It was like 3,300.
It's called a warm-up trade, Dakota.
Yeah, I tried to double click it, and I was outside of the little. Oh, why am I not using my keypads? Damn you, Mike. Okay.
Uh-oh. Google history. What is Horn Pub? Is that like for people who like trumpets?
Yeah, that would be awesome.
It's a bar that I own out in the suburbs.
Ah, gotcha.
Do we cover?
Yeah. Warning. Covered at 71. 71.
Oh, fellas.
Hey, look at that on the board.
Oh, why is
that?
Hurry, take a screenshot.
Yeah, I know. Post it.
We got a number coming out at 9. Speaking of numbers, Jack reminded me in the chat, in the Slack, we got a number coming out at 9. What else we got on the calendar today to my main man, Eddie Horn? E-Money. What do we got on the calendar for today?
Beep. Yes, my friend. Coming up here, like Andre said, top of the hour, we do have our consumer confidence for August. We're looking at 100.9, prior 100.3.
Right, I'm short 72.
Good luck to you.
Right?
You got
Richmond
one of our team
manufacturing,
members.
and I'll talk about this later. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Richmond's
one of our team
coming up
members.
for what? Top of the hour?
Saying short below 19,484. Short below 19,484. There's your risk limiter.
Yeah, I'm short from 72.
Host Heroes.
Whoever's running the board, I do have a position on. It's actually closed and it's up $7,100.
Oh yeah, guys, board. Get those boards.
Where's
up.
my board, boy? Come on,
board boy.
Nice, Dakota. You had that nice little flush below 70.
Yeah, I was looking to see if we could hold below these 50s.
How many lots do you have on there, Dakota?
Just one.
Very nice.
Let's see if we
Shout
get
out
to
to
these
millions
50s.
on that
You were
484
looking
level.
for 50. I was looking for 40s, right? Yeah, we're getting there.
Yeah, I like the that 450 level. You were looking for 440s. I like 450s there. It's a nice area to get out of the short there.
Or
Coach Jay talking about the 19421s could be an interesting area. If we sell it, I see it in buy in balance at 19255. So that's some room to run.
18.2. Oh,
We have
41's
short
not holding up is a sell off. Okay.
Bearish everywhere, MP.
21s, I mean, 421s, 19421s.
Right,
I see it on our
421?
daily levels.
One better than 420.
Yeah, I got out of there, the 50s.
Nice. There he is.
Mm-hmm.
Nvidia's down 1.25%.
Mm-hmm.
Johnny said what level is what level? 84s? Anything under 84s seems like a good short still.
Well, yeah, I mean that's one of our team members, Millions. He said,
do you guys-
484 is a pivot. He's looking for if we stay below that, he's looking for a short all the way down to 19294.
That's two handles in there, huh?
Oh, yeah. That number coming out.
What are we
Yeah,
thinking?
if these 40s sell off, it's just, I mean, I don't see anything stopping this until we get to at least 360s, 370s.
Yeah, we had that nice bounce just above 450 there. So if we do not clear back above 500 in a jiffy here, I do think we have more downside. But again, I think the price action today is going to be completely controlled by NVIDIA and whether or not it will break that very strong 123 level. If it does break below that, it is curtains for the S&P and the NASDAQ today, in my opinion.
Interesting. So we'll keep an eye on NVIDIA throughout the day.
James,
Let's trade NVIDIA 124, I should say.
124.94.
Hey, that 19421, that's the all-time VWAP high. Thank you, Coach
21.
Jay.
Cool. So we got some targets downside. 469 last trade.
Mm.
We stay beneath 484. We're targeting 294 according to millions. I know Jay likes 421 downside.
Man, yeah, if we break through these 440s, it could get ugly fast, just like yesterday.
Oh.
Yeah, the thing is that as we're watching the order flow here, we are not seeing many buyers stepping in, and nobody is really looking to buy this. The only buying that I'm seeing is off of the lows. So as we come down, we're seeing bids stacking up, but nobody is buying the market on the offer here. We're not seeing any large orders coming in swiping at the price. So we're building a little bit of a volume shelf here between 460 and 480. If we do clear back above that, we have a comfortable opening range there back from 495 all the way up to 535. If we do get back into that range, that's where we could be potentially lining up for a secondary short. If we do get back up to that level, kind of refreshing the price up there and then seeing weakness, we could find a short, but I don't know if we make it back up to that higher volume shelf.
So what are you guys thinking? What are you guys thinking about this? Eddie, go ahead. What's your team thinking?
Point of control rate rotated down to 19470. Anomaly says if we get above, buyers can be pushing this higher. So keep an eye open for the 470s here.
That is where it's pausing at. It's pausing right here at the 70s.
Oh, MP's back in the saddle.
Saw a bear today, Andre. Literally a black bear. Little cub.
Where?
Yeah. I don't want to say my route in the morning.
Be careful of that because there's a mama somewhere around when you see a cub.
Yeah, Michael.
I was looking for her.
I do believe that a lot of bears tune into Topstep TV. So
take
be
the
careful.
summer route. You take the summer route.
Took the summer route. Yeah.
Yeah.
I see wildlife when I take that route.
So MP, I'm still not seeing your screen being shared properly here. I want to see that 50 lot trade coming through here.
Oh,
everything keeps
Riffs, my
It's on the
man,
fritz.
speaking what I'm thinking.
Hey, look, I got your back. You updated the P&L. I got your back now.
All right, there we go. Nasdaq's testing.
Wow, what a
these
break.
40s. Oh, let's see.
We're pushing.
Oh, it's looking ugly.
Ooh, man.
All right. One target down below. I have the anchored VWAP off the all-time high 30-minute bar coming up at 19,422.
Okay, so that's where Coach Jay's at too.
Jay's down there as well. Yep.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, we're seeing equities starting to really roll over here. NVIDIA started to tickle into those 123s, but on the higher region, again, 123 evens is the break I'm looking forward to the downside, and I need to see continuation through that level for that beautiful, beautiful possible break all the way down to 55.80 in the S&Ps.
Speaking of the S&Ps, here in Team E-Money, Brooksy's talking about a downside. We're looking at a downside, 56.28. Yesterday's VWAP, next level below yesterday's trading range would be the August 22nd untested point of control at 59. I'm sorry, 55.97.75.
What is going on?
Can you say those one more time, Eddie? What's with a 56.28? We're currently trading 56.18. What do we?
Yeah, yesterday's value area low, 56.28.50. Next level below yesterday's trading range would be the August 22nd untested point of control at 55.97.75.
Ah, gotcha. Thank you, Eddie.
Do we short a pullback?
I reset my computer. It's happening.
That's fine. It's a good time to do it. While he does that, in the upper left-hand corner of the screen, you see the hashtag fast markets. You probably know the drill, but for those that are new to TopstepTV, see the hashtag fast markets, upper left-hand corner of the screen. Hit us up at Twitter. Hit us up at X. Use the hashtag fast markets. Send along some material, some missions that you'd like for us to share with the community, whether it be your swag, some memes, your trader station setups, performance analytics dashboard, have it what you will, but please hit us up. We'll turn that around to you guys.
Speaking of trading,
what's up, Michael?
Speaking of trading station, your trading station.
Yeah.
I have a gift. Once I wipe the laptop. This laptop right here is toast. Yeah. It doesn't work anymore. Topstep has about 100 of these. 100.
Oh, yes, they do.
I have an idea about anybody that's completely on tilt and blew up their account.
Office Space now.
Crush their screen. We tell them to hold off, and we send it to them, and they can crush ours.
What are they destroying?
We got a bunch of them. I'm like, because I was using it, and then it all turned blue or something. I was about ready to smash it on myself or at my own thing because I just find that fun when you're done with a laptop. It's kind of like Office Space when they all go out there and destroy the printer.
Right.
So I have that in here for some lucky individual who has a miserable day. Been there.
We got numbers. Let us know when the computer's
back to 484
online.
here.
Yeah, we are currently rejecting off that 450 low and kind of bouncing up here, going back into that higher volume shelf. We're at the lower end of it right now. So if we do get back encroaching into that volume shelf to the top side here, we then have a potential look into a short somewhere back around that 537 level if we get up to that level and show weakness. Right now, the S&Ps are meandering back towards the VWAP. We have a big rejection off the lows of NVIDIA. We were looking for a break of 123. We didn't quite get into those 123s. So right now, holding these lows, literally bouncing exactly where we thought it would. Dakota got out of his short right there at the bottom. A very prescient move by Dakota there. And now we just wait. We just be very, very patient here. I think this gives us ample time to talk about our next trade here for potential up to 50 lot trade here, MP.
Okay.
So I'm liking a short on a failed north side move here. I'm liking a short if we reject anywhere below 516 or 537, depending on which stage that we are on this bounce.
We got Anne-Marie short right now at 488. Her stops at 19,505. Just a one.
Order filled.
Oh, I heard an order filled from somebody.
What did I do? Why is
oh, no.
We had a good call. Coach Ball, NQ first line of support, 19,449. Pretty much hit that right on the head.
Oh, that was in the NASDAQ. Ah, okay, cool. Yeah. Keystrokes. Wherever your H is at, that's what market it is. That one is a $200. That was a $200 learning lesson right there. In the good way.
Oh,
very nice.
Every time I accidentally do this stuff, it costs me money.
Trading Gods gave us one back.
Yeah,
How
Trading
about
Gods
that?
gave us 200 back. Yeah,
All
so that's
right.
about three mistakes
How
as
nice
of
of them.
last month.
Excellent. All right, take a quick look around the markets while we get ready for this 9 o'clock number. Again, U.S. consumer confidence coming out in about 9 minutes or so. Last trade in gold, 25.47. High of the day, 25.52. Crude oil, pretty quiet for the time being. Got about $1 range so far from the overnight. Last trade, 76.56. Low today, 76.43. So about 13 cents off the lows. ES trading, we're up to VWAP 56.24.25. Call it. That is VWAP. IQ lagging a little bit behind. Last trade, 19,510. With VWAP up at 19,540. So, nice.
I'm
cover there
back
on
short
that
into
trade.
the NQ here after we're rejecting off of this 517 area, like I said I would. So I'm looking for this to stay below that 537 level.
What does your team say right here? 517s is where it's at. Dakota, where are you? What are you looking at?
I'm waiting. I'm just gonna wait for a minute. I'm not seeing anything too dramatic. I do like that short. We did hold those 440s, and to me, that's pretty dang bullish. It looked like we was gonna just fall off a cliff there for a moment, and so I would much rather wait for a little bit of a pullback back down towards 500, maybe 480s, and then look for a long. Actually,
Okay. So, let's see how that happened, folks. Within 22 minutes of what we were seeing, we're looking for moves to the downside.
Mm-hmm.
Reevaluating, recalibrating what the market generated information told us. And buyers did step in around that 19,440 level. So we're going to see how it reacts on this push higher. So, sit back, watch, and observe and learn in real time.
21s, 27s, 28s. 21, 27, 28s.
So looking for that reject at 537 here myself. That's what I'm looking for.
Crude,
we like this
tilt,
one from
71% short.
Crude tilt. Thank you, Eddie. Value area low, 45.
Right,
you short still?
I just got stopped out at 537.
all right. I'm gonna wait to buy a pullback. I think it's now. Yep, shorts failed. So far.
I think this might be the area then.
Short squeeze on your bare ass.
I love it.
Who said that? It's pretty good. Danny Simple. That's pretty good.
Danny, good one.
Wow, that was the freaking play right there.
Wow.
Yeah, it's driving now. We are seeing NVIDIA topping out above 126 halves here. We're trading at 126.81.
Got him. Got their hand caught in the cookie jar.
75% long,
again
71%, 72% long. ES, NASDAQ on average, 72% long. Average price, 513. Average price, 513. That's 40 handles higher.
I would like to pull back to see if we get to these 30s, 530 for a long, maybe 525 for a long.
She's very area low.
551 is overnight VWAP. Did have one team member say if we do see some participation above that, he likes the long.
Reps, can we get a
gold? We got gold buyers
P&L
here
update,
right
Reps,
now.
please.
Just gave back a little bit of cash in my combines. I'm still green across the board here.
All right, so can we just get a number update the board? Is that correct?
Yeah, well, because that's just XFAs. So if we're including combines as well, I mean, we are at $7,900.
No, choose your biggest account that you're trading
XFA.
for the day.
Yeah, XFA is up 7,100.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right, pushing through VWAP here. Look at Topstep Dave.
I was mentioning gold buyers here, but look at the tilt. The tilt's on the fence, just about a 50-50. But we've had some nice movement north here in gold. That's a big question mark, what these traders are looking at.
What's gold trading right now?
I got a 25.48.50 last in gold.
Number five.
There it is. There's the alarm. Yes, and here it is.
5 minutes remaining.
I love that. All right. Currently, house account up about $3,100. Nice short. Nice cover. Looks like there was a short squeeze.
Yeah, now the market's just not going to give
trying to catch a little bit of. There we go. I made back what I lost now there on that Combine, we're back healthily in the green now.
What did you
Close
buy?
that
48.
trade. Yeah, I was long there. So now we're up 13,900, including combines, but still the same on XFAs. Haven't traded the XFA since.
Thank you.
No including.
Yeah.
XFA.
Just XFA 7,100 still.
Yeah. That's
Nasdaq
the world
S&P 70% looking at the longs right now on tilt.
Nasdaq trade 19,550. Low of that move when Dakota said it's getting real ugly.
40s.
440s. We got a 100 point rally off that low. I made $200 on an accident. That's how quickly this business is leveraged, highly leveraged futures. Got to be very, very careful. Very, very careful. 100 points. Just like that.
Hey, Eddie, give us a preview what's coming out here in about 4 minutes. What's the number and what it is about? Because I do see that by Topstep X. I see the X down in the chart. Just know there's high importance to this number. So, Eddie, what do we got coming out?
We
What
got
does it mean?
consumer confidence coming up here. Consumer confidence measures the level of consumer confidence in economic activity. Leading indicators that can predict consumer spending, and higher expected readings should be taken as positive bullish. Obviously, the lower expected as a negative bearish. They are looking at a 100.9 is the forecast. Prior was 100.3. So if it does come up higher, we're looking for that. Keeping that market bullish.
I've seen this.
We are getting that pullback, but I think it's wise to just wait till that number comes out in 3 minutes.
Agree with you 100%. Like this is going to have a big effect on the market. It's the one thing today that I think can actually move the market around is this print coming in at 9 a.m. Central, 10 a.m. Eastern.
Rips, you said you saw a Fed speaker coming out right before the open. Right? Who was it? I don't see him in the
I got to go back and see who the heck was
Okay.
yapping, but it was somebody. It was,
Not see
good
that one
golly,
coming.
I can't even see.
All good.
But yeah, I'll
Wonder if
try
we
to
can get
find out who
blindsided.
that was.
Wonder if we can get blindsided. I think they're not in the backup period.
See
yet.
anybody.
Wonder
Right.
if we can get blindsided by more Fed speak today.
We had that yesterday. We had a lot of
did.
Fed speakers that were not listed. So eyes on the price here today.
Yep.
Yeah,
And before this number comes out, Captain saying.
The captain is saying they're trying to get it to come back down. Sellers are not falling for it. He says he wants to see if we can get price back to the 930 open. 510 to 520 is 510 to 520, and then he's looking for it's the 930 zone. So back to the open is what he's really looking for, the 930 opening range.
All right.
Yeah, I like that pullback.
Almost there.
530s, but we have that news event in just a minute. So
Yeah.
wait and see what happens.
Less than a minute now.
Inside a minute.
see,
All
like,
of the coaches are saying this is just really noisy. It's very difficult to read right now.
The tilt was at 72%. I annotated on my screen in a John Madden fashion. Right where I kind of put this. 60s. Guys, at the tilt, it's not running at the top of your screen anymore because you have to be in Topstep X. It is a value add. And nobody else really adds that to their platform.
Richmond
Nobody
Fed
else
manufacturing coming in at minus 19.
20 seconds here. Check
that was
your
good.
positions. You want to be flat, make sure. Check, double check, triple check. 10 seconds.
Oh, the betting man, I think short.
Looking at 100.7.
Better.
All right, coming in right now, we have that consumer confidence coming in at 103.3. So it is much better than expected.
Yeah, we bounced right off those 530s. That was the pullback. Let's see what happens.
Did we get 30s out of that, Dakota? Yeah, we did.
Yeah, we got 530. Not going to hold a trade into an event like that.
No.
We've got
smart.
Coach Paul mentioning there's a lot of weakness in treasuries right now that might be a little concerning for equity bulls.
Okay.
Ooh, now That
tricky.
was not what we're wanting. This is
No,
such a weird market.
We'll chop.
Chop.
We have quite a few Hoagland levels up here. 83s, 91s, 01s, 83 to 01s, 82 to 01s, 19,582 in the NASDAQ, 19,601.
Between
I'm long from 50. I'm gonna risk to 26, looking to see if we could break up. If we do break, I like a run to 600, but this is a consolidation zone.
I'm actually gonna look for a short here for a break of 40s.
Hey, this is coming over the wire regarding the consumer confidence report, saying that the current situation, while still positive, continues to weaken, and assessments of the labor market going forward were more pessimistic. This likely reflects the recent increase in unemployment. Just a heads up on that number, what they are posting.
Where are you guys both long or short from? Very curious.
46 for me.
Yep, I'm long from 50.
Short from 46 rips, long from 50. Dakota.
What happened?
Guys, who do you think's good? Who do you think? Well, all right.
It's the Thunderdome, Michael. 2 men enter, 1 man leave.
I was just gonna say put a poll in there, but by the time you put a poll in there and saying who's right, who do you think is gonna be right, Rips or Dakota? Why don't you guys, if you have time to type it in there and you're flat right now, then do it.
It's anyone's
You're
guess.
already in the money, Dakota, a bit.
Anyone's guess, to be honest.
S&P's just exited zone 5, working its way into zone 4. Last trade 56.29. So in between zones. Taking a look at the NASDAQ. Last trade 19,560 last trade.
Where can I find that, Dre? Your daily level.
What are you looking for? Daily
Where's
level
your
is
daily
pinned.
level?
I see him pinned to the top of the chat. You will click on that link. Always, as I say, have some real estate on your screen for your Topstep daily levels. See what we're looking at, and making trading decisions around.
Hey, put the poll in here. We have time to do it. Put the poll in here. Who's going to be right, Dakota or Rips? Unless you guys already got out.
Or we're both right, or we both be wrong as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who's going to be right, Dakota, Rips, or both? You're like, how can both be right? They can't. Trust me.
Both or neither?
That's also an option.
Neither can be. Well, that's true as well.
Yep. I got out of 1 for scratch.
All right.
And then just stopped out right there.
Fully out.
Right.
I'm up 20
Beautiful.
Nice job.
in XFAs.
39. What'd you get?
Outs were 34.75.
Nice.
You shorted at 46, right?
Correct. I put
little
on a
bites
50
here
lot
and there.
trade since we haven't done it in the house account yet.
50 banger?
Yeah.
50 banger, baby.
Yeah, you can
MP.
go ahead, put my
Yeah,
check mark for
exactly.
a short if we do break below.
See, I'm up 21,500 now in my XFAs.
What price you like to cut
There
a
you
short?
go.
Short if we break below 527.
Do you have a target downside? Back to
I would
those
say
80s. What do we sell?
500
84?
for the first test. These
500.
500, and then maybe
Okay.
480. But we're just chopping up in this range between right there.
Watch the tilt. Those that have Topstep X. Watch the tilt when it gets up to 560s. They've been getting in the 70%. If 100 people had an open position, and there's thousands with open positions.
Here we
If
go.
100 people
5.6.
had an open position, 70% of that's 70 people. It's quite a, more than 50-50. And then you get the little bias going. It starts to get a little tilty when there's 80%. You see 95%, only 5 people have a short position, and 95 of them have a long position. I would annotate the hell out of that. Put a note on my chart, or trade it. I would fade it. I would fade the
you look
majority.
on
The minority of them I would go with.
So
You
for
look on
that
the
trade, I'm
daily,
just using the tippy top
NASDAQ.
of the volume shelf as as the rejection there. So like 575, the tippy top of that range, adding into that as we crested higher. The hourly high that we made was only 567. So until we're trading 570s, I'm confident in that short there, even though it looked a little bit scary as we were stepping up there. But yeah, happy.
On the daily, it's looking like a failed downside breakout below balance right now is what it looks like.
Yeah, it's interesting, John, to get out of that trade there. That's what I saw to guide that was the fact that we had bids stacking up right at 530 as the price was careening to the downside there. So I think we're talking about sort of the same thing.
And 525 is last week's low, so that's a kind of a pivotal area there.
Say that one more time. I just started trading yesterday, really, really quickly.
Trading yesterday thing again, huh?
Yeah. Newbie.
Are you talking to me or Rips?
Yeah, which one?
Yeah, no. Yeah, sorry, Hoagland.
All right, if you want to put it on my chart, I'll show you what we're looking at. So really the range from last Thursday, it kind of envelops the entire range from last week and kind of set the balance, right? So you got the balance high, up near 20,000. You got the balance low. We could look at that as last week's low that I have at 525.25. We looked below it, and so far we're seeing some decent rejection. And this is on the daily chart, right? Anything can happen, but typically when we're in a range-bound trade, when we fail a breakout on either side, the move is to fade back to the middle or back to a rotation to the upper area of balance. Just commenting, it's looking like here's the 30-minute chart. Here's last week's low. Here's yesterday's low. We looked lower. We're back inside the range from yesterday. We're back testing into value. This could be a value acceptance play that could lead us up near our overnight highs. Just saying on the chart here, on the daily and on this 30-minute chart, those are some pretty long wicks. There's looking like a pretty good probability of rejection below balance. I'm looking for this thing to go back to settlement and see what happens there. And settlement to be precise, is 19,591 quarter.
591 quarter move. Okay.
One's quarters.
Anomaly is talking about this point of control being flipped to 19,550. We get below, sellers can push lower. We're sort of seeing some of that right now.
Yes, we are. All right, we're in.
Those that are listening, we're flying all over the place, and you may think we're all over the place, but we're not. We're hearing bits and pieces of everything that's happening right now. Nothing is directly until you kind of get thoughts to start to line up just a bit. It's a really interesting spot. These are all information shares as you're sharing. Like, this is all over. It's not. And whatever you hear from one individual, that doesn't mean okay, now the other person's contradicting you. Well, they did because he had longs or shorts. The whole point of the story is you can either latch on and say, you know what, I really like how Rips trades. I'm going to follow what he does. I'm going to fade what he does, vice versa to anybody here or however you want to play. Just listen. A lot of this is just listening and getting an understanding of how traders that are watching real-time markets, that have been in the markets for decades, talk about it, dissect it, and stay high level and open-minded, flexible bias with it.
There's a lot to be said on what you're saying too, MP. What is the market doing right now? Are we moving up? Are we moving down? No, we're consolidating. We have what's called disagreement in the market and in the price currently, which is why you have so many differing opinions currently from so many different teams. The market is showing that is actuality, in fact, here, that the market is disagreeing on the current price. And that's why we have so many differing opinions right now. This is why markets work. We have a differing opinion until one of those sides has a heavier weight on that opinion than the other. And then we start to go towards that price. And that's why we have so many differing opinions right now. It's because the market is consolidating.
There you go.
And that's what we just seen. Yep. Same price.
We're consolidating
moved,
now.
really.
We're accumulating a lot of volume up here in the NASDAQ.
What does that tell you, John?
Today, Andre.
I heard, Michael.
I know. I got a strong bias to the short side.
Oh, boy.
Oh, man.
Hey, that's the size. Mother Nature
long.
telling you get started.
I'm long for 56.
You saw the bear when you were driving, right?
Yes, but I'm kind of bringing it into trading now. I'm just going to say I saw
you rolled down the window and the bear was like, "Hey, MP, you got any free resets over there?"
Sure, and then I pulled out a quote,
pulled out some bear.
Now the bear's in his car.
Now, Michael, if you would have saw a bull, you probably would have thought somebody's barn door was open.
I would have thought that, and I would have came in here and got long. Yeah, I mean, weird stuff like that.
Yep, I'm still in. I'm long from 56, 2 from 56. See if we can get this breakout.
All right,
Wow.
get those 91s. Get those 91s. There's your 80s.
We
There's your
just
580s.
had-
19,580.
We just had a flat top breakout of NVIDIA. The overnight session has been breached. So we are seeing NVIDIA a little bit of grab of liquidity above that flat top. Does it hang and hold? That is of question. We are also seeing the same thing happening in Apple right now and also Meta.
Tilt getting heavy to long side. Open bias is long.
How heavy,
Open
MP?
Positions are long. 73%, 72%.
Yeah,
Average price.
so-
Yeah. Average price, 19,545. 4245. Average price right around there. Of all the longs with an open position. 29%, 30% are short. Their average short position is 42. So right around the same spot. So they're both in the money. One's in the money, one's taking heat. And here's the extreme battle or the breaking out of the consolidation that we were just talking about. Is it going to break out or is it a head fake? What's a head fake? It means it pops up just like it does right now, quickly rotates, stops out all the shorts to the tick, and then takes the market lower. That's a head fake. I call them a head fake. But it was kind of growing legs down there as we were talking about.
S&P's in between zones right now. S&P's in between 4 and 5. Look at NQ, last trade, 19,576. Look like the bulls are going to push higher there. Upper end of zone
We'll see if we
4.
can hold above these 70s.
Settlement 591. 591 settle.
Move my stop loss to 570.
Okay.
What's your
Those
ins?
not familiar with the term head fake.
56.
You see a market moving one way very quickly and deciding to go in 180 right back the other way. So that is a head fake. Thank you, Ferrari.
Yeah, Andre can share his high school highlight film where he gets head fake.
No, I had fake. I had fake fools, man. I had fake fools, man.
There's
Look
your
left, go
settlement.
right,
Settlement.
man.
Settlement.
Go right, look right, go right.
You
Huh?
get schooled so hard, you're falling over them, you mean?
No, I look right, go left, man. You can't keep up with me. That's a head fake special. Just like that short we took off the. Look, we're gonna go lower. Bit of a head fake there.
We're at
That was a
settlement,
really nice
yeah?
trade in the house account, even though it was only 5 lots. It was a great trade.
It was nice cover.
Well, it's
Yeah, it was
more
a great
Dakota
cover.
got- yeah, and then you said something. So yeah, we are up here at the 80, 90s, 15,085 or 15,585.
Well, this popping.
What's settlement?
Popping.
I need to get settlement. 91.
Gold on the move to the upside is putting some new high. Well, yeah. 25.51.
Is there any shorts in here that you guys like? The reason why I'm saying that is Hoagland was talking about the settlement up here. It just came up and sort of touched it.
Yeah,
91.
587 quarter is a really nice level for shorts, but we kind of missed it.
Yep, I'm out. Yep,
yeah.
I'm liking that. Yep.
We had
You
a
like
really
the-
harsh rejection off of that break of flat top breakout in NVIDIA. So just seeing that rejection here and not seeing not seeing strong buyers carry us higher north is a little bit sort of a cautionary tale here for longs. The drive up that we had was sort of stops being popped. We have right at 9:11 a.m. Central Time, 10:11 Eastern Time. We had what I would consider a blow off top, and then a retest of that blow off top met with a lot of very bearish order flow, meaning that on the offer, it got very, very thick, and there were a lot of people either exiting their longs or opening new shorts or adding to shorts at that level. And it does coincide with the level that I've had on my charts for quite some time. So 587, I think, was a nice prescient area for a short.
587 short. 591 settle. Same zone right there. All right. It feels a little bit like yesterday's trades. A little choppy, volume a bit light. Can't really pick a direction. Will Sorto says 50 lots short. 50 lots short. Well, more than just that. We're going to need some entry price. We're going to need to control the risk. We'll define the risk before we get into this trade. We're not going to force it. We're not going to
I
force
think
it.
that it is worth maybe doing 5 contract clips into this thing, anything above 580. And then you could say adding above 587, 585, like another 2 clips. And then I would say the trade is possibly over above 620. So you could limit your upside move by just slowly adding into the trade, just slowly adding contracts into the trade. Sort of like your own human VWAP.
Dakota, what are you thinking? John Hoagland, your 91s are up here. You were talking about this, but you were looking for what? Continuation to the upside? Or
I would throw my check mark on a short.
Shit. 591?
That's what Mickey and Anne Marie are sort of talking about too. Mickey says
Andre,
waiting
what
on that
was
settlement
that?
retest, and Anne Marie says looking for the rejection of settlement.
Yeah, I would if I was going to do that, I would be see money, take money. I'm looking for a pullback or backfill back down to VWAP, which is 19,550 for another opportunity for a long.
Right.
I think we potentially could trade 540s.
The tilt is 71%, 70% long from 53. Okay, here's what I'm learning with tilt. If that builds up, those average prices build up, that means they're buying them up here at the higher price. Because if there's 70% of the people, what I talked about earlier, 72% were long, that was the average price of 45, 42, 43, 44, 45. Now it's 10 handles higher. This to me, I've seen in the past, is the longs were building up there. Therefore, the average price moves up.
And there we go.
I'm short from 69.
Nice,
Dakota. Yeah, we missed.
Check mark. See if we push it here.
Here we come off the settlement as Mickey and Anne Marie were talking about.
There's 70s up there. There's a 90s. A return to settlement, as Hoagland said. Return to settlement play. 70%
Settlement
long.
is
I think we go back down
19,591 for those in the chat.
Yeah, I think 540 is the hot ticket down there. Let's see.
Go to short from
Pretty decent sized bid at 550.
Yeah, we got some 120 contracts sitting there, but I don't think it's anything that we can't slice through. Point of control is also there temporarily. There are some folks that are front running that on the bid, but I think that we can still slice through that, given that we didn't have a lot of interest above 585 there. And after the blow off top, we've lacked interest.
Look at time and sales. There's 55 lot. There's a 23 lot. There's all trading around the 60s. And green means it lifted the offer, which also could be somebody got.
Correct.
And these are, somebody could have been getting short on the joining the offer.
Correct.
But do you look at that when you see time of sales and when if it trades on the offer, do you see that as a bullish or, like strength coming in, buyers coming in?
For me, it's contextual. It's not always if this, then that. It's very much contextual. So if we're having like stops being popped and we're seeing it drive up, it's very contextual based on the price action. We just tapped 585 again with a big rejection there. So like I said, there's not a lot of buying interest above that level currently, and we've been testing it now. That's the third or fourth test of that level. We're coming right back down after rejecting that. So that tells me that the algorithms are not seeing any interest above that price. Therefore, it makes for a good short, even if it takes a while for us to break. I think that it creates a very good shorting opportunity there again. I think we missed another entry there.
Yeah, we got short 10 up there.
All right.
Yes.
There we go. At 81. I already took 5.
Beauty.
Okay, great.
And I like adding into that as we have a section of price that is basically from 615 all the way down to 600. So we have a 15 handle range there that is ripe for ads if we're coming up to that and seeing harsh rejections on the offer.
Ads to the short
traders.
Correct.
Tilt looking around 70% short, just off the low here, 76.39. Sellers back in here for crude.
Oh, I guess I'm still short 10.
You're short
Take a look
10,
at
right?
Gold. Gold running high
Price
here right now.
Yeah,
I was kind of short 10 from 581. MP confirm.
Confirmed. Yeah, confirmed.
Thank you.
Currently, we're up 7,600 realized.
Wow, nice.
There's your sell off. Short 5.
Seeing some extreme weakness here again. They're just not finding any buyers, and these algos are snap reacting to the fact that there aren't any buyers up there. There's no orders to be exchanged, so that's why I think we're seeing that snap reaction. So the flush through 550 brings us directly to 540, and then we figure it out from there.
Boom.
Yeah. The whole thing. All right, I'm short.
Yeah, let's see if we
We're
can
house
get back to
count short 3. We're short 10. We peeled off 5, and then we got 64s, 62s. That's like
How
a
much have you
20
realized?
handle. 8. Well, I don't know. We were up 3,000, so it's at 8,300 right now.
Great.
That's
That
a good
gives us a
cushion
lot of
for us
wiggle
to
room
work
to
into
put on
that,
a
work
50
into
banger.
bigger size too. So say that again, Rips.
I think that gives us a lot of leeway to put on a 50 banger.
That's how guys that are listening. A lot of times it's yes, you have a max position size. Everybody does 5, 10, 15. Using it right out of the gate. To each their own. I'll start that up. To each their own. But I wouldn't do it. I would work a cushion for the day. Cushion means you put up some money for the day. You start seeing it well. Like, get on base. 6th inning, and you've been on base a few times. I mean, send it if you want to send it. Like when I say
That's what
the
allowed me to
captain
take
is
the trade that I
aligning with captain's aligning with you, Rips. He says if the risk for longs is to 540, we get below that, then he feels like they've trapped some longs.
Correct. Yeah, and just to echo on your point there, MP, the reason why I was taking a 50 banger myself on that follow-up trade was because I had $7,000 worth of wiggle room across my 5 accounts.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
Just using that as an example, that's exactly what I did in my trading today.
You guys still like
Here's
it from
that
the short
85
side right
again.
now?
No,
Yeah,
I don't.
He's 80.
Okay. Not right now.
I do.
I don't either.
I took it off.
Okay.
I still like the short. We came up to 85, rejected. This is the 5th time we rejected 85s again.
Knock on the
If it
door.
wants
It's
to
just
bust
been
out all
too
these
choppy
weeks,
for me.
if
6
it wants
times
to
a
bust
term.
out all these weak shorts, there's a lot of shorts that have probably accumulated around here, like we were thinking. They only can handle. I mean, like retail traders, they can't handle like 100 points of heat. I mean, some
They
can,
get
but
squeezed.
majority of them can't. So they get squeezed. They're all shorter. You could assume they're getting short around here too, but tilt is at 60%. That's not telling us too much. Long average price is 555, 19,555. You guys were talking about the 01s, 16s, or whatever up there, weren't you?
Yeah, I think that's a great area for like a max position ad, because if we see weakness up there, that gives us the best price.
Yeah, that's where my head was at. If you're hanging around up here in the 80s,
Mm-hmm.
you're just giving all those shorts a lot of time to get in.
Short check marks off. Looking for move to the upside. Got to settle 591. But
That order moved we have 128 at 580 now. So big order
See that?
moving there. It wasn't a
Build.
bluff. They just took that liquidity, just snapped it in one trade.
Sure did.
Yeah, they did. That was quick.
So it was.
They wanted to get filled.
Man, they flashed that price. They flashed that order, and then there was like 5 prices beneath what was trading, and just
Yep.
gravitated right towards it. Filled right back up to 81s.
So what does that tell you? It tells you that somebody's trying to get out a large amount of size here, probably from those lows they were trading where Dakota got his outs on his short.
I'm long too.
Okay, here's that squeeze to 600s.
Ooh, what a fill. Wow, we were pushing
615s. That looks like a blow off top to me.
I got short 5 up there. You're talking for us. The only reason, if I double click, it doesn't. Are you guys liking it from the short side? Dakota's long. Yeah, you were liking it from the short side.
615 is
liking
correct.
it still?
I'm loving it. I'm loving it. I think that's a great area for a cheap short because we had what seems to me a big blow off top out of that consolidation.
Yeah, I'll add to it if it does. But what do we?
Gold traders were sort of testing this point of control, 25.52. Watch for the 25.55. That's going to be settlement. Thank you, CL Trader.
55, yep.
NASDAQ 619 is yesterday's TPO point of control.
Nice. Overnight high is 645, 646.
What are you guys liking or not liking about this, Dre? I have a light position on just because of the rips. This would have been a great entry if we would have been short still. We were talking about scaling in.
Trade's dead for me above 630s. There it is.
There you go.
I'd be out.
There it is.
It's about 15 handles of risk there.
Yeah, that's where my stop is, up at the 32. It automatically put it in there.
Great.
So can we call this rejection of low end of balance right now.
Wow,
Oh, another
that 100
100 lot just came in
Yes,
at
the 100
what
lot.
is it?
Yep, filled.
It just got filled.
filled.
The bids.
Oh,
Are just,
yeah.
they're just taking every bid.
Yeah, and Apple's breaking out here. We're seeing equities starting to break out. However, S&Ps are still below that 56.45 area, so there is still room for a potential rejection of this. Again, this to me, that 1024 exchange Eastern time looks like very much an opening of a blow off top here. A lot of stops getting popped.
56.3. All right, we're finally in the zone 4 in the S&Ps. NASDAQ, 50,622. Let's trade. Just entered into zone 4 and in the NASDAQ as well. Right through settle.
I'm letting you guys figure this one
Okay,
out.
could we get in
Okay,
a long pullback? Could we buy a pullback on this?
You know what I'm really nervous about that on, and it's not my decision on the house account.
Mhm.
It's just how heavy longs are getting in the tilt, and they are getting paid. But I've seen this before.
Another 100
I'll
lot
just
coming in.
Another hard lot filled. Someone's just placing bids in the in NASDAQ just all the way up.
What is this 37 level you have, John? 637.
We got TPO value high at 633.
That's good.
Coach Jay's got a
We're
buy
starting
block.
to get
What's
into
that?
a
47.
starting to get into a zone where one of our team members, Sailor, is starting to stack some offers up here. Trying to see where his stop is. 637. The high of value is where we just traded to. High of yesterday's area of value.
What level is
Value
that?
area special situation played.
What area is that? If we
37,
hit levels, guys,
30,
just let's throw it out
33,
there.
633. 633 NASDAQ value high yesterday, TPO.
Yeah. Any levels that we have on the daily levels, let's try to. I know there's some that are close, like 19 to 25.
I still like it short. I still like it short here. I still like it
You
short.
got to remember,
I haven't taken a single trade in my own accounts, but I still like it short.
Say it, guys. Hoagland, go first.
It's a cheap short because it's value high. You don't have to risk a lot on it, but you have to remember we are kind of off those lows. We are one time framing higher.
Okay, Rips.
And we did test below the recent lows, the low of the area of balance in a longer time frame. The rotation is to the upside. I mean, there could be a lot more space up there.
I'm from the camp that we rejected above 630s, so I'm still sticking to my original thesis there that we are likely going to give back that push at least back to the 580s. But happy to be wrong.
Keep it cheap there. You can keep it cheap.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. It's a good trade location to keep it cheap.
Well, what's your risk then? Because
I would say 15 handles, another 60 tick stop.
John, you're saying there's a cheap short in here around the 30s.
I do see that cheap short. I do see that cheap short. There is a 100 lot sitting at 610 again. There's another 100 lot sitting at 610.
Yeah, I saw that.
That's what's concerned of being short is paper wants this higher.
Yeah, I do see the cheap short. My stop loss on a short would be like 50,
I got
49, 51.
I got
two
short
check marks at 630.
right.
We got two check marks at 630.
Okay, well I got short 10 at 624, so I'll put
Close.
the 30s on 35s
Short.
if it comes up.
Short 10 from 624.
You just don't risk a lot on it. We got single prints above it. If it takes that out, if it takes out the current high.
The current high is right here, right now.
33.
There's 15.
One time framing higher. Just finished the initial balance. Initial balance high is 34.
I just closed my long position.
Winner?
There
Yep,
it goes.
flat now.
Gotta be new highs. Yeah.
We're right. We're bumping up.
Yeah, there we go.
Overnight highs.
There we go.
25s.
Okay, that was a hitter. 49s. There's your new highs. What are we still looking at? 950, 16, sorry. 19,650.
Okay. We've got the IB high at 634.
Pull back.
That might be a decent support level, but we've got a long time to wait before if we're going to see any kind of failed auction above that, or if we're going to see continuation. But 34 is the IB high. If we never get back there, it's all longs.
Okay. 19,650s. Trading 19,650s. We got short in the 30s, 28s, and 34s. 50. What was that? 51. Interesting. 46 is a stop out. 28s. I mean, we're risking 23 handles. We're taking 23 handles. 1,100 now. So
up
we
11?
Up 1,100 now. Yeah. That's how quickly a 15 lot can go, guys. Put it all together and then it can go in volatile market.
Well, it's a good thing you had the padding on the account to be able to take that trade. I still think that's a good trade to be taking. We are running into, again, a lot of upside liquidity here. I have room all the way up to 667 and 3/4 now. So if we get up to that level, we start showing any kind of rejection or softness at that level. Again, I'm still looking for shorts, but I haven't taken any trades myself since this morning trades. I'm sort of in lockup mode myself.
To me, above the IB, it's longs.
What was that price, Hogue? 34s? Check mark?
34.
Cool. 634. Check mark. Topstep daily levels. 37's value area.
Johnny, what
highs.
is that IB?
634, 19,634. It's the top of the range for the first hour of the regular trading hour session.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
73%
You betcha.
long in the S&P. Average price 5,629.
Yeah, Jay. I see that, Jay. 100 lots. Paper wants this higher. Paper keeps just gobbling up all these bids on the NASDAQ at least.
NASDAQ only 55%. Average price is 19.5. Okay.
There we go.
Keep making new highs.
Crude selling off. Make new lows, $76.04.
Well, while we're contemplating the next trade, I just want to go over a few things, one of which Coach Paul mentioned earlier in the chat, and that is the Treasury yields. The 10-year yields have retraced the entire move since Powell. Since Powell spoke on Friday, we are now back to where we were. Bonds always interesting like that, so we're kind of back to the holding pattern. Some price news. Nearly 1 in 10. That's not, hey, unusual whales. 8.5% is not nearly 1 in 10. U.S. homes are now worth $1 million or more, the highest share of all time. What's interesting to me is that is double the 4% share from before the pandemic. In more micro price news, check out this beverage menu from the Washington Commanders Stadium, where you can get a large premium beer for $17.49.
Get out of here.
Spiked seltzer for $18.49. Bottled water for $6.
That's criminal.
Like a kick in the ass, $4.99.
I'm smuggling in a flask. Nope, no way. Absolutely not.
I'm smuggling in a flask.
Absolutely not.
Right?
$18 for a seltzer.
Let's go,
Get
DC.
here.
And lastly, I don't know if you guys saw the Dallas manufacturing survey, but CNBC latched on to an analyst talking about how sausage price demand could be a worrying signal for the economy. Apparently, I always buy the same amount of sausage, but apparently people buying sausage indicates a shift towards cheaper meat products. So act accordingly, traders.
That's bad news for the glizzy gobblers out there.
Yeah, my MP loves Italian sausage or Polish sausage.
Yeah, I do. All of it.
All right.
All of it.
Thanks, James.
Oh my god.
I do put
Ketchup on your sausage.
hot Italian sausage in our chili that we create.
Oh
Chili,
my God.
People's Choice Award, Teton Club in Jackson Hole. We won it. Someday I'll give the recipe out.
Yeah. Selling off a little bit here.
Yeah, so let's stay patient here and see if we can kind of put up a failed upside auction, or if we leave single ticks at 10 o'clock to see if maybe we find some excess below price to look for longs.
We don't like 34s.
A little bit of structure here. Got to find a little bit of structure here.
Well, we had IB high at 34 here, John.
Correct.
We have to pull, we're right here right now.
It's like I'm saying, you got to try and be patient. You know, anything can happen here. This could end up being a failed upside auction, and we don't want to buy into that. So
take a look at this, Hogue. What is your thoughts on if we continue to just kind of hover around here in the ES, getting short in these 40s, 56 40s? If we just hover around, consolidate, because that is the trade that I'm actually seeing. ES is a little bit weaker than the NASDAQ today. And like you said, if we see a failed upside auction on the NASDAQ, that to me would be the cheap short. And if we do consolidate, if there's a 50 lot trade, I think this could be it. It's in the ES like you guys wanted, and it could give us a great area for a cheap trade.
Yeah, I mean,
what are you thinking, Hogue and Dakota? Go, Hogue.
I like this.
Well, the S&Ps have not traded to value high from yesterday, which is 45.5. What doesn't happen can be equally as important as what does. We're basically hanging right around that IB high in both of them, which complicates things a little bit. I like the idea, but I want to try and stay patient and get good trade location if we do get a signal to do it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is just wait and let's see what happens if we just consolidate here for a little bit longer. I don't like the shorts like right now, but if we consolidate and if we show some type of reversal pattern, like a double top, and then we could gain that confidence to get short. I mean, if it does sell off, we miss it, and too bad. But I do agree with you, Hogue. Whether we just because we rejected that twice, we're not holding above these 56 40s.
Yeah, I think we're just a little bit early on the short where we got blown out, and I think I hate to be beating a dead horse, but I still like the market short. I'm not going to take any more trades today myself because up $21,500 real dollars is kind of a lot of money. So I'm just going to chill and bark from the side.
Nice day, and Lacey agrees with us.
Last trade 19,641.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any signs to short yet, other than that we've rejected a couple times in these 56 40s. Over here on the 5-minute chart, that's a very bearish candle. And the question is, do we just stay inside this? But nothing saying get in, right? It's nice to see that rejection near these overnight highs. And like you said, yesterday we did sell off. And yesterday morning, we did reject this area before. If we reject it, that could be another good opportunity. But right now, there's nothing saying sell this.
What a new low in crude here.
What was you looking for a sell signal? A break beneath what price?
I would like more consolidation here. More time spent. If we do start to consolidate and find some type of a reversal, then yeah. I just don't like shorting it as we're just going up. Because we could get...
I'd like to see a turnaround in NVIDIA and a turnaround in Apple in order to have that signal to short. So that's all I'm looking at here. That's what I think is kind of bird dogging these equities around.
NVIDIA last trade, $125, 59 cents.
127.
So 127.
Couple bucks higher.
Leg quotes.
Coach Paul is short the NQ right now, and he's selling the ES against the pivot of 56.45, which is value area high from yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Coach Jay is watching the NASDAQ for rejection at 690 to 700. He sees big sell side imbalances there. So one saying do it, one saying hold off a little bit.
Yeah,
I love that, Hook. Thank you.
Yep, I'm just holding off a little bit. I'm on the hold off just a moment. Things could change quick. Things could happen really quick in the market, but yeah, there's nothing telling me sell yet.
All right. Well, while we're holding off and being patient, remaining patient, we still got a couple cross signals going on. I'm gonna throw it to my man JD. JD, let's hit him with some stats real quick. JD, if you're ready to go, let's do it. I think he's getting a spot.
Yep, ready to hear.
Sweet.
Ready to go.
What's up, man? All right.
How we doing? All right, let's take a look at some live funded P&Ls from yesterday real quick.
See these.
All right, we've got meat. We saw meat highlighted on the shoulder tap yesterday. Big week for meat. Yeah. Picked
I
up
want to talk about that. Everyone said I announced Meat P making doing really well yesterday. Everyone's like, "Oh, MP's got his personal account back open." No, my friend.
Oh, that's right.
It was Meat P. This one at the top of the list right here. That is the that is the MP that has their account open, not the MP on the top of the screen here. Just want
the
to
other MP.
That. The other MP. Thank you.
Yep. 17 grand yesterday. Trade the NASDAQ. Nice day for meat. Rafa continues to crush it. Another $6,200 for Rafa trading the ES. Ben P with 4,300, also trading the ES. Then we have Loke and Dylan both trading the NQ, $3 grand for Loke and 2,400 for Dylan. I'm going to switch up these overlays real quick for the XFAs. While that's happening, we can take a look at some. What do you think the payout numbers were for yesterday?
Oh,
get an over
big,
shorter,
big,
smaller, 600.
600?
Yeah,
I was going to say 700.
I'd say
I'm
right in
go
between
with
there.
608, 272.
I hope you nail it. I hope you nail it on the head. Yeah.
608, 272.
I think you guys are all going to be a little surprised here.
I mean, 750.
Yeah, we're going high.
You already said 650 before I.
I know cheating.
Yeah. All right, here's the numbers.
You didn't tell me.
787.
Oh.
Pretty big day for a Monday.
Oh,
wow.
Baby.
Oh, yeah, Mondays are bigger. Sorry. Yeah, Mondays are always bigger. You got Friday, you got Saturday, Sunday requests. They all pile up.
Average.
Last Monday we did 651. Monday before that we did 767. Yeah, so Monday before that was 785. So yeah, Mondays are typically.
What's your Tuesdays like?
A little bit.
You have them in front of you.
Tuesdays. So
Today's Tuesday.
I got the last couple weeks right in front of me. So Tuesday, July 30th was 720. Tuesday, August 6th was 711. The 13th was 610, and the 20th was 652. So.
Interesting.
At the end of the month, they were a little higher on Tuesdays than the beginning of the month. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah. What's
all right?
Hold up. With, go ahead.
Here are those XFA P&Ls.
Hey, really quickly, we can piecemeal this out. We're on our highs of the S&Ps, a couple handles off. You said 45, 56, 45 is who's doing what? Coach Jay's short.
I want to get short, but nothing's told me to short this yet. So it's just like
you're liking the
just being patient.
100%.
If this is going to be a 50 lot trade, then it's not something where we could just get in for no reason. I seen some of the coaches are looking short. This is a good area to short it, but I want to short it. I would short it with a reason, not just because we're up at a cheap trade.
How many people are looking short and how many people are saying hold off and how many people are looking long? I know right now we have bullish 57% of the 19650s. Okay. Go ahead, JD.
I think that's it. I guess.
Nope, that's it. Let's we can look at those XFA P&Ls real quick. We'll just burn through these. All right, shifting almost $32,000 trading the NASDAQ. James and Victor also trading the NASDAQ. James with 20,000, Victor with 17,000. Tyler NQ 16,365, and then Atul is back. Atul is also trading the NASDAQ and micro NASDAQ. Copy and trades across 5 XFAs for a total of $74,155 for Atul. That's the second time in a week that he's pulled off some pretty big numbers. Friday, I think he did Friday was the big $113,000 day, and then another $74,000 yesterday. So a tool's on a ripper right now, that's for sure. Oh, just got an update from the risk team. Shifting up there on top is up another 32 grand in the live account right now. Big day for Shifting in the live account.
I love it. I love it when the risk management team knows who to pull up, when to pull up, and all that kind of stuff. And guess what? We're going to get better and better at it because machine learning and data and AI and all that kind of stuff is going to be helping us.
I want to call this
more than
machine
ever.
learning. Mick literally just put a Post-it note on my desk when I was talking about.
Thank you, Mick.
That's more advanced than ChatGTP.
Yeah. That's towing the line with carrier pigeon. All right, here's your 40s, 56, 41s, half. We cannot get above thus far.
No, we cannot.
In the NASDAQ as well.
Yeah, we
Cannot
are
get
seeing a
above-
little bit of a pullback too in NVIDIA, which is helping the cause. A little bit of pullback in Meta, Apple, Microsoft, definitely helping the cause, but still consolidating here for the last about 15 minutes or so.
I would really be interested
Crude
to
right
see.
now, taking a bounce off that bottom, 75.97. Tilt 82% short. Still looking for that market to go.
Yes, we
to go
are.
south.
Yes, wow.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead
Tilt
and throw
bonds
my
got
check
big.
mark on for a short ES. Short ES. If we want to get in 50 lots, I think I think we're there.
We'll do
What
10.
price?
We'll start it off with 10. Hey, what else are we thinking? Dakota or Rips?
Anything above
Where
40.
you at?
Anything above 40. Oh, well, we just broke
If
down
you're going to
below
ask
40.
me, I'm saying short. I'm never going to stop saying short. I think that this market's overextended. I think that
Good.
NVIDIA has been trying. I just think that the short's the move.
Short to check mark from 40 and 42.
Short 20 from 440 quarter.
Cool. Got two check mark. Risk. Let's talk risk, fellas.
For
Two
me, a
highs.
stop
Yeah,
above
that's
46. Above
46
46
risk.
for a stop.
Overnight high, 46.
46. All right. All right, cool.
Yep.
Stop. 46. Two check mark from
I
56.40.
can't put a check mark on it yet. I just can't.
And that's
What's
fair
our
enough,
position?
folks. Yeah, this
Mhm.
15.
56.42. We got a pivot here. Looking at
Yep.
Topstep daily levels.
Don't wanna be a
courtesy of Coach-
spoiler.
Oh,
Yeah, no, I agree. For me, a full position would be if we break 38. If we break 38, then that's full position. If you guys are scaling in.
We are.
we have an update on the position, MP.
Minus 20 from 40 quarter.
Thank you. It's 20 from 40.25. Take a look at the Z tilt. We are in the ES, of course. 50-50 on the ES. VWAP
Yeah,
down to 56.20.
38.
Go ahead, Dakota.
No, I was just going to say 56.38 is going to be very important right here as we're just kind of still in this range. But I do agree with you, Hogue, where I love to build a position here, but not get into the full position. I mean, if we break below 38, then that's like, okay, I'm going to get, that's the signal.
We're short
Gotcha.
25 from 40 half now. We just added a 5 line.
Oh, I know where this is going. Short 25 from 56.40 half.
Let's take this thing to Slamtown, shall we?
Yeah. Stop up there. They see it. All right. Gold popping higher
Right
here.
now,
We'll
down.
keep it up.
See, right now we got a lot of crude traders sweating it out here. This market's moving north, and we still got over 80% short in the tilt.
Interesting.
Hmm.
Pop this up. Face take a look at. Throw in the chat. Throw in the chat. There we go.
Oh.
A flush.
It's getting slippery.
Flush. We have a flush.
Getting slippery down here.
This is 29. Price action is a bit reminiscent of yesterday.
What
getting
was
slippery,
yesterday?
Andre.
We just run out of steam. The moves would run out of steam upside, downside. Volume would fade off. Volume would fade off, and yeah, it wasn't from like highs to lows, lows to highs, but
40 is the IB high. We give up the IB high, then I'm more likely to look to like the short. I like Dakota's idea of adding to it below 39.
Yeah.
Yep, 39, 38 for me. It would be full position.
Right now, IB high is supporting.
Oh, it's going up.
Taking a look at. I don't see much liquidity one way or another.
There's the 50s up there. That's
50?
a level you have, Hogue. 56.50. What is that?
$56, 4-3 last trade.
Yesterday's value area high. Okay. Yesterday's value area high. Huh?
Hanging out here. 42's pivot. 42's pivot.
TPO value high is 45. Half. Volume is 50.
The stop is should be where I have it currently at 56, 46.
46.
Okay, yeah. I'd say 46, 47. 56 is pretty wide. So
yeah, that takes out the overnight high then.
Mm-hmm.
Here's a consolidation, Dakota, that you were kind of looking for.
Yeah, this is a consolidation. That's why I said full position below 56.38. I would be okay with Hogue like 38.5, but we did fail to break to the long side, and we're just kind of going sideways. That's what I'm saying. Just waiting for the market to tell us that it's done, and we're going to start to sell off a little bit.
Yeah, I do. I like adding on those pops, standing in front of the freight train personally.
Point of control moved up to 41.5. Volume point of control moved up to 41.5. There is an accumulation going on here. Let me see what the captain says.
This volume's trading up here. Market has agreed on a price for the time being. Ish.
Okay,
Hey,
we're getting
some sellers on.
We're starting to gain some momentum to the downside, just a little bit. So we failed that.
Through.
We failed to break. We failed to break and hold above 43, 44. Okay, 30, 39s, 39.5, 39. Okay, if we're going 50,
what do you
I
think
think this could be it.
What are you thinking, Rips? We're short 30 now, 40.
I mean, I like it. Like I said, you asked me, the answer's down. I like it short.
In general, our team members and coaches are saying it's a little preemptive for a short here. They're looking for somebody to hit the duck on the head with the hammer. You seem to see some kind of bids coming in at the IB high here. That's a little bit unnerving for shorts. We've got just under 6 minutes to see if we may leave this as a failed upside auction, or if we leave single ticks below, we got to get out of this because it's still a long side after that.
Mm-hmm. We still haven't.
What's everybody
38?
think? All things that got us into the trade still there?
Yes.
Rips?
I love the short. You gonna ask me? I love it. I love the short. I want more of it.
I want to see us break that 38.
I want 35 to be broken. We break 35, it's straight to pound town.
All righty.
Right, CL, it would be a failed upside auction on downside.
At what time, Hogue? 5 minutes?
Just under 5 minutes.
Okay.
All right, short 30. 56.
Yeah, from 40 quarter.
Oh, baby. You know what to do, market. Do the right thing. Do the right thing.
It is feeling like, I'll go back to, if I threw my thoughts in here, which it shouldn't bear on anything. It does feel like this consolidation, I mean, again, I feel like it's growing legs. It hasn't. It usually whipsaws all those longs, and all those longs have continued to build average longs in the tilt.
We might get some
That's
information
always-
here on the hour. On the hour, there could be some big executions coming up here, so we might get some good answers in a few minutes.
Yeah, it still is a little bit concerning we didn't break 38 yet. Looked like
Yeah.
we were going there. We touched what, 38 and 3/4? But for me, everything's still valid. We're still just consolidating, right?
Yep. Tilt showing nothing ES or NQ for time being. 5642 pivot, 5644 value area high. We're there right now. We're just trading sideways right now. Nothing on the calendar.
We do have Euro close coming up in about 34 minutes. That's pretty much it. In the afternoon, we do have some data that can slightly perk the market around. We do have the 2-year note auction coming in at 1 p.m. Eastern time today, noon Central. So that could potentially move the market. But as we sit here and wait, the only thing that's going to happen is we're going to have some order matching at the top of the hour here in about 3 minutes. And that can either take us up or down. Right now, we are failing a little bit here.
Mark is just twiddling his thumbs right now, Michael. You know that?
Feels like
I know,
it.
so are we. Sorry, you could feel the tension. I mean, I love this. This is trading.
This is trading.
The only thing I don't like about this is trading for so long is we've been out of the money for more minutes than we have been in the money. So I always get this growing legs feel, but this also what's got me.
You have your long up here.
Do you know how you fix that, MP? You double your size when we perk, and then all of a sudden your average changes, and then we end up in the money more often.
Yes.
Big brain move.
What's the
You mean
risk?
the moron trade?
That's me.
If 46 is trade out, that's $9,000 loser, which means we'll be down 8. We have room today.
Okay.
And this play is still staying above the 40s. 56-40. Trading
To me, we add if we
41.
break 38. 38.
Break 38. Add.
One where, yep.
I like it. All right, short 40 now. Short 40 from 56.40 hook-ish. We break 38s, Dakota.
Yep, 38s.
Add.
Rips, what are you thinking? What's Eddie, E-Money, JD? I haven't heard from your team today.
Yes, you have. Yes, you have. Let's see. We got some new stuff. Digging deep.
I've been talking about JD's team as well. That's the captain and a couple others.
Oh, okay. Did not know.
Yeah, we're creating a healthy volume distribution here between 35 and 55, so 20 handle range, but still haven't had either size kind of meander out of it. What would be really nice is a pop out of this range met with a lot of heavy order flow on the offer side, and then we come right back down and we have the potential of having enough liquidity to break that move to the downside there. As I'm speaking, we are doing that pop.
Yep.
Yeah, here's
45s.
I have a 46.
This is usually where I'm adding to these trades if I'm short.
There's 600 at 50.
We can't take it up to 50 unless we want to, but we talked about this.
No. I think the risk there is perfect in terms of where that stop loss is. 46 is 46, 47 is the area for a stop loss. If we break that, then yeah.
Please, one time.
Market took a peek. You don't want it. You know you don't.
Okay, we added 5 more. Rips.
Yeah. Wow.
Mm.
What's going to happen? What do we got?
And there's the
Look
hour.
at that. That's quick. All right, we're down 9. Here we go. It's trading up to 48.50s.
50s.
We have 400 on the offer at 50. Huh.
Man, market. Here we go. It's market buyers in the house here. Last year, 56.48, 49s now.
Man, I did like that
and Q
trade.
still pushing higher,
Love it.
19,690.
30s, 56.50s. Interesting. What else we got up here, guys? Resistance, Coach Vince is saying on the daily levels. Point of control. No, sorry.
I see 56s, 55s.
You're still looking for shorts?
I'm not looking for anything. I'm looking for levels. 56.50 is yesterday's value area high. That's on here. That's on that chart. Oh, sorry. Here, let me scroll down. 56.50. We didn't hit it yet. That's where that 300 lot is. Whatever. Yeah, 380. That's some pretty big size.
Brooks is talking about the stops here on the London High, S&P 46.45. He says, I think the house account stops are with them. Keep an eye open there.
Oh, man.
We are rejecting off of those highs. We are down 20 points from those highs now.
Those highs. Oh, on the NASDAQ?
Yep.
44s is where we got stopped out. 44.7. Right here, right now.
Yep, I'm short ES. I'm short the ES at 45.
I like it.
It's still the
Brooks
same
is short at
exact
46.
trade.
Yeah, it's a good area.
Where's your stop?
My stop is at 56.50 and a quarter.
56.50.
Brooks is 56.52 and a quarter. Stop.
I got short 40 at 45.
Do we have check marks?
50 and a
We
half.
had check marks from Rips and Dakota.
Yeah, I'm going to add to this as well.
Coach Jay is talking about the sell side imbalance in NQ. This is it's a much cheaper short. Thanks, Coach Jay.
Okay. All right. Interesting. What else we got? Anything?
There's a lot of fake outs. I'm now looking at the S&Ps. There's definitely a lot of fake outs here to the downside. They're not supporting any bids until they come in on icebergs. So that's interesting to see that they are trying to hide size on the bid. But we'll have to see if we interact anywhere below that 56.41 and 3/4 level.
S&P tilt to full 50-50.
Interesting.
All right, and we still got some stuff too. All right, Hogue, we just hit the 10 o'clock, top of the hour. Anything there? Failed upside auction? There's nothing there to confirm that, if I'm understanding this correctly, Hogue.
No, the auction is succeeding to the upside. That means the IBI 5640 is a support level, if we even get down to it. If we do and we get back in the IB, that changes everything. But we've been one time framing higher since the opening bell. The short was cheap. I didn't put a check mark on it. I'm still not putting a check mark on any shorts right now. That could change, but this market is succeeding very well to the upside in the upside auction here. And the thing I like most about it is, the NASDAQ rejected below balance on the daily chart. That is a fade against that level. That's a long down there, and the rotation could be all the way to the high end of that area of balance. If I want to look on this daily chart, I mean, that failure to accept down below last week's low could bring us all the way back up to what, 20,000 over time, not today, but over time. Because that's generally the rule. When we're range bound, if we fail a breakout, you fade the breakout to the long side, and the rotation could be as far as the other extreme of the area of balance, which could take us all the way up here over the next few days. I'm not suggesting it's going to happen today, but with the profiles, this is the S&P profile. So there's the IB high. We barely came back inside the IB high. We hung above the IB high for a half an hour. And it wasn't until 10 o'clock when the order matching came in, when we got the information like, okay, we've got buyers. We should be looking for continuation to the upside, especially in the NASDAQ because of that failed downside auction on the daily chart. So I'm not thinking longs unless something seriously changes. What has to change is reacceptance below the IB low. Below the IB high. That's 5640. So we're looking to buy pullbacks if we can get them. where is this? There's a lot of single TPOs up here. This was yesterday's profile. I mean, this thing could take all of yesterday's losses back, and that's in the S&Ps. NASDAQ, maybe a little bit different. Let's take a look at the NASDAQ quickly here. So, all right. So here's IB high in the NASDAQ, 19,634. We hung here for a half an hour. Buyers were just hanging here at the IB high. We saw the the move at 10 o'clock that confirmed the auction is succeeding to the upside. Where is this going to go? We don't know. And unless something changes, we're looking for opportunities for longs. Again, something can change. ACH, baby. We all know anything can happen. But that's just, one of a general nuance or rule is when you leave the initial balance and you start piling up, you leave single TPOs and start piling up TPOs above that, there is now excess below price. Price was viewed as too cheap here. A lot of volume there, but it's now being viewed as too cheap. If we come and take that out, that changes things. But we're right now looking for opportunities to continue in the direction of the auction of the day, which is to the upside. Right now, this is a trend day to the upside. Don't fight it.
Loud and clear, Ho. Got that. Loud and clear. Thank you. Yep. All right, let's go to Eddie. Eddie, we got some announcements still.
We covered that. We covered that because we're getting in difference of opinion. So I'm just letting
Eddie, if we're ready to go for announcements, I know we're a little bit behind house accounts trades. We've been fast and furious with the house account today. Eddie, what do we got for announcements today? We're a little bit behind, but we can play catch up as we.
I think most of us know what shoulder tap is, right?
You're right.
Yes. Today we're doing a special edition of shoulder tap. Yes, that handsome gentleman in the lower. Oh, he's not on the screen, but Dakota will be reviewing performance dashboards of traders looking to have their stats analyzed. If you want to have your performance dashboard analyzed, make a submission in his Discord room. I'm going to post a link here. If you're not a member of Discord, have at it. So, yes, we are going to have Dakota reviewing performance dashboards. I think that's what I've got. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie.
Andre, another thing is, we've taken out the overnight high. If we continue to hold above the overnight high, that's another upside nuance.
Noted.
What's the overnight high?
46.
It was
what's the overnight high?
56? 46? I think it was at 46.
45.75.
Yeah.
The S&Ps. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
You have 56
pushing higher here.
Too. Yesterday's value was very high.
Look at the tilt, 72% long in the YM, 50-50 ES, 50-50 NQ.
MP, somebody in the chat says you're sick of me. Is that true?
No, I love you. What do you mean?
We're trading. I mean, guys, we really have to understand this from a perspective. Like, to me, that trade was amazing. We consolidated. We hovered around 32. We didn't break below 38, which is what we were looking for, right? Hoagie, you were saying like 39 was the value area high. Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong. And we came in this, and we're only down 10% of the DLL. And
yeah, that's another thing too. Like
it's
we get discouragement going, and it's not. Dakota, you said short. We were just short. We had everything still there. Rips, you're saying it. John Hoagland, I didn't hear yours, so I executed, and that's just what happened. Now we're moving on.
I did not have a check mark on that.
Did not.
Yes, I did not hear your.
And MP, I love you too, man.
Yeah, there we go. Okay. So, are you still short, Dakota? Or did you cover that?
I covered. I'm going to wait, see if we get a 3-bar reversal here. I think who else is still short? A stop loss above 50.25. Is that what someone was looking at earlier? 52? Someone had a short with a stop loss above 52?
52 is taking a look at Topstep daily levels. What's 52s today? 52s, 56, 52, nothing there. 56.50, yesterday's value area high. 56.55, sell side imbalance. We'll try and pull some levels here to get a confluence of check marks before we do enter more house account trades. 64% long NQ, 63% long in the ES.
Oh man.
59, 56, 50. You still have that level up. 650. Yesterday's value area high. Interesting. 5 sell side imbalance. Average daily range. S&P.
And we got NVIDIA earnings. NVIDIA earnings after the close.
Yeah,
Or tomorrow. After the
56.50
close
is
tomorrow,
definitely-
I should say.
okay.
After the close tomorrow. Yeah, keep me posted on what else we got on the list today. So there you go. Seco, Andre, are we partying this weekend? I'll be in town. I will not be partying. I think actually I'm going to be out of town. But have fun. Just be safe. Fun city.
I was in Wicker Sunday.
What? Oh,
I was in Wicker on Sunday. My
I was in Wicker.
daughter
on
just
Sunday,
moved.
too.
That's an amazing neighborhood.
Not bad. Were you on Division Street? Where were you, Hogue?
Just north of Division.
Yep.
And
You don't have to get more
by
specific.
Division.
You have to get more.
Nagel.
Yep.
No, that's Humboldt Park. No, that's
Bucktown.
it does right a division it crosses. And then your
So
Ukrainian
north
village,
of Division. North
Yeah,
of Division.
nice neighborhood. Very nice neighborhood.
Nice neighborhood, man.
Not Humboldt Park. It's
Bucktown.
Wicker.
Bucktown.
Bucktown. Ah.
Yeah, Bucktown.
I don't know where I am.
It's okay.
Go to lobbies.
Very nice.
I've been to this
That's
city
exactly
for
where
a
it
long
was.
time.
Tyrone, I'm gonna let
wisely.
it go through. FK Chicago. Chicago's badass. Give it a chance.
Wow. Clip that.
Going away.
Clip that in case it needs a reminder sometimes. All right. Well, I'm told James, what do you I don't know what this is. I've heard rumblings about this, musings about it, but what is this clip you have, James? I'm very interested to see this.
All right, so yeah, this is a good intermission moment. This is actually, if you recall, earlier this year, the Topstep team went to Vegas, and 2 of the guys on screen, Dakota and Rips, took over for us. They hosted the show.
Yes.
And Gabe, before he was part of the Topstep production team, he was down there in Vegas with his, it was a weird looking phone. He held it over his shoulder, and it had like a lens on it. But yeah, he recorded all of us. So it's a quick clip of our time in Vegas, specifically the dunes, and then I have a little story to go along with it afterwards. But here is the video Gabe made.
Whoa.
I got 3rd place in a demolition derby one time, which makes me a professional because I was the 3rd best at not getting my car destroyed.
So that was just a small taste of the day we did the dune buggy. And I think if you look at one of those frames, you can see me sitting hungover on a table. But Michael, Andre, do you guys recall what else happened that day? Do you remember this photo?
Flavor Flav.
So look, we're all having fun.
Yep.
There's me, got the little arrow. Remember, we were all running towards the camera.
Yes.
They said on the count of 3, run. Let's just go a little picture by picture, right?
Who did
Here
this?
we go. Everyone's starting to run. Everyone's having fun time. Oh, what's going on back there? I see Andre laughing. What's going on? I see some sand kicked up.
What's going on in the back?
That's
I
not.
see a little bit further. You know what I mean?
man.
Look,
Oh,
who's
man
that?
down. Man down.
Who is that man down?
Man
That's
down.
right.
We have a piper down.
None other
That's
than
right.
your boy, James Harden, falling down,
James.
eating shit.
I didn't remember that, James.
You don't remember this? Look, there's Andre finally turns around, glasses on the ground. When you run in sand, you have a tendency to get forward momentum, and sometimes that momentum carries you down, and your neck hits the helmet.
Who was that
Yeah,
that stepped on your head?
That's all that matters.
Yeah, you okay, James? James, are you okay? 5
I
months
was
later.
good. You know, a little brain injury, a little head injury. I didn't drink that night, and everybody else did, so it was cool to get a backseat watch for that. But
Poor James.
He can speak French now.
oui,
James,
somebody do
man.
fromage.
Man.
But yeah, thanks for
dang
that
it.
video, Gabe.
Great video, Gabe.
49.
All right, James, you survived. Thank you, James. Good job.
Markets consolidated in between 45 and 49. Thus far, 5, 10,
Yep.
15, 20 minutes.
I'm sitting in that short from 46.5.
Ooh, nice.
Gather,
All right,
guys.
Rips, you got a check mark
Gather,
for
gather,
sure from
gather.
46s? Hogue, what do you got? What do you like here? What's Hogue's hero saying?
I don't know if I can give another check mark. Chat's just so rough today. I tell you.
Nah.
Don't worry about chat.
We're down
chat. We got 5,000
$1,300 on a
people
regular
watching.
session.
We had
I
5,200
know.
people
regular
Don't
watching.
worry
session
about
is
it.
really down.
Don't worry about if they're being rough or not.
Click like, click subscribe.
I like it when they're smooth, NP.
Yes. What's the market telling you? What's the market telling you? What's the market telling you?
I just go by the feeling of chat.
They were right. They're right on the bullish today. That was good. They well, it was only 53%.
Yeah, I'm gonna add to this short if we break 44s.
There you go.
Sully asks,
add
weren't
it.
you up 7,000? Yes, and now I'm up 21,500. So a little bit more
Okay,
now.
we got what else? Dre, gather. What else do we got? We got Dakota
Gathering right
saying
now, my
something.
man. Gathering right now. We got check mark
Rick
from
saying
Dakota. We
something.
got no check marks from around the horn right now. Literally, not one check mark to be found around the horn at this level. If the market moves,
I'll
we'll
say
probably-
short it. Why not?
All right, we
Let's
got
short
two
it.
check marks. There we go. Reason why not? So let's define
Yeah,
the risk.
That doesn't.
That
Stop
doesn't
loss
count.
at stop loss is still the same, 50.25.
You know, if we do break 667 3/4 to the downside of the NQ, that would confirm that we would have a decent downside trajectory, but we have to auction below that, retest 667 3/4 and then negate it to the downside.
What about the teams?
Everyone's pulling right now, MP. I get Eddie's looking, Hogue's looking. I think Team Bulldozer's feeding it into Hogue right now. Hogue, anyone on your team got some check marks at these prices?
Let's get a chat poll.
I think Hope might have stepped away for a minute.
Hogue might have stepped away. That's quite all right. Oh
No, I'm here.
JD,
I'm looking for stuff here. Captain says right now the
Oh, big
1045
hesitation.
low.
There it goes to the downside, ladies and gentlemen. To the downside we go.
All right,
we
all right.
we pushed.
There's
1045 low.
bounced right off the 37.
Did you add Dakota?
Yeah, I'm still in it. I'm in 8 from 45.5.
At this point, I still can't put a check mark on it.
Is that what your team's saying? And then we have
No,
You're
actually,
level up there.
Captain is saying he can see the short play out here, but he's wondering what the possible target is. Captain, I'm thinking you're thinking
20.
see money, take money.
Yep. I'm seeing 30s. Maybe we can make a rotation back down towards these 31, 32 level.
31.
So we took out the single TPOs. Okay, we're back to IB low, IB high right here. Okay. Now, because we took out those single TPOs, anywhere up here looks like a cheap opportunity for a short. And
Okay.
Dakota was already in it up there. It was a little preemptive, but it worked out
You're
nicely
in
for
at
you.
46s. Getting back in right now, what are you guys all thinking, and what side are you thinking on? Or is there sit on your hands? Hogue, you don't have a check, or you do? Rips,
I don't have a check
You
for.
don't
I
have-
do not have a check for a short right now.
okay. And then
I don't see anything either. No check here.
My check's in. If we get up to 43, maybe we could get into a short if you're not in it.
Take a look at the tilt
Nice,
50-50 NQ, 50-50 ES.
put a poll in there. What do you guys from the 40s? 5640s in the S&P. High was 56.
Okay, so
48.
Captain is pretty much kind of talking about what I'm talking about. In the NASDAQ, he's saying if we find a ceiling up at 680, then we can look for shorts. But if we can't put that ceiling in up there, then we rotate higher. $680. I've got the 100 session moving average on the 30-minute chart at 685.
You're talking about a retest in the NASDAQ.
Yes, of the highs.
Yeah, I'd like to see a retest at 667 3/4 and weakness up there for a short.
Looking for levels here.
Coach Paul, not interested in a trade here.
No trade. What else we got left on the list here? We got about 30 minutes left in fast markets. What else we got left on the list? Oh, we got some Series 3. We got some appreciations. Leaderboard stuff.
My target for this is 56.32. 56.32 is going to be my target.
All right. So is there you guys had two check. What does that two checks go off, Dre? That was a two checker, and then now it's off, or how does that work?
Yes. From if I heard Hogue and Coach Paul correctly, trade off. Yes.
2 on, 2 off. No. Yeah, 2 on, 2 off. From individuals. Put the chat in here. Put the poll in here, guys. If you can do the poll.
What are we looking to do? Like, what are we trying to do? I mean, we've seen these same prices for the last hour. We've been chopping around. It's
got to demand good trade location. Demand good trade location. 45s, 40. There's shorts.
So you'd be looking to short this if we get back up to those overnight highs.
I still can't put a check mark on that because I think we're holding the IB high very well. I think the auction to the upside has been very successful today. So I still can't put a check on it, but that's the only cheap level to take a trade is up against the current regular session high.
Okay.
Some comments from Coach Paul. Not interested in a trade here. I would sell if NQ breaks 623.
623. There we go. Break a 623. Gold making new highs here, 25.55. Buyer stepping in ES 56.43. Folks seeing a trend market. Might be seeing a trend. Some dip buyers stepping in there. See where they want to take this. 19,664 last trade in the NQ.
Yeah, the Music Man is saying something that's it is interesting for a potential short.
Mm-hmm.
You look at my screen. What he's saying is, price action pretty much stopped to the upside in the S&P is once we got to these single TPOs from yesterday. So this was all auctioning lower. This was as high as price came back to early in the session. That's where we just put in the high. So it is an interesting possibility for a short, but that's what we have to do. We have to demand good trade location because that's against the trend on the day. So we want to see a pullback up to that level so we can keep anything we do pretty relatively cheap. That was Dakota. You have some big cojones, my friend. That was a really good, really brave trade on that short.
I mean, it was similar to the one that we had earlier, and it was you guys could look at this and say, value area high. We failed to get up there. We had some resistance at this area, right around 56.50, and we had some big orders stepping in. And I know the house account was in it at one time, 40 short, and then we closed out. And we're kind of just chopping out, and I built into it on just a reversal trade, and I could see us going down to these 32s, 31 levels, and
which is VWAP.
We got right back up to 43. What's that?
If you don't recall, the trade that I was looking for was the retest of 667 and a reject, and that's exactly what we just did. We came up to 667, we rejected, and we're right back down. We're now down 33 5 handles in the money. So I don't know. That's the best I could do.
67.
Just a heads up,
Yeah.
we'll then close in 5 minutes.
Thank you, Eddie.
Your target, Dakota, is VWAP, basically. Overnight VWAP.
Yeah, VWAP's around 31, 32. Yes. We did get that
Yes, sir.
pullback to 43.
And there's that beautiful short. Now 40 handles in the money, 47 handles in the money.
Wait for a tick. God, I still want to short this. Do we short right now? Poll in the chat.
So the NASDAQ just traded back down to the IB high. That this is where the support might be. 634.
So I see some shorts accumulate
Yeah,
in the NQ, up to 61% short.
It's exactly where the tilt is right now. 45%. I don't know the voting. I just missed it, but it was 45% long.
Yeah,
Short
Sam
right
says
now,
Dakota
50
tall.
cents right now, 44, yes.
All right, well, while we hawk this trade, we'll see how it plays. Marcus, volume's dying out a bit. I'm throwing to JD. JD, you got some more stats for us here?
Yeah, we got this guy, Delesh over here, just won't go away. Made another 10 bucks yesterday for 35 days on this hot streak worth $546. We're going to keep him up there until he blows a streak, but that's about it. Next up, we got Benjamin. Picked up 200 bucks trade in the NQ yesterday, now at 28 days. After that, Muhammad is back. Muhammad took about 10 days off. Before yesterday, his last trading day was the 15th, where he made $353. Only $21 yesterday, but start slow after a vacation, come back, ease into it. $21 trading the MNQ yesterday for Muhammad. Ernie still hanging in there too. Made another $4. Ernie is eligible for a payout, though he's been trading pretty small the last couple of days. 23 days worth $2,100 for Ernie. And then Bradley. Bradley is also still in there. $324 yesterday for Bradley, trading the NQ. Definitely the P&L leader on the hot streaks list right now. $13,167 on a 22-day heater for Bradley. Nicely done there. All right, we got yesterday's biggest payouts. If you want to see these.
Oh, yeah.
Here we go. Marco on top of the list. Marco's also on our leaderboard.
Is that the one?
I believe Marco is coming in 10th place on our leaderboard today. $32,000 in payouts. Trading in a single live account also. So big day for Marco. I'm sorry. No, I take that back. Marco is trading in XFAs. Next, we got Raul. Raul's trading in a single XFA, $18,000. Vuong, 14,000 out of 5 XFAs. Hugo, 13,600 from a single XFA. And Eric M., $12,673 from a single XFA. Marco is trading in a live account, though. So we can did not take the payoff from the live account, though.
Is that the same Marco that always lets me know that his wife's boyfriend says hello?
I sure hope it is. Marco, if that's
like
you, please
daily,
chime in the
isn't
chat,
it?
please.
Yeah, daily, every day, my wife's boyfriend says hello. And it gets me every time. I still laugh like a little school kid every time I see it. So dumb.
I'll be back in a little bit with the leaderboard.
Thanks, JD. Last trade in the crude, $76.16. Low day, $75.84. Hey, take a look at
Gold traders.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, take a look at gold.
Gold chopping out here at yesterday's value high, 25.56.90, pulling back all the way below the point of control of 25.52.80. And we had some good calls here. Had some very good calls here in the chat and, of course, in our Levels Discord channel. Thank you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie. Gold topped out here. Like I said, peak new high of the day, 25.56. Take a look at NQ. Last trade is 19,633. High of the day, 19,694. Sellers trying to take a lower. We got VWAP 19,577. Gold tilt 58% as we continue to push higher there. It is actually yes. Hey, you got to pull in the chat. Quick pull, quick banger.
Yeah, we're just
Got it. You're still in that?
now. Yeah, I am. Yep.
Beautiful.
Keep pushing here.
Yeah, this is why I don't care about what the chat says.
Ooh.
I mean, yeah, that's why I said we go back up, we retest 667. That's your short entry right there for the house account. That's I don't know.
We were short 40 from 45.
Yeah, we were.
Yes, we were.
We took 3 handles of heat. But we didn't have the checkbox from Hogue. We had a checkbox from Dakota. Those even out.
Yep.
Hogue, I don't know if his team, that was a checkbox from his team or from him. And then Dakota, I think you were just get short.
He was in it. He was in it. Dakota was in it.
Yeah. Well, I was just watching technical analysis. I mean, we were. I wish this move would have happened, and this is the move we were looking for when we first got up there. But we did have that 5-10 minutes run up to. We didn't even get to 56.50. Immediately rejected, consolidated there for a minute, and then we started to break down on that 3-bar reversal on the 5-minute chart, and
What is it now?
right back into this
You did talk about the 3-bar reversal when it was up there, and that was right around. If you want to look at my charts, I think it was right around here at this one.
Yeah, yep,
So it was the second bar. Yeah.
Yep.
And then the third one showed up, and the third one ripped down.
Third one, the charm.
Third one is a charm.
Third one was the charm.
This line right here is where we were short. Now we were short before that. No, we were short from the 45s. Hold on.
Yeah, we were short before that, and we took a $4,000 loss, $5,000 loss.
That short, that small one, but then we had the bigger one before that. So we've been short in the Nasdaq, in the S&P. We started getting short around the 40s. 40s. Isn't that where we started getting short? My scrollers now work.
First trade in the morning was short as 504s in Nasdaq, short 19,504. First trade of the day. That was a winner.
Ooh, there's some big paper coming in at 56.29.
Those might be fake. Those might be fake, Dakota.
We would have. It would have been 10 handles of heat. 10 handles of heat. We're short from 39s, 40s, 41s. But then we're
coming down past these 600s now in the NQ. There are some folks that are front running that area, but we are coming down also to the S&P VWAP.
Man, over 5,000 people watching. Click like, click subscribe.
Okay. I'm out.
I'm stuck on 115,000.
Nice trade,
Great
Dakota.
trade there, Dakota.
Nice trade, Dakota. Great trade.
Now we play a range in the day session range. We look for extremes to do anything. At least in my time frame. You guys have much shorter time frames to find a lot more opportunities.
Still selling off.
We're testing VWAP here in S&Ps, testing VWAP in Google and Microsoft, Meta, not Microsoft. And NVIDIA still isn't really starting to unwind here. Here we go. Huge flush now.
Thank
you. Finally roll over.
Eduardo in the chat saying, get ready with that timber sound effect.
Eduardo was all over.
Eduardo.
The reacceptance inside the IB is what changed everything there.
Nasdaq's right at the VWAP.
Yeah.
What are you guys all looking at?
19,577. Level here. Oh,
where's all those troll by the long gun?
Tell them, Dakota.
I was going higher.
Where are they at? Well, you know what? It was still valid, though, right? Like Hoke said, we were fighting support. We was going up. There's been plenty of days where we just grind higher. But that's why that's a market.
Take a look at
10 handles of heat on the 40 lot, or sorry, on the 30 lot, the first one.
What is that?
Is it 30?
How many dollars is that? 10, 3, 15 G's?
15, yeah. And then it's moved 15 handles since then. You would have had taken heat off. Yeah, you would have had taken.
We got
short 45.
We got the wiggle room.
40 lots.
That's okay. That's okay. I mean, trading this size for the first time, there was a little bit of you could say we were all quiet and
Well, you were saying it right when you increased your daily loss limit, which we did, and we're like, hey, let's go larger with them both, and let's get behind the teams and the traders here. And you said we only use what 20% of it. Is that right?
Yeah. Looking at for percentages or points, right? And one of my favorite things to think is we're looking at to make X amount of points every day, risk X amount of points or whatever you want. And it's so hard because everyone loves to look at the dollar amounts and then they make emotional decisions.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Lost trader? No, I do not. I closed my personal account after 20 years to focus on house account and trade house account. Get that into a position where we can trade large
Hey, Jack,
size.
I did take a loss yesterday. I did hit a DLL, right? But that's the beautiful thing about having a DLL. It limits your downside. You lose $3,000, and then you have a good day like today, and you could, go well beyond your DLL. So just because you don't have to have a DLL doesn't mean you shouldn't. And great example. Yesterday's market, I was struggling. Today has been a lot better for me.
Yes, and Michael, as we know, you took your personal account and we put it in a box and set it to a warehouse, sort of like the Indiana Jones thing. It will not be seen again.
No.
Because you're a new man, a man with a Series 3 designation.
Yes. Here we go.
That was an amazing segue, by the way.
It really was.
Tried
You're
to
a pro.
set that one up.
With one-man accounts. So here we go. Series 3. It's a mouthful. A portfolio manager is long 2 million par 20-year UST bonds, which currently trade at 90. She wishes to hedge the interest rate risk in the bonds completely. Assuming a bond contract size is $100,000, which it is, to hedge effectively, the manager should, a lot of words there, but the question I think is pretty straightforward. Should they short 18 T-bond calls, short 20 T-bond calls, long 18 T-bond puts, or long 20 T-bond puts? And
par is 100, right? And then they're down to 90.
I'll vote right now.
Hedge the interest rate. Interest rates, price goes up, interest rates go down. She wants to hedge the interest rate completely. So that's 20 lots.
Yeah.
I would think.
It's either. Well, obviously it's either B or D, right?
Short T bonds that locks in her. Yeah, she's long. So whatever she wants to do.
I will guess.
My vote's on D. I mean,
I got D too.
I picked the same thing, Dakota. D for Dakota.
I go B.
Yeah, there we go.
It's either B or D. 18.
All right. Well, it's a good thing that MP has already passed. Let's see the answer.
Hey, we got him.
The par value is 100,000. She basically has 20 contracts, and to hedge them, if she's long, needs to buy 20 puts.
So the price of it doesn't matter.
She's hedging interest rates.
Yeah,
from going down.
Even taking it in a more simple form, when you're long, you buy puts to hedge. Puts as an insurance, regardless of what the underlying instrument is. I think that would be a more simplistic way of thinking of it.
The only info with par there is it lets you know that, she's long 20
versus 18.
Right. It doesn't matter what the price is.
End of October, coming for you. Wow.
That was a tough one.
All right, continue to. What else we got here? We got some. Oh man, Eddie, if you're Euro close happy. Yep, 9 minutes after the Euro close. Got about 18 minutes left. Sure, on fast markets. Full power, Kushi. Full power. Every day I got you. Full power. Eddie, if you're ready, I'm gonna throw it to my main man, Eddie, with some more announcements. Eddie
is ready.
Hit us, man.
Eddie is ready. Daily loss limit has been removed from our newly reset and newly opened trading combines, along with the newly opened express funded accounts on TopstepX. Now, the removal of the daily loss limit there's a lot of things that you can do, and a lot of people are sort of freaking out about it. You've got more control over your trading. You can customize your limits now. You've got the flexibility with more or less risk. Uh, there's more of a realistic trading environment. You can also instant access your full maximum loss limit. So what we're saying is we want to recommend that all traders set that personal daily loss limits. It's really easy. I'm going to show you how to do it. But remember, it's your option, your choice. You're the CEO of your company, your account.
Ooh, I
You
like
make all
that.
the moves. So let's go over to my charts real quick if we can. Let's take a walk over there. Now, what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to come into here. Click the gear. And what we see here is personal daily loss limit. This is where you're going to put your loss limit. And this is where you're going to put your personal daily profit target, where you want to get out if you make enough, where you want to get out if you lose enough. Now we'll set these up here real quick. I'm going to put 500 here for a personal daily loss limit. Right now I'm in my account, my 50K. This is my 50K one lot plot. So I'm only trading one lot in this one. So I don't want to lose too much. And if I can make 500, gosh, I'm going to pat myself on the ass. Now here's a very important thing that I want to mention. This is where you've got to set it. Now, if I hit my personal daily loss limit, do I want to do nothing, or do I want to liquidate? I want to clear everything out. And the other option is liquidate and block. Once again, that's going to be where you lock your account out where you cannot get back into it. So what do you want to do there? I'm going to liquidate and block. If I hit that daily personal loss limit, I'm doing something wrong. Here on the personal daily loss limit or profit limit, I'm going to do nothing. All right, I'm going to make that a choice. I am the CEO of my account, and I can make that choice wherever I want. And I'm going to save it, and that is good to go. You can see down here it says settings saved. So make sure you save that, and definitely make sure that your action is chosen. I think that is all I've got here right now as far as that goes. We do have also Discord. You like what we're doing, want to interact with Topstep community, join us on our Discord. I'm going to post that link here in just a little bit. But Andre, that is what I've got so far, and I appreciate the time. Back to you, sir.
Appreciate you using that time, Eddie. Thank you. What's up, Dakota?
I do see another trade setup right here in the NASDAQ for a long.
We got
Thank
you.
Looking for a long back up to 630s possibly.
Up to 630 target. Cool. 630. We are trading 20 points off VWAP.
We're sitting here right at 600s even. I'd like to see more consolidation or more of a test of like 610. If we break above 610, then it would open the door.
We got a check mark. We got a check mark for a long. Got a check mark for long from 600. Do we get more check marks?
We did reject twice off of 587 and a quarter in the NASDAQ. We have rejected twice off the VWAP in the S&Ps. So it can be considerably strong, but the problem is that I'd have to wait for my check mark to come in for bullish liquidity above 615 in the NASDAQ. Okay. So it's no check mark for me, unfortunately.
Yeah, for me, it's a wait until we break out of 610.
Just to recap, we got one check mark, yes, one check mark, no. Recap, one check mark, yes, one check mark, no. Those negate each other. No trade.
I like that rule.
Loud and clear.
About the teams.
Looking for teams now. Looking for teams. We are looking for check marks high and low, far and wide. We are looking for check marks anywhere we can find them. Sometimes there just isn't a trade to be had. So, hey, Hogs Heroes, higher highs and Team Bulldogs. Let me know if check marks can be found for any possible trade. Man.
They're coming in mostly.
He says no trade here. Yeah.
No trades, no check mark anymore. Anymore.
We got Captain stepped away. He's doing something for a while. He'll be back later.
Is there a check mark to be found anywhere?
A little while ago, Sailor was saying he likes longs at 616 up to 664. That may have been previous. It was a little while ago, about 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, this could be setting up for a nice pullback up to those 630s. But I agree with you, Rips. We're just not just buying it right here without a reason. Waiting for me, it's 610, 611. But yeah, I do see those 615s very valid where we could make a little whipsaw up to there and sell right back down. But bullish. Let me go ahead and do this and say
We've got
bullish
Any more check
millions
marks?
looking for shorts up at 629 with a tight stop.
I'm going to go ahead and get in. I'm long.
In essence,
check
IB
marks
high.
There you go.
Oof. 605.
Song 605. The one check mark we found long from 605. Over 605, pushing higher here. We got some appreciation. We got some hashtag fast markets content coming up. Are we pushing here?
Yeah, I really want to see this through 615, pushing hard through 615 without a lot of offer side liquidity. And that would give me a check mark to the long side. But until then, I'm still without a check mark.
Yeah,
Thank you. No check mark. No
this
check
is
mark.
the
Zero
whipsaw
check
zone.
mark.
This is definitely
No.
a whipsaw zone where we could just run liquidity.
Whipsaw zone. Fed Meister. I don't think the Fed is behind the curve. I do not support a 50 basis point rate cut. Coach Hoop. Thank you, Coach Hoop. Mr. saying, I do not support a 50-point basis cut rate cut. Yes, thank you.
Well, Coach Paul is short.
Coach Paul is short. There's a check mark for a short. $10 minutes left here in fast markets. MP, we got no trades on, correct? Update. What's the P&L update on the house account? What are we looking at?
It's 13,903 half.
Okay.
Which I would say for the size we traded today is just fine.
Yeah, it's small. Like you said, 20% of daily loss limit. I just closed out of that one.
Captain says 629 is the ceiling, which is pretty close to the IB high. So Captain's looking maybe for potential shorts up there. He just popped back in here for a moment.
Right, 629. Okay, current trade 19,590.
If this was a normal 150K account, we're trading a house account, we're only down $600.
Yeah, exactly. 100%.
Good risk.
Yeah,
management.
20% of the $3,000 daily loss limit, $600.
My guy, the music man is right in the middle, so it's hands off here.
No trade, no check mark, hands off. Eduardo's looking at the Google. If Google breaks a recent low of 167.53, we might see another timber.
Max up.
Timber downside. Hey, my man James Harden says, hashtag fast markets are ready to go. James,
yep.
Did they come through? Did they deliver today like they always do?
They did. We have a lot of good today. And before I jump right into it, though, I do want to reiterate, if don't forget today at noon, instead of our normal shoulder tap, we're going to have Coach Dakota take a look at your trade reports.
That's right.
And
yes,
so,
I will be going over trading. I was going to go get a fake mustache, but I don't have time and I can't find it.
That would have been hilarious. That would have been pretty good.
You got to go to those.
That would have been pretty good, dude.
So I am right now putting Dakota's Discord room in the Topstep Discord in the chat. Go ahead and click on there. Export your trade report URLs from Topstep X. Drop them in there. He'll go through and we'll do a Coach Dakota style shoulder tap. He'll look them over, and that's at noon. So go ahead and get those in. Moving on, we picked this one out of the crowd when we showed Gabe's video. Was that video shot on a baked potato, bro? And come on, man. You know how many Radio Shacks he had to go to find a VHS tape and a battery for that thing?
It's 35 millimeter film.
Amazing.
It's art. Ridley Scott uses it. All right. From James Hansen. Had a word with myself after a miserable day on Friday. Super happy with my performance today. Clip size 5 micro NQ.
That's some good
Yeah,
trading.
94
5
bucks up
micro
on the
NQ.
day.
Great.
Yeah.
One whole lot.
That's good.
No, sorry. Half a lot. Half a mini.
That profit factor is beautiful.
It's
Yes, it
insane.
is.
Jack
That's what's
Bogan.
up.
Mom,
That's-
I'm famous.
From Trey 8er. Almost there. Slow and steady. Overtraded a bit today, but was able to manage to stay profitable.
Mhm.
That's sick.
5.7K day. That's a good day. That's way, way profitable.
That's sick.
We got,
was that one
let's see,
day?
kind of looks like a Hungus, but it's not. Oh, we can go back.
Fungus.
What was that, Dakota?
What is this?
I was just looking to see, was that one day or was that, look at the date range.
Oh, it is multiple days. You're right.
Multiple days. Okay, but still, good job. Back to the Hungus-inspired meme. Why did the day trader bring a calculator to the bar? Because they wanted to keep track of their 50 lots of liquid assets.
Wow.
Oh, man.
Hold on. Bring a calculator.
I let that one go.
Yeah.
Over my head.
I had a joke
Oh,
too, but it was a vegetable joke. It was just too corny.
Just take 50 shots, you'll start to laugh.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Hungus, nothing for museum, kid.
Holy moly.
We're trolling Hungus right now. No, Hungus, you're
Holy
badass
cow.
at it.
Wolf of IPDA says it's a Winnie the Pooh live day trading kind of day. Short squeeze on your bare ass.
I think it's good to throw a bad one in there every now and then, but hey, I thought it was good.
We got 2 more real quick for you. This is what foreplay looks like as day traders.
Would have filled. Would have filled.
From Mr. Price Action.
Is it that way?
Yeah, a bunch of good ones,
Getting stopped out?
Depends
I think
if
getting
it's
stopped out. What
entering
year order
position or
filled?
closing your stop loss or take profit. I'd say take profit, Phillips.
Oh, take profit. I definitely.
And then finally, our last submission for today's Fast Markets is this is the one rule of the house account. Don't ever touch my house account. Don't touch it.
Drum set.
Did you touch my drum set?
Hey man,
Did you touch my drum set?
did you touch my drum set? It's just weird because
I thought I was going to keep going.
Weird.
All right, well, that's all we got
Awesome.
today, Andre. So I will pass it
Thank
back
you.
to you for appreciations.
All right, 4 minutes left in the fast markets. We got to pull up. Are you up this morning or down? We'll see. Maybe we close it out. Got 3 minutes left. It might coincide
got?
with. Hey, real quick. Let's do a quick.
So you got 64. You
Rundown
got
of the
60% saying up right now. The listeners, 60% say up.
Let's do a quick rundown of today's schedule. We got coming out here, and then we got some appreciations. Chat, throw it in the chat. Chat, what are you appreciative for while we run down the schedule? We'll start grabbing some. Hey, we got fast markets coming up. Right now, we're in fast markets. We got power players coming up. Myself, Dolby Time, Coach Paul. We got shoulder tap, but it's gonna be with no shoulder tap. It's gonna be group coaching with Dakota. Dakota's gonna be in there. We got some reverse extended group coaching. Then we got Back to the Futures with the captain in the house today. JD and the captain will be here at 1 p.m. Central Time. Then we got Power Hour, Hogue, Dolby, Rips. Then we got at the buzzer was Jay, Coach Paul, of course, Star Slow Markets right there, Coach Dakota. All right. We got appreciations coming up right here. Chat, what are you guys appreciative for? And we'll throw it in there. I'm appreciative for performance stance at Topstep X. Awesome. Love to see that. Please put your appreciations in there. Let's start with MP. What are you appreciative for on this Tuesday here in Fast Markets?
Seeing a bear on the way to work. I just think it's so awesome to be in wildlife. So I appreciate. How about this? I appreciate wildlife abundantly.
Yeah, hey,
I think it's.
we got a 600 lot here at 32. 600 lot on the offer here, 32 in the S&Ps, and they are now filled.
And filled.
Wow, just filled. All right, Dakota, what are you appreciative for?
That's 300 at the offer. 300 at
Man, I don't know. I've went over everything so far. I think us, right? Just the ability that we could all come together and trade, and it's it's always never about the money, but we're all here. We're all trading the markets. We have the ability to do this together. Is something special.
Said, well said.
Agreed.
Mr. Rips, what are you appreciative for?
Well, I'm appreciative, and this is going to sound terrible, but I'm going to say it anyway. I'm appreciative for Topstep. And I'm appreciative for Topstep for the sole reason that for the last 3 trading days in my XFAs, I'm up $45,907. And all I had to do was risk $750, which was the cost of my combines, and another $750 for the XFA fee. But hey, all in, I'm under $1,500 to make $45,907. Where else on the planet could you do such a thing? I'm appreciative for Topstep.
Man.
Great trade, by the way.
Yeah, great trade. And I'm appreciative for the transparency that Topstep brings. So you guys see the real numbers, real trades, real executions from real traders. No fluff, no filler here. What you see is what you get. And yeah, we're not, it's no BS in here. So yeah, house accounts down a little bit today. We actually risked quite well. Like Dakota says, like being down $600. So we say about $600 on a 50K account, Dakota?
Yeah. 150K, it's 20% of
150K.
300,000.
What? Hold on.
3,000.
Yeah.
Yeah, so 150K account has a daily loss limit of $3,000, right? 20% of that is $600. 20% of the account size we're trading is what we're at right now.
For 40 lots, we had 20, we had 40. It's crazy how 5 lots, how quickly you can build up an account just the same.
Those things in perspective.
And
All
I
right,
thought
let's
the downside,
recap the poll.
the downside's good.
Recap the poll. Over 700 votes within 3 minutes. Are you up this morning or down? 60% are up. Great. Good on you. Market has not been the easiest by any means. Patience has proved to be reign supreme, stuff like this. But with that being said, we got power players coming up again. We got myself, Adobe Time, Coach Paul, the star of At the Buzz. Make sure to tune in. Anyways, guys, that was a lot of fun. No matter what, we will always trade for tomorrow. So stay tuned. Power players coming up next.
Hey, Hogue here. I'm excited and honored to tell you the Topstep levels are now available on Topstep X charts, including the weekly kickoff levels. Now, to add them to the charts, you'll find it under indicators. You can just type in Topstep's daily levels. You're going to get weekly high and low, daily high and low, value areas, points of control, and yes, those weekly kickoff levels. In settings on the indicator, you're going to be able to choose which of those levels you want to populate on your charts. Daily levels will update daily. Use them in confluence with your strategies, your levels. It's all about context, no guarantees. We hope that they serve you well.
Yeah, just like Coach Paul said, this is a Ferrari, not a jalopy, so that's damn right. It is power players. The guy in the middle, you guys know Coach Paul, the star of At the Buzzer. On the right side, there's Dolby Time, my partner in crime, Power Hour. All right, fellas, we're talking the green room. What do we have? What do we have in store for this Power Hour, guys? Let's go over it.
Oh, well, first off, hello to chat and to Andre and to Coach Paul. Tough trades in the house account today, but also very, very tricky session, especially with NVIDIA earnings tomorrow. Probably a big wait-and-see game. But Coach Paul and I, we've actually really enjoyed taking trades with chat. We've used some of Paul's like ATR levels, some of his system, a little bit of my system, a little bit of what chat wants. So, got a question for you, chat. Do we want to trade the ES or the YM? We don't have to do a poll. We could do just a little poll chat or chat poll. Just type in, do you want to see ES trade or a YM trade in the next 50 minutes? And then once we get that done, we will decide long or shorts. And then we'll start looking for levels and strategizing some trades here.
Strategizing. I love
like
no
that.
No NQ. NQ's played
a lot of
out.
ES.
YM or ES.
Seen a lot of ES in the chat.
What's it going to be? Spin the wheel. We'll execute the trade.
I'm seeing a lot of ES.
Let's give it 30 seconds, but it seems like it's like, what, 70-30 ES, 80-30 ES, a little bit of YM here. It's all ES. Okay, cool. So we'll do ES as the market.
All right, ES it is. Chat wants ES, we'll do ES.
It's okay.
All right,
you Dow traders just got to practice your numbers, start recruiting people. It's a great market. Got to share it with the world. But we will do ES for right now. So I got the ES up here on the 5-minute chart. So next question for ES would be, I guess, long or shorts. But we are dead center in the middle of this range. So Coach Paul, what do you got right now in the ES? Analysis.
Thing I want to look at it. We're below the pivot that I have of 56.42, so I'm leaning towards the sell side.
Okay, let me just put that on
we've held both sides. We've held support at 56.15, and we're piddling in the middle. So
there it is. That's who said it.
There we go. We had a question.
Coach Paul, it was you. We were talking about this on Power RES. It's diddling in the middle, but you say piddling in the middle. We were trying to figure out who said piddling. It is indeed
It's
Coach
me.
Paul.
That's the way I learned it. I learned it in the corn pit. So
there you go.
I could be wrong, but I'm sticking to my game.
I like it. All right, we found out who's
started a new trend.
All right, let's get back into it. All right, so we're piddling in the middle here in the ES. Fellas, let's talk us through this trade.
Yeah. Run through your levels. So we got the Coach Paul pivot at, what'd you say, 56.42 evens about?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
And we're leaning short because we're underneath that.
Yes.
Okay.
And
I like
in the
shorts.
middle of the range. So
here we are.
I'm looking to hit base hits, or even a walk would be good.
A walk? What is a walk in trader terms? Is that like a free?
Getting a trade without trying, taking one ATR, letting the market come to you. I find that my biggest losing days is when I tried to force making money. If anybody's experienced that, where we're just looking to make money, not to trade right, I have an old saying is, trade right, you don't have to be right. So in the middle, we know where we're at. This is what's presented to us. So how do we execute from there? Me, I'm going to lean towards the sell side.
Sell side. Okay.
Sell side. Last trade 56.36 in the ES. Tilt 62% long.
All right.
We do have that. Something I've been watching recently is these higher lows within the 5-minute range that we have. So it does make me a little bit hesitant to want to go short, just because I've gotten burned so many times recently. But what kind of do you want to short your pivot point, Paul? That's like 56.42.
If we could get up there, I would like that. I'll tell you
Get
what.
up
Let's
there?
play this
Okay.
game. I'll do the sell side. You do the buy side.
And see who wins first.
Interesting.
Well, I want to pull back if that's the case. If we're trying to get long,
Okay.
I wouldn't. Yeah, I would probably try to get long like 56.32, 30s, and 27s. Is where I would want to get.
I'm going to try and sell 42s or 40s even.
Yeah.
So
let's see, what levels does chat like for long? Okay, it's
On the sell
crypto 56.29s. 56.36.50. That's kind of the range that I have drawn, actually.
Mm-hmm. All right. One recap. Who's got buy side? Who's got sell side?
I would be buy side.
Okay, cool.
I'll be sell side.
All right.
Hey, Dolby, can you put a VWAP from the high?
Yeah. Got you.
That'll help us get an idea of where the
VWAP,
buyers and sellers have weighed.
It's like right there.
All right, so
56.37.
I'm going to start with one sell at VWAP. I got the sell side.
Okay, cool.
Yes.
And I would want to pull back.
Yes.
And see if I can nail along this higher low trend line. So maybe like 56.33 evens, something like that. I don't know if we're even going to get filled just because we're so late to the party here. So Coach Paul, with NVIDIA earnings coming out, do you think indices are just going to slowly creep higher just because there's not enough news in the market maybe to really drive price down?
I think they're going to go to the mean, trade to the mean. So this has been dubbed the earnings of the decade. And it does create quite a stir. So knowing that, I don't think we're going to get big move either way until it comes out. Yeah. But, markets, you said it, usually trend higher in stocks, right? So, because there's always money coming in to buy.
Right.
You don't see a big institutional stock house looking to get short.
Right.
So I'd agree with you. I think we'll probably drift. Buy low, sell high will work, I believe, for the next day.
Okay.
So overall,
a bit of a pop. A bit of a pop there.
Still a little friendly.
Yes, about a $8 pop right there. Looking at this 5 minute. Take a look at the calendar. Coming out. No, those are old. Yes, we got 70% long in the NQ. 70% long in the NQ.
Yeah, this is going to be. I think I like your shorts better than I like the longs, Paul. At least in like the short term. I think the levels that are coming up to hit are a little bit more enticing than chasing on the long side. I think there are a couple of people in chat who are long, but most of the people in chat seem to be long from like the 30s. I see money flows long 56.34 and 3/4. MACD's 56.32. So it looks like most of chat is sitting in the money currently, about 8 to 10 points. So I'm kind of curious to see what their target is. So MACD's and IC money flow, what's your targets to the upside here? Are you trying to get like a range extension all the way out of 56.50? Or do you have other methods for taking profits there? If you're in chat, let us know.
Yeah, it's a good question.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like most of chat is actually... at least the ones who are typing in their good trades are in good trades.
72% long. 72% long in the NQ. Yep.
What was that percentage?
72% long.
A little heavy.
Long buys.
Yeah.
So we're drifting towards the pivot. And we're above that VWAP. Let's try. I'll try short at 42.
Okay, cool.
I'll risk, and since we won't diddle in the middle, or piddle.
Piddle.
You say tomato, I say tomato.
I love it, man.
if we can get there, and risk 1 ATR.
One
On
cool.
the 5
So
minute.
yeah, can you
Talk on that.
explain the ATR real quick, Coach
Yeah.
Paul, kind of how you use that?
Yeah,
I can put it on here
there's
too.
two
Let me
ways.
put it on the chart.
It stands for the average true range. For beginners who are just trying to understand it, remove true. It's the average range, and it incorporates 14 periods back of the range. So I use it to measure my risk in a time frame. Different time frames will have different ATRs. We're using the 5 minute, so I want to stay in rhythm with the market, right, where it is presently. It's more dynamic. It's not static. So using that, I'm using that as basically a measuring tool for my risk. For people who are poker players, blackjack players, it's the chip. How many chips I'm willing to ante. Think of it as an ante. To get in this game, you have to take some risk.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
73% long now, guys. 73% long in the NQ. Average price from long, 19,590. 19,590. So they are in the money.
So interesting here. Is it looking at the 5 minute again in the ES?
Yeah, I can go back to the ES.
Okay, when you get it.
There we are. Okay, we're back in the 5 minute ES. ATR is currently 5.24.
So what? I like this. Now we're moving on. We're getting new information. We'll see how this 5 minute ends up. If we don't hit 42, if it fails that 5 minute, I'd be willing to sell one.
Sell one. Okay. Underneath anchored VWAP, which is 56.37 and a quarter.
Right.
Okay.
If it closes below it, right now, I'm neutral.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'd be looking to get
things I
long around 56.32. So I would kind of want to get long where most of the people in chat got long, and to see if we can get that pullback to about the midpoint of the range.
And boy, we are right in the middle.
Yes, we are.
Yeah, we are. I don't think anyone on screen right now is expecting much price action currently. Just because, I mean, we got lunchtime plus NVIDIA tomorrow, plus we just extended lows and extended highs. Like, the market has accomplished a lot today, considering what's going on tomorrow. So it might be slow up until power hour. Might be good range trading, though, if you like scalping.
Toby, I'll follow your lead there. I
like it.
I am a terrible range trader. It just doesn't fit my personality. You're good at it, so it make good teamwork.
I like this.
I'm gonna try to do a little maybe a little book, a little PDF on range trading and like notes and stuff that I've taken on range trading. Be like a little memoir to range trading. Should be fun. I have enough notes on it though.
And send it to me.
Well,
one of the great things here at Topstep that I missed from being on the floor for 30 years is the community. We learn. We get different perspectives. I used to think there should be something to replace the floor community, and Topstep has done that. And a shout out to the team. This is a great community. If you're just learning how to trade, this is a great place to learn.
Yeah, it is. It's honestly, it's so much fun. Trading is so much fun. It's such a challenge.
The best.
Just like, with yourselves, and then you get the community involved, kind of like that, brotherhood or sisterhood, whoever's on your, on your side or in your corner. There's just so much positive stuff that can come from trading. If you let it. It can also be extremely negative. Just depends what you let in. What you let in as a trader and as a person. Still hanging on anchored VWAP here. Rejected 40s, trading 37 even, so down 3 points. Did you ever get that short, Paul, at 40s or not? Not yet.
42.
Oh, you wanted 42.
I want to see it's the 5 minute. Either this is the race. Either we hit 42s or we close in the 5 minute under VWAP. Close. I wait for the close. I don't just wait for the price personally. The close has a little more meaning because it's taking a little bit of time. You know, all prices are not equal, but when it closes, it's to me it's better information.
Yeah, see, I'm more of like a price guy. I want priced candle close. I don't wait for candle close. Is that like a momentum thing for you, Paul? Like you just want that confirmation that you're getting?
Yeah, I want the confirmation. The output. I'll put it as an output. Yeah. It can change. It can trade. If it's good, it'll close above that level or below that level.
Right. I'm gonna start putting
maybe it is from. Did we close below that?
On what? On 5 minute? Not yet.
5 minute.
No, I got 2 minutes. About a minute 40. I'm looking to get long 32.50, 29.75, and 27.50. So I'm going to see if we can maintain this higher low line. I'm not sure what the total risk would be on this trade yet, but we'll parse it out as soon as we get filled on the first one. And we're just going to, so we have 5 minute consolidation, middle of range, higher lows. And so we're just going to try to go with the flow a little bit.
Hey, another thing I'd like to bring up about the average true range, it's also a barometer. It's the same as volatility. And what we noticed from the that break we tripled our average true range on the daily, which is showing the heat of the movement. We've cut it in half in the last week. So usually what does that mean? The market has slowed down.
Yes, it has.
The move has slowed down, and it's kind of the momentum has slowed down.
Yeah.
Hey, real quick, crude making new lows here: $75.62. Low of the day, $75.60 now. New lows put in there. Keep an eye on that. These guys are trading
roller coaster.
Yes, they are. These guys are trading the ES right now. There you go, Hoop. Well done, Hoop. Yes, look, they were looking because Paul was looking to take a short at 42. He's never really got there, but that would have been about. So, what were you saying about average range there, Paul?
Yeah, one of the things looking at the average true range, especially on the daily, it's a barometer of the volatility. Bigger ranges, in stocks, you're going to have bigger ranges or more volatility on the downside versus the upside. The fear index, right? With that, we can get a barometer of how fast the market is moving. And then when it starts trading sideways like it did in the last week, what's going to happen to the average true range or the volatility? It's going to slow down because it's recalculating. We just witnessed that here in stocks on the daily, and it's really the buyers have either stopped buying or they're finding sellers. I don't know which is which, but using ATR, I know that it's slowed down the buying, so I will adjust my levels too.
Smart. Well, it does. The volatility has slowed. The price action has slowed. I don't think there's any question about that right now. I saw the NQ take
it's very slow.
Yeah. It's very slow. So how do we adjust then if it is going to be like this slow? Paul wanted to take shorts. Toby was going to take some longs. Is that feasible with this type of price action?
Yeah. Well, I mean, listen, if it's like lunchtime and you haven't placed any trades yet, I mean, I've theorized that you could probably become a pretty good range trader if you only traded between like the off hours, which say like 10:30 Central to like 12 Central, right? And if you have a high degree of confidence that we're going to be range bound during, say, lunch, then you can have a little bit more, say, dedication to shorting highs and buying bottoms, because that's kind of how you range trade. And then if you know it's going to be relatively tight, then you probably want to tighten up your profit target and your stops. So you're probably looking for 1-to-1 trades or 2-to-1 trades, and not much more than that. Not much more than that, because we're not expecting to get the volatility because it's lunch. We have Nvidia tomorrow. We've already done the higher high, lower low thing, and so we have to kind of temper our expectations a little bit with the trade. But we're kind of getting down to a level that I wouldn't mind being long. So
what price would that be, Dolby?
But somewhere between like 30s and 32s.
Okay, I got VWAP at 32. A 5-minute.
Cool. We got anchored
Yeah,
VWAP at
another
56.37.
thing on that, there's used to be a phenomenon called the noon balloon in stocks in New York. And that was mostly when it was just floor trading specialists. Whatever the move was, it would slow down and rotate back the other way around 11 o'clock Central, noon, New York, as people went to lunch. I don't see that as much, but Dolby, you're right. After 11 o'clock, 10:30, the big, look at the first hour's volume, first half an hour's volume is usually the largest, right? Volume drives direction. And then it creates an imbalance that needs to be traded out. So this is where we're at now, in the middle. It's being traded out. This is where discipline, you're a disciplined trader, your personality, and adjust accordingly. To me, this is not my favorite place to be. I like action. I want some. So I'm usually there looking for it on the opening.
Well, I think what's interesting, it's like, Andre and I have done Power Hour for, I don't know, months at this point. And it was a time of the day that I don't think Andre or I ever spent any time trading in our careers or, in our retail life. And I think over time, like, you kind of get used to the time frame that you're trading. And once you kind of get used to it, it's nice. It's nice spending an hour or two of really focused trading. Like, you pick your time frames and it's like, I'm going to take my trades with this window, and you stay sharp. You take all your entries versus, trading all of the open and then trying to trade lunch, which is totally different price action, which is then going to have totally different price action from Power Hour. So not only like specializing in your system and strategy, but even specializing in like what time of day you want to trade, because even those within any given session are going to feel different, but the time of the day might feel somewhat the same. The same.
Yeah, that's a great point. Trying to trade outside of your personality, and can lead to a lot of forced trades. I've been that. I don't trade well in slow markets. Dakota trades well in slow markets. I appreciate. I just find what works for you, and and do more of that. But it all comes down to managing your account. Determining it. Sometimes we look at trades that are losing trades, and we say, "Oh man, I was wrong." You might be a good trade. You made the right trade. It lost money, right?
Yep.
Right idea, wrong location. We've been there before.
How often you see that? You see that all the time, though, Paul. And it's something we have to live with and work through from the beginning to the end of our trading careers, I'd say.
I would say even the house account trade today was right idea, wrong location. I mean, we're only off by 8 points, but
the stops
it really wasn't that bad. It was the right idea.
Because we don't. I like to say the only certainty we have is uncertainty.
That's right.
So, there's always something new coming out. So, making a trade, being consistent in your trading plan, and executing it. It's really hard trading when you lose and you're new and you don't know how to lose. that creates this dichotomy of good, bad that we can get, that can lead to tilt, right?
Yes, it does.
So right here, I mean, there's nothing much going on.
Nope.
Trying to force this,
I miss getting filled on this one by.
Yeah.
I had an order at 32.50, and it went to 33.25. So we missed it by a point and a tick. So about 5 ticks, we missed that. Oh man, just immediate 4-point bounce. That would have been a nice trade.
No.
Just not high enough there. So the higher lows did maintain. I just didn't have an entry up high enough. I was expecting a deeper pullback. That's unfortunate.
And it's holding that candle, a big candle there. VWAP is flattened out. Boy, I mean,
yeah.
What else
Yes,
do
it
we?
has.
It's like
it's flat everywhere. I'm looking at every market, Paul. It's flat everywhere.
Sometimes the best trades are the trades we don't take.
Yep.
Absolutely. We're with that. Yeah, taking a look. We did see a minor pop there. There's some buying did step in here. And Q trying to get out of this range. Look at the 5 and hey, we just did. See if it wants to continue to push higher here. Let's trade 19,640. It is the upper end of the range. Look at the 5. This is the NASDAQ. Gold is chopping around sideways. Last trade 25.48. Just beat that 25.50 level. See if the buyers want to really take this and run with it in the NQ.
Yeah, right.
Yes. Yeah, I know. Yes.
Like, really?
Yes.
Where are we going? Where are we going?
Get back here is what it's going to say. The sellers say, get back here. Get back in a range.
Yeah. I just think the shorts are too easy up here, especially since we already rejected it once. But maybe that's what pushes this to the upside. Who knows?
Who knows? This is the $1 million question. I don't think anyone knows.
No.
So right here, I'd have nothing to do, and I'm glad to do it.
I mean, I wouldn't even take a crude trade. This is crude oil, but
we're looking everywhere right now, Paul.
That's like maybe doing something. I mean,
well,
maybe
the trade I really like. The one that's working is the Japanese yen. That's the trade that's been working for me.
What's happening over there?
That one.
It's holding a nice rally. Everybody forgot about the carry trade. It's still unraveling. It's been a good buy lately. And boy, that volatility has picked up. It used to be a nice, quiet market to sell. Now,
not anymore. They say
it's actually ripping to the upside. I know this might be boring, but we really haven't had a good signal here.
I have orders in. I'm trying.
Nice.
I am trying. I have orders in. I'm trying to get filled on stuff responsibly. I don't want to chase, but I do have orders in. So I'm playing this game.
What are we working, Dolby?
We're playing. We were working 32.50s. I bumped it up to 56.34 evens and 32.5. I'm still looking for this flush to the downside a little bit to maybe run some stops before we push higher. I just want to maintain trading with the higher lows within the 5-minute range that we're seeing here. It's kind of I've gotten burned too much, Dre. I've gotten burned too much trying to bet against either lower highs or higher lows. So I'm trying to get rid of that bias of counter trend trading those things.
All right, we're working a bit around 32.50. Got you there.
And 34s.
What does chat think?
Go to the chat. Long or short?
They're probably chilling right now.
Yeah, based
unless
on,
they got
based on tilt, got 68% long in the ES.
So it's come down a little bit then, right?
It has. We were up to 72%.
Okay.
Let's take a look at the 30 minutes.
Long short.
Let's see if we see
for
any,
ES.
For ES, yeah.
It's not doing anything else either. I mean, it's
it's the same.
Pretty tight. Yeah. I mean, if we go high to low in the 30-minute, we're about 24 minutes from printing a 30-minute range. I mean, 15-minute is pretty much range bound. We got 1, 2, 3. We're working on the third candle right now. So, yeah, you can even make a little note right here. We'll say 15-minute range high.
Range high. Take a look at Topstep daily levels in the ES. Last trade 56.37. 56 takes test. We are at settlement. We are at settlement right now.
Yep.
Sharply unchanged.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Well, 15-minute. So 40s is holding pretty good. We might end up getting that pullback actually. After 1, 2. We got higher lows, lower highs, a little bit of a Dorito going on. All right. We're going to keep these orders. I think we're going to get filled by noon on one of these.
All right. Working 34s and 32s.
Yep.
Good. Oh.
Can you put that VWAP back on from the highs?
Oh, yeah. I don't know why that left. I got you. Hold on. True range. Where's it at? There we go.
And you can see this average true range is just melting, right? And why would it melt? Because we're sideways.
Yeah, ATR is coming down too, or now we're underneath 5 on the ATR. It was over 5. Now we're at 4.96. So that means we're getting even tighter with price action and volatility. Still maintaining higher lows. I still like this trade. Let's keep it.
All right.
And then Dre, my house account got souped up, baby.
I know it did. What?
It got turbocharged.
What else we got in there?
Let's just say these one lots are off by a decimal place.
Slap a 0 on there. Are we slapping a 0 on the end of that one? Yes.
Probably could on all 3 of them.
I like
and
it.
Some. Yeah.
Gas
Power
the
hour's
sucker
gonna
up.
get spicy. It is gonna get spicy.
All right, working the 32s, 34s on the bid here in the ES. Very, very tight range right now.
Yep.
Oh.
If you do get that fill, snap right back. Just like when we saw those buyers come in there, try to take it higher.
Mm-hmm. It worked once. See if it works again. 15-minute range. Yeah, we're just playing higher lows.
NASDAQ up to 71% long again.
Interesting.
Yeah. All right, 34s in the orders trade. More ticks.
Almost.
Get a little partial there.
Almost.
Well, you're right there.
Let's pull.
I have a feeling if they let you in, it's going to go lower, though.
I know, but that's the game you play with range trading.
Yeah.
It's either you have the best entry on earth or you are losing immediately, and there is no in between. You just have to know what game you're playing.
Marx used to say, I wouldn't join a club that would allow me to be a member, right?
Very
Once
true.
you get in there,
Yeah, range trading is not for people who like certainty. It's for people who like holding trades and want the best price possible relative to range. Got touched. No fill, though.
No fill. We'll get another quick one here. Come on, hook them up on 34s.
Come just
Go
shoot
right back
down
to
and get
36.
me on both. Just go test 32 and a quarter.
And just go right back to 36. Do the right thing.
Yeah.
I'm actually kind of want to sell it here.
Do it.
Sell one.
I'll swap sides with you, Coach Paul. I'll be on the other side of your trade.
Might get it here.
Oh my
goodness.
Fill me?
That'd be amazing.
Did you get filled?
Did you get a 1?
No, I haven't gotten filled yet. It's just
that'd be hilarious.
I gotta wait behind. This isn't NASDAQ. I have to wait behind 70 orders before I get filled. If it was NASDAQ, it'd be like me and like 3 other people. No.
Yeah, you can.
No.
Don't be a Richard for a tick.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I know.
They might get it right here. 34s are trading.
There's
32s trade.
Oh.
Okay, now we're in.
Now we are in. How many?
Yep. 2.
Oh, okay. I thought we were. Oh.
Let's see if we can sell one at VWAP, and then we'll hold the other one for end of session. We got 20 minutes in this trade, and we're risking $300.
Paul, what price?
Not even that much.
Paul, what price you short from?
That would settle from just above here. 36.
Sure, for 36 one time. And Dolby, your position long two from an average of what? 33?
33 and a quarter. 33 and a quarter.
33 and a quarter. Long two for 33 quarter.
Mm-hmm. And I'm stopped out.
Man, that was
brutal.
That was quick.
That was quick. That was super fast.
Yeah.
Poll came up in the chat here. Whose train are you riding? Coach Paul's or Dolby Time's train?
Hopefully not mine. I think
as long as we're on time,
I'll take 2 ATR. So let's buy one at 26.
Did I?
That would be my trade, and I'd be done.
I put $500.
What went wrong there?
Range got busted.
Maybe it wanted the 30-minute instead. It might have been on too small of a time frame. Yeah, because I had a third contract to buy at like 28s around so maybe I should have had my stop at like 24 evens because technically we're still within the range. That might have just been a stop run.
Well, no, you
could have been.
Was my stop? Was my
you
22
did what you want. You planned to do. I mean,
Oh yeah.
Is there something that that you didn't like that you did?
No, I think in hindsight, everything was the way I wanted it to be. 50. Okay. I got 29 and a quarter. I think the only thing I would have changed maybe was having the stop outside of the 15-minute range low area. Oh, that is the mistake I made actually.
Yeah, 15-minute you said?
Yeah. I might have actually moved this line. I should probably go up there, but then the 30-minute range. Yeah, so if you're range trading, this is my mistake. So if you're range trading, you want your stop to be outside of the range that you're trading. So my stop was within the margin for error of the range. So that makes sense as to how and why I got stopped out because I wasn't on a big enough time frame.
Yeah,
it's okay though.
Yeah, the zoom out to zoom in perspective.
You kind of do. Someone's saying is NVIDIA
for my trade.
That's interesting.
I'm going to enter a stop where I get in 36. OCO, one cancels the other, or order cancels order.
Order cancels order.
Versus buying 26s. Actually, 26 and a quarter.
Okay. 26 and a quarter.
Yeah.
See, I kind of want to hop in longs again, though.
Okay.
Because I think that might have been the stop run that I was looking for.
Yeah.
NVIDIA's doing fine. NVIDIA is range bound. NVIDIA is insanely range bound. That's what, almost 6 days?
Oh, yeah. Well, think about it. If you're a large money manager, are you going to jump in front of the number with a big order?
No.
Or a big position, a big allocation? Probably not. So I can see, like we talked earlier, it's going to rotate until you get the news. Because as a fund manager in the equities, you're never going to get fired for owning stocks. You might get fired for not owning stocks in a rally. Right? We're traders. We're different.
Where's my pen? I don't know. You can't journal without a pen.
No.
Type some notes.
You gotta go paper.
Gotta go paper.
Yeah, I'm a paper journal guy. We gotta make notes though. Gotta learn. See, oh man. This is kind of the trade that I wanted, but I was too tight on it, right? So it stuck within the range, rejected the 15-minute range high, and then kind of went down and tested the bottom. But I was piddling in the middle. So if we go back and look at my order entries, so 34. Yeah, this is going to be, in hindsight, this is going to look very, very silly. So I got long 34 and 32.50.
Okay.
So let me mark these in green so they're easy to identify. And this is going to be very apparent as to what I did wrong. So I got those marked. And then my orders were pretty much exactly in the middle of this 30-minute range.
All right.
Almost, yeah, exactly. So this teal line is the middle of the 30-minute range. Both of my longs were in the middle of the 30-minute range. So honestly, it makes complete sense for this to test the top of a 30-minute range, then go and test the lows, and then kind of bounce. So my order for this range trade was actually not a range trade. This was more of a bad trade. I'm going to say bad trade on the system.
I thought the thought process was sound. I saw what you saw. I guess
It
maybe
was.
the time frame on the charts may have been maybe we're a little too zoomed in, but I mean, look what they're doing right now. I mean,
yeah. So
market,
I think,
man.
you know, what, yeah, and this can happen too if you're, I think probably for any system, it's like we're not looking at the right range as a trader, and sometimes you have to zoom out a little bit and see what your trades look like in reference to larger time frames. Because I can tell you right now, if I had put on those orders and then zoomed out to the 30-minute or the 1 hour, I would have looked like, hey, my orders look like they're in the dead center of the range. So that's coin flip territory. So sometimes maybe putting on an order, it's actually kind of a good note. It's like put an order on and then go to like a higher time frame and then see where your order is relative to, say, a 30-minute chart. I like that. I'm writing that one down.
Can I offer one other suggestion on your journal?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Note where VWAP was when you made the trade.
Why? Go on. Yeah, tell us why.
Because VWAP represents volume-weighted average price, right?
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
So it's more than just the price, it's volume. So the volume is, if you're under it, has been selling, right? And if you're trying to buy it below it, are you picking up someone else's burden? Or are you going with, in other words, are you going with the flow?
Right.
It's something to note. And maybe you can find a consistency that I keep buying it under VWAP and I get ticked out, or I'm just it's not working. Is it above VWAP and I'm buying it?
Yeah,
things like that. Man, it's just a good note to see. It helped me, like working with Coach Jay for the last about 9 months, and he's just really good with volume. And it helps to note, am I going against the flow? And I consider VWAP the flow.
The flow,
Just
yeah.
put it in your notes. See if you find any kind of consistency in that.
And VWAP, yeah. I mean, I think it'd be great for like trending days and stuff. But did you end up taking the short up there, Paul, off of VWAP or no?
Yep, I have one ATR risk on. Basically scratch here.
Yeah, what a vicious little move, man.
Yeah, wasn't it classic?
It was.
Well, that's what
it's
happened.
Right back. It's just right back.
Right.
We had it.
Sharply unchanged.
We had it.
Sharply unchanged.
Oh, we had it. So predictable. Every time. Run those. Go get that liquidity down there.
Well, was the stop too tight then? Is that what it was?
No, it was
entry.
It was wrong all before then. Yeah. So like I said, those orders were on right in the middle of the range. Those orders should have been down by like 30s or 28s. So I do have it in this PDF that allegedly I'm going to be releasing at some point in time. Like what you want to do as a range trader is like you want to find the biggest range that's currently being traded and then try to trade around those levels, because anything else is in between. Like whatever that strongest range is going to be like the strongest mover of what is going on in the market. Now, it doesn't mean it's going to hold. It might end up breaking out, but I shouldn't have been so locked into like a 5-minute consolidation when the 30-minute or the 15-minute was pretty clear in saying like, hey, this is the range. And 34 is right in the middle. And what was the other one? Like 32 something. That's also right in the middle. Like there's no value in that trade. All the value is at the extremes, right? So like if you want to get long, the best long is at 28s, because then you can set your stop, say at like 24s, which is making the market break structure to get the trade stopped out. And the trade I was in, the market didn't have to do anything extraordinary to get me stopped out. It literally just had to stay within range. and I got stopped out. I want to put the burden on the market to do something extraordinary to get me out of my position, and that just did not happen. I put myself in a situation in which that happened. That has nothing to do with anything else.
Hey, I like that. I like self-reflection. Look at this, right back to the 30. Go ahead, Eddie.
I got a question for Coach Paul.
Mhm.
Do you use the anchored VWAP?
Yes. We'll use it like right here, using that anchor from the high of the day, and we're trading a short term for this hour.
It was
So
part of
I
Nick's
like that
question. And
Okay.
Chasing Millions, why anchored VWAP instead of session VWAP?
Well, you can do both. You can start the session. You would, from 8:30, and you can anchor it from the high. The reason I wanted to use the high is we're in the short period of an hour. That's when we're looking to execute from the buy side. So we just made a high where we're correcting down, and who's dominating the action on VWAP?
Right.
So that's why I anchored it from the high for the express purpose of, in this session, we're looking to find a trade in this hour. Great question.
Thank you, Paul.
Also, we could anchor one to the session open at 8:30 and to see if there's some divergence. Most likely there is.
Yeah. Well, we've got 7 minutes left, so we did try, though. I mean, we had the right idea set up for the right time frame and the right market state. We just had way too early of an entry. Way too early. But, we'll journal
I like
make a note.
Adobe is you just write to your journal after you had the trade.
Yeah.
And that's really important. Because then you can go back when I like to review at the end of the week. And if you get some time on a Friday after the close, or on a Saturday or Sunday when you have some time to go an hour, and what you're going to find, especially with good notes, is who made that trade. I've been at one like, what happened? Did someone just kidnap my mind and make this trade? Because that wasn't part of my plan. And when you consistently do that, you're going to build a database that shows what you're actually doing versus what you wanted to do. Your deliberative versus your reflexive. And that's a constant battle. So, you took those notes immediately. I highly suggest to members in the audience to do that consistently. Then you can find out what
is I'll actually, because I use limit orders a lot, so I can actually set up my journal for the trade already. So I would have already had so what I do, I don't know. I should probably take a screenshot one day and we can share it on air. But what I'll do is I'll put in the position. So I'll do dash long 1 ES at 56.34, right? And then I'll do, if I get filled on it, then I'll do a plus. So it goes from minus to plus. So plus means filled. And then underneath it, I'll just write down all of my feelings, emotions, and reasons for getting into the trade. And then I'll go back and then do any annotations to the trade. But often what I find with journaling is that we are not as bad of traders as typically we think. And I think a lot of us are much harder on ourselves in our mind. But if we journal and go back, from my experience, typically it's oh, I had the right idea. I just didn't do this one thing right. And then I had a losing trade. Because the difference between a winning and a losing trade is pretty much just one tick. And that is it. And so I think it can be really easy to take on a lot of excess burden that we just don't need to do because we're just off by a hair and just need to make one little tiny adjustment. But if you're not journaling that, then you're probably just going to think the worst thing possible is going on in your trading, when realistically we're probably just off by a couple ticks, or maybe we just read the market wrong. But very rarely is it like really, really our fault that our trade didn't go well, unless we really are just tilted out of our mind and just not managing risk. Well. That is always our fault, is not managing risk, always.
Well, gentlemen, this session went by fast, as it always does. Very enjoyable. Coach Paul, not Coach Paul, you're Dolby Time. You're not Coach Dolby Time. You are just the Dolby Time in the house. See more of these guys later on today. But coming up after this, you got Dakota coming out with Jack to review trades from the performance dashboard, links that were sent to us. So I want you guys to make sure and tune in. It's kind of an overlap or taking over for shoulder tap today, but be sure to tune in. We got Dakota and Jack chopping it up, going over performance stats from the dashboard links. Anyways, they're called group coaching. Group coaching coming up next. Let's go. Good job, guys.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Shoulder Tap. I am Jack, joined by my favorite risk manager, Coach Dakota. Dakota, how are you doing there?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. How are you? How are you, Jack?
I am doing well. I wish I could grow that sort of glorious upper lip piece you got on there, but that's why I am not a risk manager here. So Dakota is here today because we're going to do things a little bit different, and we're going to look at some Topstep trading reports, as you've been doing on slow markets, as I understand it. Right, Dakota?
Yeah, that's right. And then, as we were sitting here, I was just looking at some of our traders reports. Couple shout outs. Big shout out to Rips. He's up today. House accounts doing a little bit down. We've seen that there's some team trading, swing big size, managing risk is a great thing to see as well. A lot of green on the board.
A lot of green on the board. A lot of red today in the house account, but you know what? We'll fix that out. Maybe we'll do a dissection of that sometime. Unfortunately, we don't have these reports available yet for live accounts, or else there might be some tapping to do there. But, which says, if Freddie Mercury had a child. It's uncanny, Dakota. So, since this is your bit, my risk man, where do you want to get started today?
Yeah, if we want to pull up my chart, we have a trade report to go over. This trader is an express funded account. Been in this account for since August, the beginning of August. You can see we have basically end of July 31st, and this trader is doing great. He's catching a piece of the trend, and a lot of what we see in some of our better traders, they like to catch a piece of the trend. And we go look, and over here at the average trade duration is 76 minutes. We do love to see that. This trader's catching a piece of the trend, as we always like to see in our traders, where the smaller amount of trades. I'm trying to keep it like intact, Jack. But I just can't.
Here, what you can do is here, disappear from the screen for a second, then you come back. Oh my God, it's Coach Dakota.
Oh my God. I'm just trying to hold it in. I can't take it too serious. All right. That I got all the key words out, right? Piece of the trend, seeing some green
Piece
on the
of the
board.
trend.
Red on the board.
Let me see if I can think of another Mickism. Is so and so has been a busy boy today. That's another good one. All right. So
Yes,
we're still
back to the risk report. I think you could see this one. Been in this account since the end of July 31st. Up $13,000. I love to see these express funded accounts because it's the next level from a combine where traders have a lot more pressure on them. They're able to take a payout, and henceforth they have a lot more pressure to be taking these trades. 77% win percentage, and then a average risk reward, it's below 1-to-1, which is, it's perfectly fine. I'm around the 30% risk reward myself. I'm around the 30% win trade percent myself, but I typically have a higher risk reward. And I think you say this all the time, and I think even Robert says this, is these are not independent statistics where without trade win percentage, we can't have an average win, average loss. And then the more important is this profit factor. As long as this profit factor is above 1, then you should have a positive equity curve. The first thing I do see on this account, it looks like the majority of the profits were made by one amazing trading day. 2 days later, we had maybe a daily loss limit, something like that. And then he's been trading small to, ever since then. So maybe drop down to micros. Maybe the first thing I'm starting to look at is you did have a $2,000 losing day and then immediately had a huge winning day. So I'm curious what the emotional state was there. Usually when you have a losing day, traders like to size up and try and make that back. Maybe this trader did get had a banger of a trade on that day and then just been trading consistent ever since then. So I do love that once you've started to get into profit, you haven't been able to risk as much. I love the hold time, the average trade duration. The one thing that I'm immediately seeing is, take a look at this. The number of trades and the number of lots traded. Over 412 trades in about a month. That is a lot of contracts to be traded. The number of lots is about 500, so just over 1 lot per trade. I'm going to assume that this trader is trading micros. And as we start to scroll down, and we'll go through and dive in and jump in, Jack, if you have anything else.
So I actually I pulled up this trader. Now we get dual things. I pulled up this trader's admin account so I could see a little bit of the information that's maybe not on there as well. Yes, it seems like they are trading the Russell Mini, Micro E-mini, Micro NASDAQ, Micro Russell. So yeah, it seems like this is micros.
Yeah, micros. Yep. Down here at the bottom, it does show the trades where lots of micros, a lot of micros. I had a conversation with Mick through Slack last week because I was curious. We're starting to see a lot of traders transition to micros, which is a good thing. The thing that makes us nervous, I know that, obviously makes Mick nervous as well, is, traders who are just trading tons and tons of micros just to make it feel like you're trading size is not the right thing to do. Micros are a very, very useful tool to scale down, to scale in, scale out of trades, not risk a lot. I do like that I'm watching this trader. It's just sizes 1 or 2s. There was one trade on ES where it was 10 micros, right? So, 10 micros in, 10 micros out. You could easily went to just 1 mini in, 1 mini out. I'm not really sure about that one. But other than that, it's just a lot of 1s and 2s. There's 5 on, I believe that's the Russell, and scaling in, scaling out. So other than that, I don't really have too much negative to say on this outside of something that we typically see a lot. And I'm sure you see this as well, Jack, where one bad day can really take out an entire week, right? Minus 2,000 pretty close, wipes out 3 or 4 of these regular trading session days. However, you mix up that really good day, that $8,500 and then $2,000. And so it's always scary to see that any, one bad day, 2 or 3 bad days in a row can just wipe out an entire month.
Yeah. And last thing I'll say here is that was an opportune time for that big day that, let me take a look here, $8,500 winner. If I'm looking at this correctly, that account equity was pretty low. And they went a little lower on that day, that $8,500 day. Their low P&L was another $800 down. Back against the wall, it worked out. What I'm glad to see is after that, it doesn't look like, there's a little bit of luck there to make that much back against the wall. But then what they didn't do was continue to be like, I am God's anointed trader and I will keep on slinging. It just kind of went back to the way it was. So that's good stuff right there.
Yeah, and to what you said is what the low P&L for this day, I have it pulled up, is minus 850. I like where they just didn't size up, right? A lot of times when they minus 800, then what they do is they'll size up and swing at it to try and hit that big winner. It looks like it was just spread, throughout, multiple different trades, still trading the micros, one contract. And I'm looking at these timestamps. And yeah, it's not just one big trade getting in and getting out. You can see over here on the equity curve, there was a lot of regular trades to get and finish up at that equity high.
Great job.
So anyway, I think that is it for this other one. Now, remember, guys, I go through this almost every night during slow markets near the end of class, and I will continue to do this. I love seeing this. Here is another one. I'm going to go ahead and share this one to you as well, Jack. So give me just a minute. And anybody in Topstep X could share this as well. I review, 2 or 3 of them every single night. We get a lot of new traders, Jack. Last night I ran a poll, and you'd be surprised how many traders maybe they do not understand or realize what's the best way to review your statistics. And they might be confused on from us who's been here a while. We've know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two. In this aspect, this could be very, very daunting. I've been trading, I'm either making money or losing money. What should I look at when it comes to my trading statistics? Because here is that example I'm talking about. This trader has a trade winning percentage at 36%. So you're losing trades 64% of the time, almost 65% of the time, which is very hard mentally, right? Knowing that 6 out of 10 of your trades are going to be losers, but yet you've made $8,700. And the reason for that, and I know Hogue would love this as well, almost a 2.5 risk reward, 2.5. What's your thoughts on traders that do have this? This is very rare. This is very, very rare from my experience.
I mean, I think the lower winning percentage is completely fine. I was kind of engrossed in looking. This is another trader who had their back against the wall and came back. Yeah, I mean, like a 36%. I mean, what's your winning percentage, Dakota?
Yeah, right there, between 30 and 40% win. And typically a lot of traders I do see like the exact opposite. They like to win a lot more than they lose because they have a hard time controlling their risk reward.
And they cut the winners pretty early, right? I mean, like that's how a lot of times you see like the super high winning trade percentages, and it's a lot of see money, take money, but then not doing the same on the other side, right? It is amazing psychologically how you can it is so easy to diamond, platinum, gold, titanium hands a losing position that goes against you until it pukes you out at your risk limit, but incredibly hard if you just flip the position the other way to let it run that far or further. So something to think about.
It is. I think it's just the hope that traders have. And what's that saying where it's not a loser until you close the trade? And there's always that feeling that it could come back, and just trying to have that and cut them short. But look at this. Last trader statistics and this trader, Very similar, very high trade duration. And I know if Mick was here, he would be saying that. The trader is catching a piece of the trend. They're holding the trades for much, much longer. And we're starting to see that. This trade looks like number of trades for a period of, about 2 weeks, 3 weeks. 131 contracts or 131 trades, 256 contracts. So it looks like pretty close to 2 contracts on average. Best trade, 1 contract. Look at this. The best trade this trader had was 1 contract, 1 mini. That's it. $3,400 with 1 mini. Amazing. That's where you can make or lose a good amount of money trading just 1 contract. And the same with the worst trade, minus $1,700, 1 contract. So that's good to see. Almost basically a 2-to-1 from the extreme best and worst trades. Scrolling through here, and just like you said, look at the trade duration and the win rate analysis. Beautiful bell curve where almost all of the winners are on that longer side. 30 minutes plus, 30 minutes to an hour, even up 4 hours plus are all the winners. Everything less than that looks like that's where you're just cutting these losses short. That's it. That's almost the opposite of what a lot of traders do.
Yeah, 100%. That's all. That's stark right there. It seems like he's trading a lot of micros as well, and his big position is kind of that maybe that 1 lot. But man, letting a 1 lot run for $3,000+ that is impressive.
It's hard to do. It really is, especially in like the crazy markets that we've been seeing. But I mean, that's it. Just trader holding a trade, like the winning trades as long as they possibly can. I'm curious to see that. I mean, let's take a look at, like you said, it looks like similar where somebody started the express funded account. I mean, this is not to be taken lightly. It's an express funded account, but to start an express funded account and have it down to minus $3,400 and then come back from that is something to be said. It looks like the first day minus $400, and the second day was a very ugly day. So I'm curious to see if this trader went much bigger. Surprisingly, no. Same contract size, a half, and this is the right way to do it. If there is a golden example, is trading, you can't trade a half a mini, but you could trade micros, and you could trade 5 micros and do it like this. I think this is the right way. It looks like a lot of trades on this day to make it up. It wasn't just one big loss, and you're not scaling up. Maybe you scaled up a little bit the next day, but yeah, it's spread out between a lot of trades. Love this. I love seeing this.
Yeah.
Anything you're noticing on that side?
Maybe the one thing I would say, and did bail themselves out of this, is starting at that balance, right? Lost $445 the first day. That's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Losing $3,000 the second day is too much, I would say, if you're trying to keep the account. But thankfully, bounce back with a $6,000 day the next day. But would like to see that a little bit.
Would you say that the daily loss limit saved this trader, or came and played a very key role on why this account is still open?
Without knowing them, I'd say 100%. Because they did. If you look at the equity curve that you showed for that day, or the performance on 8/12, that down day to 3K, it's pretty ugly. I'd have to go back and look what the market was doing, but it looked like I would not. Let's put it this way: I would not buy there, given that.
Yeah, right. But yeah, we just got rid of the daily loss limit, and here is a great example of a great trader who they just started their XFA out, whether it's emotions. I know when you start a fresh XFA, there's definitely some type of hesitation or emotions. I'm not really sure, right? Because we don't know exactly what happened. But yeah, there's one example, and then here's another example on Friday where it hit the daily loss limit. And I mean, we could always imagine if there was no such thing as a daily loss limit for an account. That's always a question. Would this account have been blown up? And, would this trader be up, $8,700 sitting in a very great position? Because this is great trading statistics. And when you do have a very low trade win percentage, but have a high risk reward, you do run into a situation like that, where if you cannot limit your risk, and those bad days could far destroy the amount of good days there are.
This is so much fun, by the way, because now I can see the fills. We'll be using this more on shoulder tap, and I can go back and see on what date was that there? It was on August 12th, about 10:30. August 12th, 10:30. We can go on to the another one if you have it, Dakota. This might take.
Yeah. I'll give me a second. I'll pull up another one. I'm just looking through them, filtering out. I just want to pull up any of them, so just give me a moment. Yeah, you can really see in-depth analysis of these accounts, and I love that. And if you're new to this and trying to understand like journaling, right? I have yet to see any of these journals. Maybe that is something to stress, and it comes to. Great, you're making money or doing good. Why not journal? You don't have to only journal when you lose money or when you have a bad day. You can journal on good days as well. You really can. And so, yeah, why is there no journals? I really want to know that on these traders.
Okay, our guy. Yeah, he would have lost more on that trade, by the way. So that's a good daily loss thing right there. So set your daily loss. Set it somewhere. We can't tell you what to do now.
No, with great power comes great responsibility. And so, yeah, I kind of looking at these statistics, and you look at so many of them, you kind of have that feeling like if it wasn't for the daily loss limit, this count wouldn't be alive. It started out bad, and then you recovered, and it's great. That's great though, even though that it was close to a max loss limit. You recovered, you grew through it, and then you're in a good position. Moving on to the next, I shared this one. Not a lot of statistics on here. These are relatively fresh accounts that we are reviewing and watching. One thing I wanted to mention is I've loved Coach T's tips. If you guys haven't seen it, I mean, look how nice this is. Use time frames to your advantage. If you're doubting the direction of your instrument is moving in, move up a time frame. Yeah, moving in, move up a time frame. If you still have doubts, continue to move up in a time frame. Higher time frames are great to help you arrive at market direction. So not really sure where that came from, but that is some great stuff from Coach T on that.
That is great. Make sure I'm on the right one. I have a different tip.
You have a different tip?
I did it first. I think when you click. When I click the link, now it says big trades should only come after you've proven yourself with small trades. Consider starting your day off with small profits and build them up so you can start to trade bigger. Always make sure to have a safety net when making large trades.
There you go. There's a good example on a safety net, maybe as a daily loss limit. Anything can happen, right? I mean, we've all been there. I've done it before. Maybe some news event comes out that we're not expecting. And if, you want to close your trade before it gets to your daily loss limit or max loss limit. But if not, that is a safety net. Moving on. This trader, not a lot of history, right? And I always say this. When you're reviewing statistics, you want a good sample size, right? I like to say minimum 1 month, maybe 3 months to really review your statistics. Here we have about 7 days. So 7 days, statistics could change very dramatically day by day. There's different market conditions. We all know that. Maybe 1 week is very volatile. The next week could be very choppy. So don't take too at heart statistics with not a lot of days and not a lot of data. It's good to review it just to kind of see like, how have I been trading this past week? How were my trades? Was it a good week? Was it a bad week? What was my risk reward? But in terms of being able to make a pure adjustment to your trading, I'm I wouldn't feel confident doing it for anything less than a month. So for this trader, you're broke even. You're down about $175. Looks like you're struggling in the winning trade percentage, but you still have a good risk reward. That's something you can control. And so maybe you just had some off trades this week, but there's not enough data here to give myself the confidence, nor should it give you the confidence of saying you just have a really horrible strategy or you need to change something in your trading to adjust, because there's just not enough data on that. And I want to make that a point when I first seen that.
Yeah, like 30 days would be good for starts as far as making it. If there's one thing I would say is that, as Mick would say, this person has been a busy boy. I think it's mainly because they are, I would say, aggressively scaling micros, I think. I'm just looking at some of the stuff here.
Yeah. Over 600 trades and almost 1,400 contracts. So that is, this could be one and a trader where when I see this, just like you're saying, why not trade minis? That's a conversation I'm trying to have, and just understanding, trying to be able to give that good advice. I love seeing minis, love seeing micros and traders trading in micros, but then at some point it becomes too much. If it's more in commissions, what is the overall goal? It's to be consistent and profitable, trying to scale in, scale out. And there you go. I see journal entries on winning days. There's a nice positive note. But 124 trades, 200 trades, and then 127 trades. That is a lot when it comes to this.
It is many. Speaking of a lot of micros traded, as long as I'm an admin, I gotta check. I always gotta check what my guy is doing these days. Here we go. I think I'm looking for the king of micros right now. Our good friend.
Okay.
Let me see.
I'm just going through.
Go ahead.
No, I'm just struggling on how to give concrete advice of saying this is probably the best way to scale up. If you're trading so many micro contracts, when would be the right decision to move to minis? And typically it's like, well, if you're trading in 10 micros at a time, then yeah, of course, a mini would make sense. But then here's an interesting example of where it's just 1 micro, 5, 1, 1, 1, 1. And I'm looking at the timestamp and it looks like it's just almost about the same minute, like just a lot. Very frequent buying. I can't really tell if this is at market or a limit order. You can imagine if you're buying a lot of contracts at market, not only commissions, but the spread will also eat you alive.
Yeah, I think I'm trying to get my mind around some of these power micro traders. I think too, if you're trading too many micros, I think there might be a mental thought forming that's like, oh, they're small, I'm just always going to have a trade on, which, depending how you manage it, may not be the best thing. They're pretty easy to scale into. I just looked up Anwar, by the way. He's lost his fastball a little bit. He went from trading 3,900 E micro minis on the 19th, then 2280, 1360, 1560. Friday just 300. Yesterday just 700. We might have to do a welfare check on Anwar because
not trading as much.
He's not trading as many minis or micros at the moment. Dakota, any final words? Because we'll keep on doing this, bringing these.
Oh yeah, we only have 30 minutes, huh? Time goes by so fast.
It does.
Yeah, final words. Understand your statistics, right? Don't overcomplicate your trading. Don't review your statistics every single day and try and make adjustments, or you'll get into this nasty loop of always adjusting. Trade for a period of time, and then after like maybe 30 days, a month, maybe even 2 weeks at a smaller side, then review and then say, okay, how are my statistics performing in the last month? Then you can make an adjustment. Don't overanalyze, don't overthink, don't overcomplicate it, and then slowly make tweaks. Don't make dramatic ones, or else you're going to just be lost. Like even Hoke says, right? There's so many indicators and so many different trading strategies out there. What was I going to say? I got caught looking at the chat. I still have some of the paper? I used freaking like a little light glue on it. Looks like I was just in the bathroom.
Yeah, got a little glue under your nose. I see.
But yeah, don't overcomplicate it. I think that's it. Everything can work some of the time, but not 100% of the time.
Awesome. Well, Dakota, thanks for joining us. Thanks for rocking the stash. Someone compared the paper trading, like paper stashing. I appreciate it. So we'll see you soon, man. And stick around because we got group coaching with JD and Robert right after this. Don't go away. You don't want to miss it. See you then.
All right. Take care. See you, Jack.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. We're a few minutes past that 12:30 hour Chicago time. That's 12:36 Central Time on the clock I'm looking at right now. You're looking at Coach Dakota. I'm JD. Behind the curtain, I'll be feeding Coach Robert some questions. It is group coaching time. All right, we've got your questions. There's a form pin in the chat. If you got a question, just throw it in there. Maybe we'll get to it. Coach Robert, how are things going today? You getting chopped up? You on the right side of the market, wrong side of the market? What's going on?
Oh boy, oh boy. It's kind of a little bit of a cluster. I didn't do any trades at all today, and
JD, you and I spent some time this morning getting things going because I know you're going to be off for a couple days there. So you're kind of handing over a nice little workload. So we're putting in a few extra minutes or a few extra hours, whatever you want to call it. But yeah, we've been pretty busy watching these things fly around and keeping production going. So here we are through coaching. And I think Power Hour is going to be a great one. You can stick around for that, for Power Hour. Another 50 lots coming on. So we're going to see how that goes and hand the keys over to Mr. Nick Doby, pull some ranges, and hopefully we get some of that money back again. And it should be fun. Fireworks as usual.
Yep. We are all authorized to sling 50 lots now. This could be the greatest day of our lives. Don't quote me on that. All right. We're running a little bit late, so let's just jump into some questions. We got a couple leftovers from yesterday. First, we're going to start with Uligbek. Uligbek says, this is about the time and sales on TopstepX. It looks like it deletes all the data for the day in 2 to 4 minutes. I approached support and then didn't get much of a response. What is the workaround for time and sales on the TopstepX platform when you're seeing data being removed from it? What does that mean?
Yeah, JD, I saw this yesterday. It was Becca had mentioned this, BEKA, yesterday, and I answered the question on air. And what they said yesterday at group coaching, I got this right at the beginning, was that the time and sales are being cleared out. And what happened was typically I run the time and sales. I put it on my chart on the right-hand side over here. Those are the orders that are coming through. We have the DOM at the different levels, and this is how many. We can see right now we had five order come through, 12:38 and 50 seconds here. Now we had a couple more, 5, 12:39, 3 seconds. Well, when I had the filter down to 1, you can see them clearly. There's just one lot's coming through one at a time. Bing, bing, bing. They just kept going through. So I was on here group coaching yesterday and said, no, it looks like it's flowing fine to me. Well, later on, Becca and I'll make sure we get the name right. Ulag back, I don't know if it's the same person or not, but they came in later on right at the end of group coaching and said, no, hold on a second, you need to increase the size. So I wanted to make sure we cover everything and we clarify. So what I did when I saw the message come through today to say, hey, listen, this is from yesterday. So we want to make sure we're getting the proper information out here. I did change the size to a filter to show only trades that come through as 5 lots being traded. And they're correct. We can see now that we're at 12:38 and 12:39, but they should be staying here for a longer time so we can see the time and sales as it goes. So I want to thank them for coming back in and saying, no, hold on a second. We need to make a correction on this. It's not right. And they are correct. So we appreciate it. We really do. Thank you, Becca and Olugbek for coming back in and saying, hey, no, you got to do this. So I do have this written down, and I'm putting that into the team that we have working with TopstepX, to find out what's going on. So thank you again for clarifying that and coming back and doing your due diligence and being disciplined and sticking to it and saying, hey, no, we got to look at this a different way. So appreciate that. We'll get the answer for you.
Awesome. Thanks for clearing that up, Coach Robert. And thank you for your comments, everybody. Uligbek and Becca, much appreciated. All right, next up, Todd's curious about MOC data. Can you elaborate on the market on close importance and any possible strategies that could work with the release of that data? Well, the MOC, the market on close, is the number that we report is the dollar amount of stock that needs to be bought or sold on the close of the New York Stock Exchange. And it's actually a signal service that starts pretty early in the afternoon. I think the first signal comes out at 1 o'clock. There's actually a broker that walks around on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange collecting this MOC data from other brokers on the floor. So it's literally human interaction that this data is coming from, and then they plug it in and share it with everybody. But I think the first signal comes out at 1 o'clock, the early signal, and then 2 o'clock Central Time, and then the final MOC number comes out at 2:50 Central Time. So if you subscribe to one of those signal services, you might be able to figure out some type of strategy to set up going into the close. We do not offer that here at Topstep. We do give you the final MOC number. IDA usually comes out at around 2:50 once that number is released, and he shares it with everybody. People do, again, set up strategies around those MOC imbalances. But again, we don't share that signal service. We don't offer the signal service. We just give the final number. So Whatever you wish to do with that number is your business. We don't really trade it. You could ask someone like Austin Silver. He's been trying to set up a strategy around it. I don't know how far he's gotten, but maybe that's something we can talk about with him next thing he is on. All right, hope that clears that up. Next up, we got another question from Becca. Becca chimed in yesterday. Got another one today.
Same thing.
Nope, we
That
just
was
answered
it.
that.
Yeah.
Never mind. Yep.
Yeah, it was a clarifying one right there. So appreciate it. Yep.
Let's move on to Jayhawk. Jayhawk says, hello, Robert. My question is on entering a trade. In my trades, my target profit and stop loss are fixed. The only thing that varies is my entry level in the order to meet my 1 to 2 risk reward. But sometimes it also makes me miss my trades. So is the setup better or the one where the stop loss and entry are fixed, whereas the target profit level vary to meet the risk reward? What would be your choice? Thank you. I guess it really depends on market conditions, you know. If you're in a range-bound market, just trading sideways, you really don't want to risk your entry price. I should say your risk-reward is static, so you shouldn't be risking your entry price to get into a trade that you might have already missed. But that's me talking. The question is directed at you, Robert. What's your take on setting stops, getting into the market, adjusting your entry levels based on your risk parameters?
Yeah, JD, I'm with you on this one. It's going to, like a lot of the questions and a lot of things to do with trading, is the real and true answer is it depends. I'm going to talk like out both sides of my mouth right here, because personally, I don't like using a static risk reward in a dynamic moving market or across every single instrument. I'm literally flipped on NQs, and we'll see that when we start making these larger trades in live, where the stop's more of a catastrophic stop, where if you just go, all right, I'm going to throw my trade on right now, here's my entry and here's my target, I'm always going to have a stop on there, but it may be 1-to-1, it may be 2-to-1 the wrong direction, maybe 3-to-1 the wrong direction. It doesn't mean I'm going to let it go all the way down there. I know how NQ moves, and I just want to have it there as a catastrophe. Lose connection. It happened yesterday, right before coming on group coaching. The power flickered and all my systems shut off. Imagine if I didn't have a stop in and the market went against me, right? So having a static amount in a dynamic market with different instruments, I think is a little bit tough. Now I'm going to say that to say this. If you want to use that, keeping your ratios 2-to-1, I'm always risking 1 and my reward is going to be 2. Jayhawk, that would be great. I'm not knocking it whatsoever. If that's how you trade, that's totally fine. But that means you also need to keep an eye on your win ratio also. It's funny because Dakota, who was just in the last segment, just said this, and he referenced me, so I'm referencing him referencing me, that you can't look at them individually. If you simply have a 2-to-1 risk reward, you need to have a 50% or higher win rate, because you're going to be risking 1 to make 2. So that's a 50-50 shot. You need to be slightly over that. Now, if you're risking 1 to make 3, then you can have a better risk reward as well. And I do have that. I'm going to look at my coaching thing. As a matter of fact, I'm going to do one better. I have a entire shared folder here, and it has a breakdown of all the risk reward. I'm going to put that in the chat right now. I haven't shared this in quite some time, so I will do that right now. Put it in the chat. There's a whole bunch of nice tools in there where you can calculate risk rewards and all kinds of goodies. So feel free. There's spreadsheets in there. You can calculate how many points you need per instrument. Just type it in the spreadsheet, and how much your win-loss should be based on your risk reward and based on the point values and tick values of multiple instruments. Some cool stuff. So it's free to use. Check it out. If you have if you download the spreadsheets, to use the spreadsheets in documents, you need to download them. It's a read-only Google Drive, so feel free to download them and use them at your convenience and at your wishes. So let's get back to Jayhawk. It's really going to depend, Jayhawk, on your instruments. So I personally, and I don't think any of the coaches would say, just move your risk further away to give you some more room if you're going to keep the same ratio. It's going to depend, man. It's a 2-to-1 risk reward on a bond market is really cool. On the golds and oils, yeah, that works pretty good. It's a little tougher, I believe, on NQ and on YM. They kind of flip around quite a bit. So You need to have a little bit more wiggle room there. And I would definitely say work on your entry. Always manage your risk, because you know what your risk tolerance is, you know what your account size is, what your account value is, how much room you have left. So that's going to be the key part. Hey, this is what my entry is going to be. This is what I believe that the market is going to go to this level, and I'm going to make an entry. Let's just say a long entry, and you know what your risk is going to be. So my suggestion would be to work on that target. Now remember, I'm going to say this also. I've said this a lot. There are three things. We have an entry, a target, and a stop. We know our entry because we put it in. We know our stop because we know what we're willing to risk on that particular trade, on that particular account, on that particular day and instrument. We have a potential target. We don't know the target. We're only guessing. We're only speculating. We're making a hypothesis. So if you're making an entry and it's getting close to your target and you're trying to stick to that 2-to-1, take it off. There's nothing. One thing I hate is entering a trade, having it wick me out, and then taking off and going where I want. That's a real bummer for me. But the second one, that's the second most one that really irks me, is saying, hey, I'm looking for $500, and it goes to 480, and then stop me out for 250 on a 2-to-1 risk reward. That doesn't make any sense to me, right? Like whatsoever. It's there. Take it. You can, if it's that close, just take it. There's always going to be another trade. There's not a lot of guarantees in the market. But one is that there will be another trade that you can take coming down the line. And as Eddie says, there's going to be another bus coming around the corner if you missed the first one. So hopefully that helps out.
Yep. There's always plenty of opportunity in the markets. You don't really have to go looking for it. It'll come find you eventually. All right. Next up, we've got Ed. Ed says, Ed says, I suck at trading. I'm trying to be self-taught. What course can I take to learn? Well, welcome to group coaching, Ed. If you made it this far, stick around for a little while. We've got tons of educators here. We got coaches coming in live. We're trading live. You can go to our Discord channel. There's 70,000 traders in our Discord channel right now. All the Topstep coaches are also in there all day long, giving feedback and checking in on the markets. You can go to our website. We've got plenty of content on there, plenty of learning resources and whatnot. Hogue is always willing to reach out. Talk to anybody that wants to talk to him.
Yeah.
The man loves helping traders, no doubt about that. What am I missing?
Well, we're missing all our guests there, JD. We're missing you. We're missing our guests that come on. And we're missing the entire TopstepTV show. This is what we do. If you listen to the whole show, bell to bell, there are so many different personalities, so many different trading styles and trading times. We know the market open is different than lunchtime, which is different than the afternoon, which is different than the power hour. And we have different traders at different times. You've seen Hogue in the first minute of the market open. You've seen Hogue at the last minute of the market close. Those are two different things. Same guy looks at them a little bit differently because the market's moving a little bit different. So you can learn something from that, not just Hogue, from Dobie, from JD, from Michael Patak, from myself, from Dakota. I mean, the traders that are here and the coaches that are here, and I don't want to believe me, there's so many. I don't want to leave anybody out. We have Coach Vince, Coach Paul, Coach Jay, Coach Ray, Coach Jack. There's so much value and not just tradertainment, but trader education. And the one I want to put on here, JD, make sure we say, is our guests. These are vetted. Tim does a wonderful, wonderful job. And my God, Danielle. Oh, how can you forget Danielle? Also, finding these other traders, and I'm not even use the word influencers because they're traders. They are our guests. They are funded, and you see them on here all the time. How can you say anything about Nick for a tick? Man, the guy is absolutely amazing. Stick around. That is some serious education. Hey, maybe you don't trade his style. Okay, but he's got a lot of knowledge. Maybe you don't trade like I do. Okay, I can share some technical stuff. Maybe you don't trade like Eddie does. Hey, he's got some fundamental stuff going on. The guy loves gold. I can't trade gold. So there's so much value here. I just can't say that enough. So Ed, what was your exact line? I suck at trading. Yeah, so do 85%, because it's a hard thing to do. It is not easy. It really is not easy. But the fact that you are here and the fact that you are commenting and you are in a group coaching and you're watching TopstepTV and you came on here to put yourself out there and say, man, I am not really good at this. What course and how can I get better? that's the winning attitude right there. You are in the right spot. And thanks for being here. There's so much value, so much knowledge.
Yep, there was an old rule of 90 back in the day. 90% of retail traders lose 90% of their money in their first 90 days as a trader. But thankfully for you, there's a place like Topstep where you don't have to park your own money, and we take care of the risk for you. So
I'm in that boat.
Coming back.
I'm in that boat. I'm just too stubborn to quit. So it got me here. So.
All right, we got time for one last one, I think. Anchored VWAP. Colin says, when using an anchored VWAP, should you anchor it to the high of day if looking for longs and the low of day if looking for shorts? Or is it best to anchor from session start? Well, Brian Shannon, the grandfather of anchored VWAP, is not here today to answer this question, but what's your best take on the anchored VWAP, Coach Robert? I know you use it quite a bit.
Yeah, I do. This is one of the ones, if I use any type of particular indicator, that's what I like. And someone else in the chat, I'm going to do this for them. I just put the VWAP on my chart. It's not anchored yet. This is this one. We have another minute to go here. Look at the price, 19,592, because it needs to calculate. There we go. Thanks for changing the chart back there. In the background, I'm not sure who's on it right now, but thank you for doing that.
It's me. I'm running the show and answering questions at the same time. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Double dipping, double duty, triple duty all the time. So look at this price, 19,592 right now. But I'm going to scroll back because this starts back, okay? 592. If I scroll back, see it's 591. It came back and it recalculated because I had to come back to the beginning of the market and it captured all that data. Yeah, we know that's part of it. It's not supposed to do that. Once we add it, it should calculate and look back. For right now, just scroll back to the beginning and you'll get the right data. Now it will stay there. Now that I capture all that information from the beginning of the session open till now. Now let's get to the anchored VWAP piece of it. We have it under our tools. Yeah, if I get the right tool now. Anchored VWAP, it's under the called projection tool, volume-based and measure. So it is a volume-based tool. Makes sense, right? On our toolbar on the left-hand side, yes, we can see it. Anchored VWAP, I'm gonna click on it. Now what it does, it's all I have to do is pick a spot to anchor it at. So let's just choose here, something easy. I'll choose 10 a.m. Central, right about there. Now, I can go to my settings and I have the source. This is a suggestion. I believe the default is high-low close. I believe that's the default. But Brian Shannon, master of anchored VWAP, he's been on the show a couple times, suggests open, high-low close for. What that means is it's going to take the price of the open price, the high price, the low price, the close price, and then divide that by 4 to give you the true value of that candle, the full average. That's what he suggests. I agree with that. So the question, make sure we have it. Should we anchor to the high if we're looking for longs? It's not going to be that big of a difference. So let's change it. Look at our price. I have 10 a.m. We're at 19,636. I'm going to change it to the high. 640. So it's a 4-point difference on NQ. That's not much for NQ. So we go back. 636. How about the standard? HLC, high, low, close, divide by 3. Oh, same price. Look at that. Didn't change hardly at all. How about the low? 31.5. So we got a 4-point difference from that anchored point. So let's see, Colin, I think it's a little bit splitting hairs on this one, especially if you're anchoring it and you have a couple of them on there for different spots, like you say, the part of the news or at one open and another open. It's not going to be that big of a difference. And I would suggest, and to review this, if we make this change, and whether you're at the open, high, low, close 4, or at the high or at the low, you're talking a 4-point difference in NQ. This slippage is more than that. So I wouldn't get too worried about it, to be honest, at this point. I would, if you're worrying about that piece of it and like really splitting hairs and trying to get ticked, down to ticks, I don't know. I think it's a little bit too much work. You need a lot more wiggle room than have to worry about just a few points like that on NQ, unless you're seriously scalping just for a point or two, which kind of a little bit tough to do that these days in this particular market with the entries, exits, and the volatility, how it's moving. It's only going to get worse. Now, JD, I think we're just about wrapped up, but I did see something funny. Somebody put in the chat. I don't remember exactly what they said, but they said something about I would have a stash or something that I'd be able to grow one. Yeah, I actually can do pretty good at that, and I will put myself out there and share this. This was on the COVID days. When COVID happened, let's look at the date here, September 1st, 2020. So when COVID and everybody got locked down, remember in March of that year, I just stopped shaving and I just let everything grow out. So that's me on the left. And then I went to get a haircut, came home and shaved, and that's me on the right. So 6 minutes it's not a elapsed time. It's just how long does it take to do a haircut and shave. So that's literally it. So whoever said I can grow a beard or facial hair, there you go. I'll throw myself out there, and that's out there in the forever world anyway. It's out on Facebook anyway, so I'm not too ashamed of it. But that's the COVID face.
I don't buy it. That picture was totally fake. All right.
It was not totally fake.
It's time to go, folks. That is all the time we got for group coaching today. Stick around, though. We are going to be right back with Back to the Futures. The captain is here from Team Bulldozer. You know him from the Daily Levels teams. We're going to be talking strategy, structure, and statistics. So buckle up. We're going to be right back. And we got the house account open, too. Maybe we'll throw some trades on. All right. We're going to take a short break. We'll be right back. It's back to the futures time, friends and traders. Here we are. You're looking at the captain himself. He's on Team Bulldozer on that daily levels team. He's been here for a couple weeks now. This is his third appearance on TopstepTV. Won't use his real name. We're on to aliases now, but I'm JD. You're looking at the captain. Mr. Captain, how's it going? What's going on today?
Hey man, I'm doing great. It's such an honor to be part of this, you know.
Oh, the honor's all ours, for sure. You're in there all morning long.
Yeah, and trying to smack people from not taking shorts. Like, don't do that. It's not the right market. But yeah, like, it's such an honor to be here. And the biggest thing is, like, why is this random dude going by the captain, and why is he not disclosing his actual name and all that? Well, it's because I work for a sell-side organization, and like, I'm not allowed to talk about the bond market or the OTC or treasuries or anything like that, even though I think me and Jack could like really have some fun with this bad boy. But I still have an obligation, you know, because I've been in the markets for a long time and I've got a lot of industry experience, you know, to look out for, you know, the working class individual and the veterans to make sure that they are setting responsible growth and realistic expectations in the noisiest part of investing or trading, and that's the intraday flow, right? It's so noisy and it's so hard, right? And trading intraday is hard from a scalable, consistent, you know, standpoint. Something that's going to scale year over year, you know, quarter over quarter, right? And so my job and the obligation, that mandate that I gave myself is, you know, once I retired out of the Army, was to, you know, pick a field that I can, you know, do something bigger than myself. And when I was doing that, I did it from a career standpoint, which is why I went to a sell-side organization. And me and Hogue were talking because I told him, James Dalton, some of you guys know him as Jim Dalton, whatever, right? Like, I had a one-on-one with him before I left the Army, and he thought I was just ridiculous to try to get into, you know, a Wall Street style position, because he was like, you dealt with enough nonsense in your Army career. Why would you start all over and get treated like crap from the get-go, from the internship to landing a like full position on Wall Street? But so from a career standpoint, I chose, you know, this profession, and then I thought, you know, like, I have to give back because that's what I do. You know, like, there's somebody who I know enough to help at least one person out there, right? And help them understand how to do this in a scalable manner, you know, using the responsible growth and realistic expectation mindset. And then, so I decided to target veterans, right? Veterans who are, and service members who are risking their hard-earned capital. They try to do something other than just blow it on the newest Jordans, et cetera, et cetera. So that's what I'm doing. And, you know, I found out that, like, after being on the desk for about 2.5 years now, like, I've been exposed to like a lot of high frequency trading, a lot of, you know, hedge funds, a lot of, you know, just like the Fedwire desk, and like a lot of like professionals. And I've noticed that a lot of it is statistical based trading. A lot of the things that they do are based off of stats, not Phil. At least the buy side organizations that are trying to collect a yield out of the market and not just make a market, right? They use statistic style levels to make decisions around. They don't just buy them or sell them blindly. They wait for that right kurtosis to happen, displacement to happen, to confirm that. And a lot of their, you know, bots are designed that way too. So I'm here to do two things, right? To figure it out myself, because in 5 years the mortgage will be paid off. And, you know, between you and I don't preferably like working 12 to 18 hours shifts every single day of my life, and then doing a lot of weekend work as well. So my goals, my internal goals, are to be able to do this with my own capital. And I do that already, but like, I have mandates that I've given myself, that if you're going to retire for good and trade as a living, you know, like, you have to meet these certain mandates. And that's like at least 3 years of my annual income coming in a savings account, multiple sources of income, and then you have to build your own track record, because at the end of the day, it's you versus you. You're your only boss, and you're the one that has to hold yourself accountable for it, right? And so for me, like for example, when I say you're your own trading risk department, right? Especially in a live account, right? And I won't mention the actual broker's name, but example of that, like I've been trading intraday flow for a while now, and in January I broke some of my rules in my live account, and I was using a discounted broker up north in the great Canadian land, and right, but because I broke my rules and I oversized 2 days in a row, and it's been at that point it was 2 to 3 months since I had done that. I said, "Whoa, something's going on. Something's messed up with your system, or you're making the wrong decisions." Like, well, maybe my risk manager, right? I had to give myself a consequence, and so this discounted broker allows you to trade, a NASDAQ contract with $300 worth of intraday funds. And, that's a privilege. That's a privilege to be able to use that kind of leverage. And since I broke my rules, I said, like you got to cut it, right? And I pulled every single dime out of that account and moved it over to a larger, more regulated broker that charges like 18,000 a day for an NQ and 1,800 for an micro in the NQ. So that's what I mean by that, and that's all I'm trying to teach like veterans is like, and the working class, because we can't discount the millions and millions of people who are just trying to collect enough money to make an additional payment to the electricity bill or whatever. They're not here to make Lambo style money. They're here to like take some of the pressure off of the inflation rates and all that, right? And so
yeah,
like
for sure.
going back to and then like so I'm building a statistical data set, and I noticed that there's multiple communities, retail style communities out there. And why am I doing all this? So like I have between now and 5 years from now to get every single possible rep in before I actually get put in full time by myself, right? So like I'm getting the reps in right now, so when I actually do this for a living in 5 years, once the mortgage is paid off, right? Like the reps are already done. That's one less burden I have to put on myself. And I discovered as I'm building these, like doing these data pools and figuring out the statistics of the intraday flows and all that, like there's multiple communities out there doing it. Like the DR community does it. They use statistics based trading, and they are purely statistic based. It doesn't matter the win rate, loss rate. If it says take a trade now, they take it, right? And then there's one that's specifically designed for veterans, right? And it's ran by a veteran that I know, and his name's Austin Clark. And listen, like he uses nothing but statistics to place his trades, and he does a phenomenal job doing it. And he leads a community of other veterans doing that. So I kind of started pairing up with him a lot. But like, now let's talk about what that means, because like for me and the way I have to trade based off of my trade business plan, right? There has to be two elements to it, right? There has to be the historical data element, but that historical data has to align with the live price element, right? And so what that means, if you can share my chart. All right. So now, if you look on this right side panel, this is my historical data standpoint, right? So you'll see that like there's a lot of numbers here. There's ranges here, right? There's a higher day zone and a low of the day zone. So every morning from 5:30 to 7, I build this. And what is this, right? So these probabilities that you see on the left or on the right, my fault. Oh my gosh, I don't know my left from right today, right? These are time-based, structure-based, and projection-based probabilities. So what do I mean by time-based, right? So this right here is the midnight price. And so out of the last 2,000 days, how many times has midnight between 8 and 12 been retraced to? This is the settlement price, right? How many days out of the last 2,000 days has the settlement price been retraced to? This is the 1,800 price, right? Et cetera, between 8 and 12, right? My business plan says I'm allowed to be a trader from, 7 o'clock in the morning to like 12 o'clock in the afternoon, right? And then these ones are structure based or projection based, meaning like I'm pulling something from the other day, from yesterday's life cycle of a trade, structure based wise, and saying what is the probability of that getting hit today, right? And then when it comes to the average daily ranges, the average 10-day range, and I use the 10-day to make sure that I'm capturing the range of whatever economic news driver, earnings event, or whatever the market's pricing in, I'm capturing the accurate range of that, right? So that's what that's representing. And then these are actual distribution ranges of a 4-hour period. So this is the 4 to 8, this is the 8 to noon, and this is the noon to 1600 ranges, right? And so this is the historical data. And do I trade these blindly? Absolutely not, because guess what? Live price gets a bid, right? Live price gets a say, because these have low. Notice that not one of these have a 100% win rate or probability, right? Not one of these have a probability of 100%, which means they can be wrong, right? And so that's where I've come up with this system right here, which I've mentioned multiple times. And notice, like, I haven't mentioned DOMs or order flow or anything whatsoever. And I have access to all that, right? I have all of it on my Bloomberg. I have it all on different systems on my computer. But remember, I'm getting reps in from 5 years from now when I'm removed from the institution. So does it make sense? Like I've said before, like us as institutions, we never look at these weird looking candlestick charts. We see numbers, thousands and millions and billions of numbers, right? Well, when I actually do this for a living, right, am I going to be able to have access to that order flow? Absolutely not. So does it make sense if I'm preparing to do this for a living and this is a 5-year goal for me? Does it make sense for me to use? No, that makes absolutely no sense, right? So I have to utilize tools that I'm going to have available for me when I'm actually doing that, right? And so what you're seeing here, right, is this box represents 1 hour. This box represents minute 5 to minute 9:59, right? And now, why did I just choose that and not just like whatever this might represent or a VWAP or whatever? Because that's all subjective. This is objective, which means I can collect data for every single hour of this 5-9 box. I can collect data of this previous hour midpoint. I can collect data because it's objective. Time is the one thing that is not subjective in these markets, right? So now when I look at this, we all know that there's 3 types of market conditions. You've got reversals, you got consolidations, ranges, whatever you want, building a value area, auction theory people call it. You've got trend, right? And so each type of those require a specific style of risk profile designed to it, right? So the reason I came up with this system was to see, right here, as we're approaching this 58% level on the open, and we're trying to reach down to this 38% probability, I'm glancing over here to see the relationship of that level, and are we going to get a reversal? So if I'm trading if I'm taking longs off of here, right? Like I have a specific risk profile for a reversal. This is when if I'm reversal trading, right, and I'm expecting a reversal, I'm going to take a fourth of my risk per trade, and I'm going to start scaling in, even if that means like I get a trigger to go long here or here, right? Like I'm going to take a fourth of that position right here. And let's go back to this screen alone, right? Right. And then a fourth of my position is in, and then I'm waiting for the next hour to appear, right? Because if we are above previous hour mid and above the 5-9 box, then I'm going to start trading, putting most of that size on. If we're sitting here ranging like we were during the London Globex, right, where the midlines are staying pretty close together of the hourly marks, right? This is the kind of profile, if I'm range trading, where I just need to identify the range. And let's say I have 10 micro contracts I have to display on each one of these scenarios, right? This is where I'm going to shoot all 10 micros at once, have a tight risk to reward, and I'm going to target that low hanging fruit, previous hour mid, previous hour high, right? Versus if I'm trying to reverse the trade, right? I'm only trading and I have 10 micros that I have to engage with, right? I have to engage 1 or 2 here, and then I have to wait for the confirmation here, right? And then like if we go back to the statistical chart, right? I have over-under lines, right, which are locked. Right, this is an Asia over-under line, and this is a London over-under line, saying if we're under it, target these levels. If we're over it, target these levels, right? And so this is me aligning historical data, which is the right string, with live price, right? And I do it from a purely objective standpoint, right? So this morning when I was bidding up the market at the open, I wasn't going in full size right here. I was entering positions, right? I was entering like 1 to 2 micros right here, but I was waiting for the next hour to open and the next minute 5 to minute 9 to establish itself and then to prove that this is a true reversal, right? And so when you trade ranges, your stop needs to be tight. You need to be targeting that huge risk, that great risk to reward. When you're trading reversals, right, you need to give yourself a cost allowance to capture the net in feature. I always use the net as an example. If I throw a football into a tight net or kick a soccer ball into a net, how far does it go down before it pops up? And is the time of day within that realistic expectation? So when this happened at the 10 o'clock hour, and we step above the 5-9 box and we find support on it, right? Then I'm okay with throwing majority of the contracts on there to capture higher prices, higher probabilities, right? Now let's talk about this in a trending market, right? Let's find a true trending day that supports this, right? Because this is one thing that a lot of people really fail to do is they fail to maintain their composure in a trending market, right? And I do it too, right? Like the reason I use Topstep is because I'm trying to learn how to trade true size, right? I've already proven to myself I'm a really great trader in my live account. However, my live account has plateaued, right? So what do I use Topstep for? I use Topstep to learn how to get out of that comfort zone of trading micros, and so I can start slinging minis in my live account, right? And that's one benefit to using Topstep is I can go through the trial and error of that without risking my actual capital, right? So let's look at this day right here where we had a really good trend day appear, right? So we're consolidating, we're building value area for the Globex session within these hours. That previous hour midpoints are lining up. And then this was a level, right? And it said at the open, nope, we're going to step down. We're going to chop people out. But then the next hour is what confirmed it, right? So for me, it's all about if I'm looking at live price, like what generated market clues are lining up with that time frame, right? Which right here, this is the previous hour mid. And so at 10 o'clock, where did we appear? Right at the previous hour mid, we reject it. So that's telling us this could have been a proper reversal. And for me, I have to confirm that once the 5-9 box is created, right? And so as I start seeing rejection here, it keeps going down and then keeps retesting and rejecting. So I'm allowed to, like if I was trading 1 to 2 minis here, right, I'm allowed to add to those minis here. And then the next hour opens up around the previous hour midpoint, right? And then the 5-9 box continues to reject. I'm allowed to add to that trend to capture this whole move. And then, you know, at that time, I'm adding to the trend. And then right here, where we get above the previous hour midpoint, right, this is a time to start scaling some of that position off or sitting on your hand because it's the 12 o'clock hour. It's the lunch hour. So you're trying to see, is this going to have a continuation during the 1300 and 1400 and the rest of the day? Or is this going to have the reversal, which, so knowing probabilities by the time frame will give you a huge edge because, like, you know, like I'm going through this thing with Austin Clark where we're pulling a lot of probabilities around the 15-minute highs and lows for every single 15-minute of the day for every single asset out there. And right now we already know that, you know, like it's no, if you're an auction theory trader, it's no, you know, it's not a surprise that the 11 to 12 o'clock hour is the highest probable statistic to retrace back into initial balance and then continue the trend or do the auction failed theory. But the 12 o'clock hour is the highest probable time to completely cut this trend in half and just reverse for the day. So knowing that, like, I'm allowed to stay out of, my stop can be up here. I can pull some off, but ultimately I'm waiting for the 1300 to open up to show its hand. What does it want to do for the rest of the afternoon, right? Because this is already identified as a trend. So my job is not to get punked out of that position. And, basically what I'm saying is a reversal has a specific risk profile that should be aligned with it. A range should have a specific risk profile that should be aligned with it. And a trend has a specific, risk profile that should be aligned with it. And like, it's your job as a trader to figure out how you're going to allow that risk profile to play out. Like, you don't have to use these previous hour midpoints in the 5-9 box. I chose to do that because of the time frame that it lies within, and it captures it. I can see it, right, and it aligns perfectly with my statistical data right here, right? And so that's what I have, and that's what I'm looking at most of the time. Now, I do have certain things that I look at throughout the trading day at certain times, right? Like right now, we know that we're about to enter the J period for auction theory people. And we know that J low, there's certain institutional workflow processes that happen throughout the day. And so like the J low is one of my favorite lows to try to capture, but it has to align correctly with the trend, right? So we are in a trending market right now since 1300. We held previous hour midpoint. We got above. We stepped above the 5-9 box and found support on it. Right now, we're trying to see, right, is this new 30-minute period auction, is it going to be able to maintain this previous hour midpoint and us to step above the 5-9 box and then find support? Because let's talk about why I look at the market this way, right? And
Can we actually circle back real quick? Can you talk about the that J period low real quick? What is it about that low from 1:30 to 2 o'clock? What's the significance of that again? Why do you like that low so much?
That's usually when, it's usually when a certain workflow criteria is being pushed. So the people who placed orders yesterday, well, guess what? Prices moved. Somebody's trapped, right? So when they were placing orders yesterday, it was going through the executing broker, right? Market maker and client, right? And it takes 48 hours for that market client to say, hey, market maker, I want 10,000 bid, this price, this asset, right? And so now, right, market maker has to do the pairing, batching, and matching that happens a certain period of the day, and then they push it off to the clearing broker. The clearing broker says, hey, there's 1,000 steps that we have to do to get this 10,000 shares of orders facilitated through the clearing broker standpoint, and then for us to push it to the prime broker. Well, that takes about 48 hours, right? And so within that 48 hours, margin calls are happening, right? Margin calls because something within the clearing broker standpoint, whether it's the executing broker standpoint, those orders are being broken based off of price movement or, legal things that's happening, right? So if you think about, if you're buying a house, if you're selling a house, right, and you sell the house on days 1 of the month, right, and then like you go through the process of, like inspections, financing, all this stuff to underwrite that loan and to underwrite the selling of that house. Well, guess what? On closing day, something falls through. Guess what happens? What has to happen to that house, right? It has to start all over, return to origin, and find completely new buyers for the house, right? And so the J low represents a part of that from yesterday's orders, right? Without going too in detail, like I'm looking during the J low, the 2:30 to 3 o'clock for a certain, price movement to happen to see how many people were trapped. So yesterday, how many of the sellers are trapped, right? right? Like all these sellers that this is yesterday's. Like who's trapped from yesterday, right? Right now it looks like where price is, the sellers are, right? So I'm looking for like what is the trend, like, and how many of those people that are trapped are going to get puked out of the position so those orders can move on to the other side of the order, right? And that's a lot. That's cool bar knowledge. But right now, going back to this, I'm just seeing like for your retail traders, right? Like all they need to pay attention to is, hey, where's momentum at? Are we above or below the previous hour mid? Did we take out that 30-minute low? And then if we're going to bid it up, where am I going to bid it up, right? For me, because we violated that previous hour midpoint, right? Because if you think about it, this is an hourly candle, right? And I'll use it in terminology that your viewers should understand, right? If this is the open, right? This would be the MAE, or as the ICT community calls it, the manipulation, or as the stop, like whatever you want to call it. This is the max exhaustion of the move, right? And so this is the distribution all the way down to the MFE. Every single hour, just like your trading account has an MAE and an MFE, right? Every single trading account, every single time frame has an MAE and an MFE, right? And your job is to find the fixed constant variable to measure that off of, right? And pull the probabilities of that, right? So if you think of this being the open, like, is this going to be the low of the hourly wick for us to distribute higher and follow the momentum higher and then close for this hour? Or has that MAE for this hour happened right here within the first minute and now we're distributing lower for the hour? That might have been too much. Sorry.
No, but people are curious. Where did you gain all this knowledge from? How many books have you read on the subject? How many how many seminars have you gone to? How much money did you spend on your education?
I didn't
Your
spend
trading
any money on
education, I should say.
education.
Yeah.
I don't spend. So listen, like when you grow up in my kind of environment, poor as hell, right? And then joining the army, and then, like we can't get paid all that much. Like I started this journey in the army when my soldiers started investing, and I realized they were getting ripped off, and they were falling for wolves and fake gurus that had no market experience. So that was me reaching back then, like 12 years ago. I reached out to all kinds of market makers and money managers and just whoever I could get to talk to me and be like, hey, I'm sick of my soldiers losing money. What do you recommend? And it was like finding people like Oliver Kell or VWAP Trader, like who would be like, yeah, let me teach you, you teach them, we'll do it for free. And I literally held to that. And like whenever they would teach me something, I would like take diligent notes and just like, I remember VWAP Trader one time told me, stop trading and journal the task and purpose of every single 30-minute bar and do that for 3 months. And I held true to that. Like I did it on the ES and I was like, oh, by the end of that 3 months, I had green notebooks full of notes, right? And then when I came to the institution and then it was like, holy cow, I am way behind the power curve. The only way I'm going to survive this is if I apply this. I guess the trading education I got was my master's degree in statistics, right? I paid for that. Actually, I didn't. The Army paid for that. I'm very cheap, right? Like I am very cheap. That's why I'm trying to learn how to trade my live account with size through Topstep, and I'm not out there trading my live account with size in my live account, right? Because I'm a steward of every single dollar that I make. Every single dollar I make, I value and I feel, whether it goes for me or against me. Like, and that's why I struggle so much with trading size in my personal account. I do it all day for a profession. Like I collateral and margin other institutions and like I swap it, but that's not my money, right? With my money, I am extremely horrible. Like I see people slinging 15 minis and 5 minis here and there, and I'm just like, bleh! Like I can't handle that. That's way too much. Maybe I'm not designed to be a trader, but from an intraday flow standpoint, like that doesn't make sense to me. If I'm like bidding up bonds right now because the cyclical trend is pushing to the bond market, meaning that I'm going to be in that position from 6 to 9 months, I have plenty of wiggle room to make adjustments. But intraday is so noisy, it's like I can't even fathom. The purpose of my intraday funds are to hedge my cyclical and cyclical trends, right? And to add alpha to that part of the portfolio. So I'm I'm just now accepting the idea, hey, Mickey, you know enough that you can actually pull an income out of this. And you don't just have to use intraday flow to support the other sides of your portfolio, right? And that's just what I'm trying to communicate right now.
That's awesome. I know a lot of people in the chat are appreciating it right now. Great stuff. We're gonna clip that the little segment about the J Lo also, and also what you just said.
Yeah, like pay attention to it, collect the data on it, right? Just like there's another phenomenon that me and Austin Clark and all of them boys in the Pack Trade Group have discovered, like at 1500, the 1500 power hour loves to return back to this 1400 opening price, and we have the data to support that. And once it does that, it goes and does whatever kind of wildness that it does. But we love looking at that 1400 open during that 1500 hour, right? And huge shout out to him because he built a tool that allows retail traders on TradingView, and you have to go to his Twitter page and you have to, sign up for it. But it's a free TradingView tool called the Midnight Snap, and you can put any time frame you want in here, and it will give you the probabilities. And based off of whatever time frame your chart's on, right? It will look back to the last 17 sessions. If you want more sessions than that, you go to the 1 hour and it will populate it, and you just have to, change this to the 1 hour and put in whatever opening hour, close hour that you want, and it gives you the probability for that, and it allows you to, and it's free. He doesn't ask a dime for it besides that you sign up for it, so you can keep track of who's using it, right? And that's a way for retail traders to pull probabilities and not have to spend all weekend like I did, pulling data and like filtering the data and sorting the data and data scrubbing it like a good intern does,
Yeah.
But that's the kind of stuff you have to do, because remember, it's not about how much you make today, right? It's about how many times a day you can make that amount over 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, right? It has to be scalable through time, right? Especially if you're trying to do this. I've seen some horrible mistakes happen since I've been messing around with retail traders. It's like people are quitting their jobs. That's an unrealistic expectation. Do you have savings account money? Because not every month is a good month. Not every quarter is a great quarter. Like there's some really rough time periods, especially like, and that's why I always preach systematic trading, and statistical systematic trading is probably the biggest edge intraday flow that you got, because that's scalable, and the most simplest approach is like Austin trades the midnight snap, and he trades it very religiously, and he does it he places all of his trades live in front of his community, and they can see. He talks them through his decision making, and he only trades the midnight snap between 8 o'clock and 12 o'clock. He only trades 25 handles towards midnight, and guess what? He's been doing it for years, and people are just blown away because he has enough discipline just to trade towards the midnight snap. And guess what? If you look at his P&L sheets year over year, you're just like, this dude is a market guru. But he's like, hey, Jim Simon said, trade simple, trade math, and trade consistent discipline. And he's like, he's just an army grunt. And he read a book about Jim Simons that said, trade simple, trade math, and trade consistent discipline. And he said, all right, well, this dude's one of the best traders in the world. I better listen to these steps. And he built a whole business plan using, let's trade between 8 and 12 back to the midnight price. We're going to target 25 handles. He's going to remove all greed. And it's like, I'm going to do this the rest of my life, and I'm just going to trade this midnight snap. And it's like, bro, that's amazing. And that he has absolutely zero institutional backing. He has zero institutional knowledge. Like, he just learned that, like, if 90% of retail is doing this, and if 90% of retail fails, then I want to do the complete opposite. Let me go to this person that everybody says is like the man who cracked Wall Street. If he's saying do this, and even though Jim Simons made a fortune in risk premium, the fundamentals of what he says stands true in every type of intraday flow that there is. Trade simple, trade math, and trade consistent, right? And I love that. Like, I would push more people to Austin than to follow me, because I'm trying to figure this out. Like, I'm at Topstep trying to like bare knuckle fist fight these markets with size, and I haven't got that figured out yet.
That's a great line, by the way. Bare knuckle fist fight in the markets. That's what we do here all day long. So now we know a bit about your strategy. We know a bit about your setup. We see you in Discord early on in the morning. get started
Yes.
before most people even wake up in the morning. What's your favorite time of day to trade? Are you in the market before the 8:30 Central Time bell?
My hugest edge comes by. So my hugest edge in the market is Asia has a market and it does certain variables. London has a market and it does certain variables. So there's this sweet spot between 7 o'clock and 10 o'clock that I pay very, very close attention to, right? Because like if you have the probabilities, and I encourage all your viewers to do this, find a way to pull the probabilities, and this is my assignment to you guys because I want you to get value out of listening to a dumb old grunt like me talk, right? I want you to find a way, whether you use a coder and data or whether you manually collect it like I've done so many times in the past, but go to a 15-minute chart, right? And pay attention to the relationship and the probabilities of, how many times each 15-minute. So if we're going up, right? This is the regular trading hour session. This is the 9:45, right? Once this 10 o'clock candle takes out this 9:45, how many times does this low get taken out? Same with this, and then do it in the relationship of that Globex, all these 15-minute candles. Go pull that data, right? Because you're going to go down a loophole and a rabbit hole that you won't regret, and it will make your trading so much better. And listen, like I've got so many statistical data points that have edges to them. However, I will give you this, right? You have to be able to do it yourself. And you have to see it for yourself, just like any trade plan. Like you have to back test it and get intimate with it, and you have to see that phenomenon for yourself to confidently come in here when the Nasdaq's slinging 40 to 60 handles at a given moment. You have to have that confidence, and that comes from your back testing and building your risk profile around that phenomenon edge, that probability edge, right? That you have, right? So I think my edge mostly is between 7 o'clock and usually 12 o'clock, right?
Eastern time.
And you're
That's
going to
Eastern
see
time.
if your viewers do that assignment that I just gave them, right? Their world will change. Like their worlds of how they see the markets will change, and it will not do anything but strengthen the way you trade. And then if you're too lazy to do that assignment, go back test how many times. We retrace back to midnight between 8 and 12 and just go back test it and build a trade plan, a risk profile around that edge alone. But yeah,
There's your assignment, folks. Take that home with you tonight. You can. We'll have the recording of this segment up on the YouTube channel. Well, we'll have the whole day session on there. But this happened about 1:45 Central Time, so make sure you scroll there and get your assignment straight from Mickey, the captain. I apologize. I said the name.
It's okay. I'm not doing anything illegal. I'm like everything I do is cleared by my NDA and legal team, but it's like it doesn't like they would like I had to take personal time and just to do the segment, rightfully so, right? That no boss wants you like talking on Topstep while they're paying you, right?
Yeah,
but it just doesn't. It could be viewed as a conflict of interest, even though I'm in the bond and treasury market and the OTC market. Me out here spinning numbers on Nasdaq, right? People could see that as a conflict of interest, which is why I don't want to promote it as much.
Noted. Don't blame you at all there. So we'll keep it quiet ourselves. I've been doing more listening than anything. I didn't want to butt in. You were on a roll. Everybody seems to love it. I was taking notes the whole time too. Curious, when you reached out to Jim Dalton, how did that conversation with Jim Dalton go? Was that when you were just
so I was just
kind of
at that point in my life.
trying to get...
At that point in my life, I was trolling the hell out of every money manager I could get my hands on just to learn and just to get my foot in the door. Because at that point, I had a pretty good concept on how I was going to trade and blah, blah, blah. But to be honest, and it's going to sound kind of crude, but my wife said, when you retire, you're not going to chase me around the house naked while the kids at school. You need to go find something to do, right? And I said, all right, what can I do, right? And then I just started like I I don't want to do anything else. I definitely don't want to go into law enforcement. I don't want to do anything military related. Like at that point, I spent 20 years in the infantry, and it was like, I don't like the weather. I don't like when it gets too hot or I get too cold. Like, I want a bougie, comfy job, right? And then I thought, for some weird reason, everybody started being like, try to get a job on Wall Street. They have these awesome programs like Vets to Wall Street and stuff like that. I was like, all right, I can do that. That's like what I've spent at that point, it was like 9 years studying anyway. And like it worked out, like people made moves, and then I ended up talking to Jim Dalton because like I knew he was a captain in the Marine Corps, and I studied his theory so in depth, and I used to give him book reviews. And he was like, "You're the only dude that like actually gave me book reviews," and blah blah blah. And so he jumped on a call with me, and I was telling him my goals. He's like, I want to come to Chicago. I want to like be a trader. And he's like, number one, that doesn't really exist anymore, bud. Number two, you realize they're going to treat you like a private, and you've already been through enough shit going to Iraq and Afghanistan to be treated like shit again. And I was like, but it's my dream. He's like, you're an absolute moron if you join the army. I mean, if you join Wall Street, he's like, you're just going to put yourself through pain, more pain than the army's ever given you. And he started giving me examples, and it was like, oh my gosh, what am I doing? And then my wife was like, what are you doing, dude? Like, are you seriously going to go from one stressful career to another, just like kick you in the gut career? I was like, yeah. But I like it, But yeah, like he saw the story that the Army wrote about me joining the day after 9/11, and he saw like my book reviews, and he actually set up the call with me. So much appreciation.
that's
And
awesome.
that dude is like, at that point, I had my master's in statistics anyway, so it was like, like his theories and my master's in statistics just saw eye to eye, right? And I already studied him so much, and it was like, wow, this dude's a legend, and he wants to talk to me. And even though I didn't listen to his advice, and I'm still on a sell-side organization, like it was such a unique experience to have.
I heard he's coming out with a new book soon. Or he's in the process of writing a new book.
That'd be great.
Forward to
Dude,
that.
how does he
Book's
keep
been
ticking,
coming up.
man? Like, talk about loving the markets. He's like 80-something years old now. Like, when I'm 80, I'm hoping I'm at Margaritaville, crying out loud.
I was just going to ask you, what does retiring as a trader look like to you? So you're putting in hours at the desk every day for work, 12 to 16-hour days. How much time are you actually putting into trading, and how much time
So
after you leave your
it's
9 to 5 is that going to expand?
so literally,
Or
like
will it?
like the rooms can see it. Anybody who is on the retail side sees me. Like at 4 o'clock in the morning, I wake up, I exercise, and I hit the charts. And I'm like between 5:30 and 7, I do these probabilities. And then when I get home, like I usually help my daughter with math because she thinks math was created by the devil, and I think math was created by a higher being of magnificent. And then like I eat dinner with the wife, but then like usually around 9 o'clock to 11, I just sit there and back test for at least an hour a day. Or I do data pools on the weekends. Like I have allotted time. This is my time. Just like people will go to the gym, right? Like I have that time every single day that I'm going to pull data or I'm going to back test the strategy, because like at the end of the day, I know for 100% fact that like I want to get the reps out of my way before I actually remove the safety net of a 9 to 5. I wish it was 9 to 5, a job. I have additional income coming in, but it's like the additional income is designed to, generate wealth, right? I'd rather not live off of it, right? So I'm trying to do this smart and just planned out properly, right? And so right now, my whole job is, just to define my edge and know it so well that in 5 years, once the mortgage is paid off, maybe sooner if I do well, and if I can accomplish trading size, like it will be sooner. And then, my business plan will be built, and I will jump into this like a small business, right? Because that's what trading is just a small business, right? Like, and if you don't approach it as that, you're approaching it as is no different than going to Las Vegas and going to buy lottery tickets, right?
I jotted this down earlier. I didn't want to interrupt you though, but scaling up your size, going from micros to minis, is this all part of your plan? Also, you're not going to scale up. It's more of a time
Well, for
release than
me,
anything. You're not building an account. You're just waiting for the right
no.
time.
No, I have a live account, and it's plateaued, right? So I'm averaging like between $800 and $1,000 extra a month, right? But it's a large amount, and like I'm trading 1 micro, 2 micro, 3 micros in it, and it's like, dude, like you're wasting capital over here. Either throw it in a longer term investment or like trade it properly, because like it's almost like, and that's what I do with Topstep is like I'm just trying to get, what does it feel like? Does this strategy hold edge, and is it edge that I can maintain emotional intelligence and being with 1 mini or 5 micros or 8 micros? Like, and that's what I'm using. And like this morning was a great example, right? Like I pulled $1,300 out of the market's trading 3 micros, right? And it was like, dude, like, why did I saw the market clear as day. Why did I not up my size? And I hear, Mick and Jack and all of them, like, I hate to be biased, but shoulder tap is the best segment of the day, every single day. Like, I love the fact that you guys like individually separate those on your YouTube channels, because like that gives me the ability to compare myself and to like think about what they're talking about, with my own account, right? And so like I sit there and I do that, and I take the notes, and I take more notes in that segment than I do anything, right? And so now like I'm actually at a point where it's like, all right, this account right here is designed specifically for me to trade size with, right? And to trade it effectively and how you planned and how you have the numbers for it. Because stats don't just stay on these charts. Like there's so much statistical edge that you have just learning how to build risk profiles around the statistical edges that you find on these charts, right? And that's something that has to happen.
Well, I just jotted down a note for Mick, and I'm also going to get Jack to roast your trades anonymously next time they do
God.
the roast my trade segment. That should be a good one.
It would be a lot. He needs to trade more size.
Trade up, scale up, scale up.
Listen, I'm always on board for somebody to critique me, right? That's the best thing you have as a trader. Just throw it all out there. Throw those naked kids in the street, right? Let them be roasted,
That's how you grow, for sure.
Exactly.
I think we're running out of time here. I just saw the shot on the screen changed, but I think I got to everything. We talked about morning routine, strategy, setups, what you're looking at, probability, statistics. I hope everybody's paying close attention to that. I was taking notes myself the whole time. I did my best not to interrupt. Yeah, I hope I didn't cut him off.
You did.
I hope I didn't cut you off at all. But
no.
Thanks again, Captain. He's here daily. We have him in our Discord Daily Levels channel. He's on Team Bulldozer. He's contributing every day to Topstep Daily Levels. We're calling him out live during fast markets every day. It's been a pleasure having him here. Mickey, third trip to TopstepTV. We're definitely going to have you back again. I said the name again. I can't believe I did that.
It doesn't matter, brother. You can't just be like,
so much
Mickey says buy 15 NASDAQ that bid 640 spot half.
That's what we were doing for the first couple weeks.
Yeah.
Just throwing names out there. We had to stop it. I'll get better at it. Repetitions.
Absolutely.
All right. Thanks for joining us again, Captain. Thank you all for joining us in the chat. We're going to clip quite a few parts of the segment and put them on the YouTube channel as standalone videos. But anything you want to say to everybody before we get out of here?
Take it as a profession. Build it as a business plan, just like you would if you were a real estate owner or owned an oil changing company, right? That's all you can do.
Yep, for sure. Folks, stick around. We're going to be right back. We've got Power Hour coming up. We've got Holg, Dolby, and Rips coming to rip it up for the last hour of the day. We're going to take a short break. Plenty more tradertainment coming your way. The house account is open, and it will be traded during Power Hour. Stick around. We'll see you in just a minute.
All right, it is time for Power Hour. The master of power is here. Rips in the middle. Dolby on the other side of Rips there. Old me just sitting here kind of watching, and we are looking for opportunities today during Power Hour. Rips, I think we pulled you out of the pool or something. Sorry about that. Thanks for joining us for Power Hour today. As always, it's a pleasure to have you here. What's going on?
Hey, how you doing, Hogue? Yeah, actually, you're not wrong. I did just get out of the pool. It's a beautiful 95 degrees here. So, some days you just have to jump in the pool. And I had a great morning this morning. So, hey, why not take a little dip? Speaking of dips, by the way, this is quite the dip that we're getting on the S&P here. Dolby, are you trading any of this right now?
Oh, Rips. Yes, we are. I want to be trading about 50 lots worth of it, which is what we're going to be doing today on Power Hour. We got 50 lots queued up. We can do it. We're going to be trading the ES, and we're going to need chat's help. Are we getting long or short? And what kind of levels do we like? I was telling Hogue, every single trade in the green room looks like the absolute best trade. And I think we were talking about shorting the ES at around 44 evens. So that was held up. And now we're at anchored VWAP.
I think we.
I do like the shorts here. I'm trading in my Topstep X combines over here, so I do like the short. I'm taking a one lot short here in the S&Ps, and I just want to see if this plays out. The target to the downside is a break of 56.36, and if we can get that pushing on through, that'd be fantastic. Let me make sure I have my screen share push through here, and then
I was about to say there, Rips.
I know.
You see that screen go blank and you were like, shit.
Hold on, wait for it, and we are good. There we go. We are
Dolby, if we have the check marks and look for a pullback and look for a spot to get short.
Cool. So I think that's actually a good idea. I kind of want to talk about that. So we have 50 contracts that we're looking to deploy here. Hogue, when you were on the floor and people were trying to get up to 50, were they do it all at once? Did they have a range they were trying to accumulate in? What was kind of their strategy with that much size?
Well, the speculators and the locals in the pit were kind of, beholden to what the order was, right? I mean, if there was a 100-lot order, you could bid for the whole 100, or you could bid for 50 of it, or you could bid for 10 of it. So it was more like, what was available as far as the liquidity is concerned in the pit, as far as, for the locals. If there was only a 10-lot there, you could only get a 10-lot. So, but they could pile into a position over a period of time, of course, and that is certainly something we can consider doing here. If we get 10 on somewhere here, starts going our way, we add another 10, something like that is I think what you're thinking.
I'm kind of thinking, like, what if we identify a range with chat where we try to deploy this 50 and we can go in like 10 at a time. I just pulled up the daily and we might be in a megaphone formation, which kind of makes sense pre-news release.
Mm-hmm.
So, maybe we try to get a thesis around continuing a megaphone formation. If that is the case, then we're looking at trying to get shorts up at the 50s.
Yeah, on a range extension, right?
On a range extension, yeah, and probably range extension back down to like VWAP or something in the middle.
Yeah, that is if we're going to get that. We just spent a whole lot of time up near our regular session highs. I mean, we spent an hour, but just kind of bouncing off that session high up there, and we weren't able to take it out. My concern is if we do take it out, there's going to be a whole bunch of stops and something may change up there.
Do you think there's and Rips, you chime in too here. Like, do we think that there's enough market news to push this higher given NVIDIA tomorrow? Or do we think big money's on sidelines?
I think that they're probably waiting for positioning tomorrow. The closer they get to the event, the better it is for them. So the thing is, with low liquidity like this, you're trying to get into these positions without making too much of a ruckus. So if you're trying to build a big position right now, it's probably not a good idea. You're going to be showing your hand. So I would think that we'd want to see more of that order flow coming through in the events that are going to be happening tomorrow morning before the earnings. Given that tomorrow is Wednesday, we do have a couple different things. We have a 2-year FRN auction. We have a 5-year note auction. Those are different periods in time where you can disguise orders and get in with bigger size. So I think that the smart money is going to be waiting for those events tomorrow versus anything happening right now. I mean, we had a 2-year note auction at 1 p.m. We had the discount rate minutes about an hour ago. There really isn't much left to disguise larger positional trades. So I don't think that's going to happen. And we're seeing that in the tape right here and now. We don't have any large orders that are hitting right now. And we're just seeing the price action kind of drift. That's why I'm short. I just want to see this price action drifting lower. If we breach above 56.50, then perchance the idea is next.
Yeah.
Is kerfuffled.
Yeah, the idea is kerfuffled out.
I mean, do we have any levels between, let's say, 49 and 52?
Yeah, 52.5 is the level that I'm tracking to the top side. So if we come up to that level and we reject, then there is a chance that we could have some nice bearish order flow coming in. But, again, I don't expect to see a lot until we actually see it on the tape there and now. So I'm just going to be patient and waiting.
So you're saying there's a chance?
Oh, there's definitely a chance. I think there's actually a pretty good chance. Because I think that makes a lot of sense, Rips. Actually, and that would be in continuation with the megaphone. So,
right,
if we get that move up there, that's extension of highs. And then we have that little, whatever this is, what is this, 6:30, August 26th, little candle that was down below. I think that also appears on the 4-hour. So that's the bottom of the 4-hour candle, kind of lines up there. That could be a pretty cool
I think
move.
that'd be a good area to start piling in short.
So what if we just start adding 10 at, say, 49, 50, 51, 52? Try to just
I mean, if it gets
there.
up there, I think that's definitely something that we can start clipping at. I just don't know if we're going to get up there. And depending on how we get up there and what's happening in the rest of the market, it could change my idea on things. I'm just basing it off of the order flow that we've seen basically in the last 90 minutes.
Yeah, because we're not going to get that order flow until it happens.
And in the last 90 minutes on the 30-minute bar, the 30-minute chart, it's looking like a bull flag. Volume has been low, lower highs, lower lows, lots of wicks.
Cool. Let's here, let me get a box drawn real quick on this potential trade. And then what we can do now is let's make a bull thesis for why we want to go long. And we'll do this one as our bear.
We got a
only thing I
pull up
see
right now.
Ooh, okay.
Only thing I see. Oh yeah, look at that. There's a bull. But bear down, bull up, mole. I see nothing. The only potential long that I see in this area without getting anywhere near the lows of the session would be a breakout trade to the upside. And that would be a time stop. We would get in, and if it doesn't go your way right away, you're out.
I could see that. I'd be down to do like a 1-to-1 on that type of trade just to see if we can get on base real quick.
I don't
know how much size.
You put the position on and you hold over flat and all. And if it starts getting in your pocket, you're out. A breakout is something that you want to have happen right away. You don't want it to get in your pocket at all. And it's a weak high. I mean, if you look at this profile, there is no excess on the high here. We've got D, J, and I periods all within one tick of each other. This is a no access high. This is an unfinished upside auction according to the profile. So if it does get up there and takes it out, that may, sometimes buying begets more buying. We're not looking at it right now, are we?
Okay, well, cool. Let's talk about levels then. So like this, we're kind of doing one bear, one bull. And so let's say, because here's the case I would make for the longs is it's higher lows, right? In this short term, we have higher lows on the 5-minute and they're pretty consistent. The only question mark is we're at 4-hour range high and it's shown as resistance up here. Do we think that we're still going to make higher highs and higher lows through testing this, pretty important level, I would say. So if we're trying to get long, you would do it on the breakout. You just wouldn't buy it now and then try to accumulate on the way up.
Well, I can't because where's my risk?
Below 56.40, let's say.
Let me see what you're looking at here.
I mean, 56.43 is a very interesting level, and we're seeing that basically being absorbed by order flow right now. And if that's the level that they're going to choose to kind of defend here, that's the level I want to be watching. And that's kind of the here and now information that we're getting. So as we are kind of coming back down into that level, if they are going to start defending that level, as far as using stronger offers around 43, I'm interested in adding to my position here. So I'm just watching right around 43 here because that was prior resistance that they were using as, prior support that they were using to kind of bounce off of and put larger orders at. So if they're still using 43, my case for a short here is kind of buried.
And that 40, the 100 session moving average on the 30-minute chart comes in at 42, right there, bouncing off of it.
Yeah, because I would say what if we try to get long around 56.40 and see if the higher lows maintain, and then we could maybe try to find a way to add on a shorter time frame if it starts maybe stair stepping higher. But Hook, I would agree that the stop would be pretty tight, tight.
All right, I'm adding to that. I'm going to take 3 lots short here, given that they are still testing that 43. And again, if they defend that 43, they start stepping up and bidding that 43, the trade idea is negated. So I'm just using that information right around the market. It's a risky trade, but I'm trading in combines. It's the end of the day. I've done what I did in my funded accounts. I'm up, almost $50,000 in the last 3 trading days. So I'm good on funded accounts. I'm just happy to trade combines here with you folks.
Mm-hmm. So, Dolby, if you like that long, we're here now.
We could, I would I'd prefer 40s if we could get down there. I just don't know if we're going to get down there, or it could be a situation where we add 5 now and then maybe add 5 halfway and then halfway even further down. And then maybe we try to get between 10 to 15 above 56.40. And then maybe we have a tight stop and hopefully this holds. So that way we have some risk on with some of our size, but our stop is relatively tight. And then if we get the momentum we want, we can add in.
Okay, so what we're getting from the chat is from that recent poll is 73% say higher, 37% higher, 35% lower, and 26% say nothing. So we're not really getting any kind of directional activity from the chat at this time.
Either in tilt either. Tilt's about a 50-50 ES and
50-50.
NASDAQ.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks, Eddie. That's right. Look at that.
Okay, cool. I like that information. That is good information. It probably just means there's not a whole lot of people trading right now, if I had to guess.
Yeah, participation is very, very low right now. And again, it makes it for very much a less than the probability of winning a trade when you have very low order flow is very, very small unless you're the person injecting the order flow into the market. If you're the one trading big size, it's easy to control the market unless you have a lot of hidden players right now, which you may have. But if you're just trading like we are on funded accounts or combines or something where your orders aren't hitting the market, you're not trading a live account, it's very difficult to get a high probability trade on something like this.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Rip, can I ask you a question?
Hit me.
When you're talking about hidden traders, how do they proceed? Do they wait until the price is where they want to be and either hit the bid or lift the offer, or lift the offer, hit the bid? Or do they sort of spread it out where we really don't notice it?
It depends on what their marching orders are. So if you have a bigger order that you have to get through by the end of the day, that you're trying to kind of get through before the market on close action happens, you can do that with a TWAP algorithm, a time weighted average price. So you can distribute that order that's going to go out on a certain clip size based on the amount of liquidity that's entering and leaving the market. And that's done automatically. That's a TWAP algorithm. Another way you can do it is using iceberg orders. So if you know that there's a price that's supported in a certain way, you can stack iceberg and you can have it cascading, say 10 lot, 20 lot, 40 lot, 80 lot, 120 lot. And that way you're guaranteed to get fills at a certain level. There's multiple ways to skin the cat. There's a lot of different algorithms that function through these markets right now. But the easiest way I'd say would be through a TWAP algorithm, given that you have a certain marching order that you have to fill. You have to do it by a certain time, and there's a certain size that you have to do. Right now, we're seeing very low liquidity. It makes for a very precarious situation for those folks who have those sort of marching orders where they have to fill certain orders. John knows about this from working in the pit. He used to work large orders. It's very similar to that. He was a human TWAP algorithm, so to speak, where he had a certain time to fill a certain order, which was certain size, and he had to get between a certain price for that order. So it's very much in the same way what we're seeing now. But like I said at the top of the call, we are having earnings tomorrow, but we have certain events tomorrow that can guise those orders, that can disguise those things for these larger players that are looking to get bigger size. Right now, I don't think that we're going to see that. And if we do see that, you're going to see it displayed here on the tape.
Oh, thanks, Rips.
Yep. I've never been called an algorithm before. I was a human algorithm when I was in the pit. But yeah, we'd get, hey, buy 5,000 all day. So we'd break it up into 13 different packages and execute those packages of orders at specific times during the day. Seeing,
cool.
We've got Delta, which is positive, 5,000. No divergence there. No divergence in the NASDAQ. Delta's 2,100 positive. Not a very deep delta, but we're just not seeing any real evidence of any of those longer time frame participants in this market. The domes are relatively thin. It seems relatively quiet. It seems like pretty much everybody has their positioning for whatever's going to happen tomorrow and Thursday and Friday. Just a whole lot of squish here, as Anne Marie likes to call it. It's kind of squishy.
It is, yeah. I still think there's going to be opportunity here. We've seen opportunity happen in Power Hour, and even these silly slow days. All it takes is about 20 minutes for this to get really.
The last thing we want is a participation trophy.
We're not getting one of those. We're getting at least second place.
Consolation.
Yeah, if we were slinging 50 lots right now, we'd be definitely one of the larger participating players in this market in this session, because I'm looking at the S&Ps right now, and we're talking about lower double digits, 17 contracts, 40 contracts, 30 contracts. It's very small size that is hitting the tape right now.
Yeah. I think all we're really looking for is some sort of, movement to some quick flash to the upside where we can, maybe hop into shorts real quick and see if it returns back to within the range. Because I don't think any moves to the upside are going to be sustainable, but it could be wrong. It's
we
doubtful.
Could give ourselves a little bit of a head start in the NASDAQ if we just work into a 10 lot and then put a 40 lot buy market order in. We'd move price probably about 3 or 4 points.
Ooh, okay. Okay, that's fun.
You think that sounds like a good idea? Give ourselves a little bit of a head start on the 5 line, a 10 line.
I think you have to pass a series through to pull off that advanced maneuver, Hogue. I don't know if I'm there yet. But shout out to Ben from the Risk team. He passed. He passed today. So everyone, next time you see Ben, congratulate him.
No kidding. Congratulations. That's huge.
I saw Rip's face when I said that. He was like, you're probably right.
Yes, he read my mind.
No, you're looking at 4 or 5 points on the 40 line for sure.
In the money right away, baby.
I'm seeing a little bit of liquidity sitting down here at 37 to 38. Let's see if it's still there. Yeah, it moved up a little bit. It looks like it's maybe 1,000 contracts, and it's moved up to about 39s.
Yeah, I see about 800 contracts that are shown there, but that, who knows what's actually there beneath the ice. We never know.
Then we got some up at 48s, which is highs. That makes sense. Yeah, this is really no trade until something happens. There's just nothing. We can't even get a pullback to even talk about getting long, which would be around the 40s.
In the last 20 minutes, we've seen the S&P move a whopping 3 handles up and down. So this is Very low liquidity, very low probability chance to make a trade that works here. I often found myself too early on in my trading journey, especially when I was trading equities. If I found myself trading at around this time, it was usually because I was down money and trying to make things back. So it's a good time to evaluate where you are emotionally on the day. If you're sitting here scrambling because you want to get even on the day, it's probably just a good time to lock it up and go away. There's always tomorrow. There's always another day to trade, and it's up to you whether or not you're going to have the equity in your account to trade it. So don't make bad mistakes at the end of the day because you're trying to make up for a bad early start to your day. Always tomorrow.
Definitely concur with that.
Always the people chasing money at the end of the day. We're still in the pit.
Reeks of desperation at that hour, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Please give me my money back.
There's always tomorrow. You're going to feel differently tomorrow. If you're feeling desperation now, I promise you, by the time you wake up tomorrow, you're going to be amped to trade. And at least you have equity in your account still, and you can make it happen.
100%. Trade for tomorrow.
Right. That is great advice. Definitely found myself there in trading combines. Never wanted to catch myself trading at 1 or 2 o'clock. It was never good. Best sessions, like first half an hour, you make your money and you're done. That was always the best.
Yep.
Solid day's work.
Yeah. It's like getting out of the way early.
Yeah. So slowly pushing up. Right?
And then you can go to the pool.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Great idea, John.
There you go.
Do we like this process, though? Kind of talking out two different theses, one for bear, one for bull? Seems kind of...
I think it's extremely helpful to see both sides of the coin.
Yeah. Chat, if you liked it, let us know. There's always a bunch of ways to cut an onion when you're talking about executing a house account trade. A bunch of different ways.
Always ends in tears, though, doesn't it?
For some reason. Either tears of joy or tears of sadness.
One of the two.
Tears of joy.
Well, we are pushing up. We're finally getting some movement here in the market. So we are pushing up. If we get up to 47, I'd be interested in start piling into that short. If I just got filled on my fourth lot there, but if we can push up and show a little bit of rejection, and the way that we'd see that would be strong offers here in the S&Ps. If we do find that, I think there's a good chance that we could take it back down and at least ride it, 3-4 handles to the downside.
Yeah, I would.
I heard a cat. Is that you? Do you have a friend in your office there?
Yeah, it's Gus.
Oh my goodness. Is that your quant?
It is my quant. Yeah.
Do they think that there's a good short coming in at 47 here?
Yes, especially when he steps on the keyboard, then it is definitely time to get into a trade. Also, why I don't have hotkeys, Rips. That's why I don't have hotkeys enabled. Can't have the cat placing trades on the keyboard. But yeah,
here in chat, Bernie says, my wife is putting TSTV on the big screen to see Rips better. There you go, Bernie. You're a great husband. Go ahead, honey. Whatever you need.
I don't believe you.
Oh man, if he's not already red, he's gonna be a whole lot redder.
Oh, good Lord.
All right. What
happy wife, happy life.
What if we do 10, 10, 10, and 10 at 50, 51, 52, 53, 54? And if we get all of those, we'd be averaged in 50 at 52 evens. That actually looks pretty sick if we could pull that off.
Yeah, I added to that failure up there to see if we can bring this back down, and I can maybe peel some off here back to the VWAP around 52 or so.
Yeah.
We saw Market Stalker D here. I wonder what Market Stalker D thinks about that idea.
Yeah.
D, what do you think? Piling up some offers. We take out the highs to have it crush into the close.
Yeah.
So I have limit buys stacked at 43, 42 and 3/4 and 42 halves to realize some profit on this position as we are coming back down. Question becomes on whether or not we break this 43. We've been talking about this 43 level the whole time.
Yeah.
All right. Just got filled on one of my contracts.
Nice.
Filled on 2 of the contracts. And looking for the third now.
Because I got 4-hour range highs, say 45, 50.
And there we go. Filled
that's
3.
Exactly. Oh, nice.
Buying one more out, and then I'll put my stop just below break even here. All right, so that's a profitable trade. We realized 62 whole dollars on that one.
Love it.
Hey, you know, we forgot something. What is that thing up in the upper left-hand corner there, Dolby? That's
you don't say.
Power Hour.
Hashtag Power Hour. That's right.
What is that?
It's the coolest thing currently on X right now. So hashtag Power Hour at Topstep. All we need you to do is share any trader wins you got, your battle stations. What else? P&L updates, any Topstep swag you got. Take a picture, put it on Twitter, hashtag Power Hour at Topstep, and then we will take that content and put it on air and share it with everybody. That's how we found Carl Hungus. It's how we found Lost Trader. Some high quality content coming through there. So appreciate to everyone who does that and shares that content. Hashtag Power Hour, everybody.
So I'm all out.
Yeah.
We didn't get exactly what we're looking for. We had a fake out under the VWAP, so I kept my stop tight there. So $86, kind of a scratch trade, but happy to get out of that position since we weren't really moving yet and didn't really feel the need to keep that position on. So happy to be rolled out of that position now.
Nice. Yeah. And we're talking about maybe getting long on pullbacks. Theoretically, on paper, we could have been long 5 at 42 evens. So if anyone likes longs in chat, I mean, if we can get like a majority, if someone really makes a bull case, I mean, we could try hopping into longs here.
I still like it from the short side, but again, lower liquidity. I still love the short here. I'm just not willing to take it myself, even on a combine. I hate to lose, and I just don't want to throw caution to the wind here.
Yeah. I mean, we still have
if we're looking for longs,
price movement. What do you got?
I wonder what D thinks about the IB high in the S&Ps for a potential long. The L period just traded right to it, 56.40. That's IB high. Seeing a little bit of support there in the L period. Now we're in the last half an hour here. I think we're reaching, and I think we're just trying to find something to do personally, which isn't bad. You never know. You might find something really good, but I don't know.
Yeah, I still think we're getting bearish flow in the SPX options chain as well. So yeah, I like this short. I'm just not willing to risk anything, even on a combine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's fair.
Yes.
Like Market Stalker D says, we're grasping at straws. You see that, right?
Grasping at straws.
Yeah. That's the thing. You don't want to be that desperate trader. The thing is if I could say to you, you have a 10% chance of winning this and you could put $1 million on the line. I mean, you're probably not going to take that. But if I say, you have a 95% chance of winning this, you could put $10,000 on the line. You're going to take that every day of the week because you're only going to lose 5 times out of 100. Even though the money's smaller, even if I can tempt you with a 10% chance of winning, you're probably not going to take it. So at the end of the day, we want to wait until the probabilities are highly in our favor. Even though we do have the SPX options chain screaming that this is a short, the liquidity is far too low. If you had somebody phone up the brokerage right now and say they want to get 600 long in the SPX or 600 long in the S&Ps right now, they're going to get there. They're going to have to fill that order. It's going to start to move things to the north side. As much as we want to believe otherwise, all it takes is one player to disrupt this order flow right now. And that's just not a situation you want to put yourself in. You'd rather have a more high probability in your favor kind of trade waiting for you. And how do you get there? You just be patient. That's it.
Patience. Yeah. I always say, if we're looking for trades, we're going to find them.
You always will. The desperate trader always finds a trade.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean it's a good one.
No. So we're saying be patient and wait for the highs.
It's really easy. The longer that you trade for too, it's really easy. And I'm saying not in a session, but in a long term. John's been trading for a long time. Dolby's been trading for a long time. I've been trading for about 10 years myself. The longer that you are in this game, the longer that you see things, the less you get hungry eyes, especially on a Tuesday afternoon like this. It's just really easy to say, you know what? The market's open tomorrow. There's going to be event-driven trades tomorrow. We have NVIDIA earnings after the bell tomorrow. That's going to set us up for a wonderful trade on Thursday. We do have on Thursday jobless claims, the jobs numbers that are going to be coming out. And on Friday, we have the PCE coming out. And that's what the Fed is really looking for to make their decision in this next FOMC meeting. So knowing that that is on the table at the tail end of the week, it makes it easier to say, you know what, it's Tuesday, it's the afternoon, it's been a great morning, there's been some decent opportunities throughout the day, but the day is done, the liquidity is gone, and so should I be. So that's how I look at it personally. After being an observer of the market for this many years, you just learn to condition yourself and say, hey, if the liquidity is gone, then so should I be.
Yeah. They did give me 50 lots though.
No. Wait, hold on. You're in a trade 50 lots right now? You're kidding me.
Oh my goodness.
You're kidding me.
I really do like this concept though of selling up here for Megaphone. If we can get up there, this is a really enticing idea. Just in my opinion. We need confirmation though.
No, let's look here. We had quite the rally at the end of the day here, even after the close in gold. We're still seeing delta divergence day over day. It still seems like there is some accumulation of potential longs in gold. I still think that there's some considerable longer time frame speculators and banks probably continuing to buy gold. We have crude oil pushed almost all the way through the gap that was set from Friday to Monday's range. And the S&Ps and the NASDAQ are really just kind of hanging around here, sitting on a lounge chair by the pool, just sitting there waiting. And I think they seem to be saying to us, yeah, sure, go ahead and give us a try.
Lounge chair by the pool. You're speaking my love language over here, Hogue.
Come at me, bro.
So I do want to give an update on market internals. I know Andre is usually the one who's bothering me for that. So in his absence, I want to give him a little salute here. The NYSE is trading 29% below its 1 month average. Decliners are leading advancers right now by about 1.5 to 1. Same thing in the NASDAQ, 22% below its 1 month average. Decliners are leading advancers by 1.5 to 1. And the VIX is down 4.4% today, which is kind of an excuse for us to float to the north side, which we have seen towards the end of the session today.
In the Mag 7.
Really, honestly, a flat trade from most of them outside of Apple and NVIDIA. NVIDIA didn't have a very strong day, but it also didn't have a weak day. It just kind of floated a little bit higher here. It's trading around that 129 level, which has been defended towards the end of the session today. Tesla didn't have a strong morning, but it's been holding these lows around 209. Apple has come off the highs, and Google has been looking to bounce off of those lows yet again. So not really much price action going on in the Mag 7. When we see that lack of liquidity, when we see that the NYSE and the NASDAQ are trading well into below 20% its 1 month average, you can suggest to say that there's not a lot of funds that are taking any shots at this yet. And I think that that's a lot to say that the week is loaded to the rear end. We have Wednesday after the bell when the party kind of gets started with those NVIDIA earnings, Thursday morning for jobless claims, Friday morning for PCE. There's not much in the beginning of the week that we've seen outside of just reiterating what we heard over the weekend for the Jackson Hole Symposium and what Jerome Powell's commentary was, which was more of the same. So until the picture changes, we are just kind of drifting and looking for agreement in price, but there's nothing really driving that until we have events that will. That's what we're looking for the tail end of the week.
In Tesla, it looks like we call it a falling brick bounce now, and with respect to the cats in the area. But boy, it just they're dropping, and it just flatlined the rest of the day.
We do have Dead Cat Bounce here in the chat with a hot pink poop emoji.
There's actually a bunch of I was on the Wall Street Bet subreddit, and they actually have like a little kind of like ticker box of like the top stuff that they're trading today. And Lunar, LUNR, down 6.5%. What is this? Rocket Lab down 8%, and this ASTS down 9%.
Wow, that's bringing me back to COVID years. Those were the tickers that I was trading back in the day.
Yeah, some of you might have a flashback there. Sorry about that. But if you're trading one of those three, they are down big time today. Big time. Is this just like risk off ahead of NVIDIA? People are just sitting on the sidelines? Because I'd assume if NVIDIA comes out and it's not taken well, everything is selling off, regardless if you're an AI or not, right?
I don't know. It could present new buying opportunities for some. I think that if the earnings report is weak for the quarter, but strong for forward-looking guidance, that could make a case for a snap reaction to the downside, only for a recovery back before the market opens on Thursday. So there's a lot of different things that could happen.
I hope they get my bids.
What are your predictions, Hogue? Do you have any?
No, I just know that I'm trying to accumulate NVIDIA, so I've got bids down below, just kind of scaled down to and including $90. I don't know if I'm going to get them anytime soon, but they're just sitting there waiting for me.
And I think you're not alone in that. I think that you're one of the many who is looking for that as well, because from my standpoint and my opinion on things, I think that NVIDIA is priced relatively low. I think that there's room to grow in the next decade. And if you're a longer term investor, I think that if you're getting a value added price, something that, maybe in the 90s, if it gets there, that's something for you longer term investors out there that might be a value add to your portfolio. So I think you're one of the many that is looking for this. Temporary is a key word here for earnings. You're talking about how did they perform in a quarter? How are they looking for the rest of the year? What is their guidance for 25? These are short-term goals. If you're a decade-long investor, any kind of value pricing that you can get on this is a plus for you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I got some done, last trip down to 90. Had some more bids down there that get hit, move those up a little bit. I don't know. We'll see what happens. And yes, it is a long-term play. I mean, I'm not planning on touching this for 10 years, 15 years, 20 years. Hell, maybe I'll leave it to my kids. Who the hell knows?
Right. And we've had a lot of these firms reiterating their buy targets on NVIDIA, and they're quite lofty. And, you have Susquehanna, you have Morgan Stanley, you have Goldman Sachs, all reiterating their buy price targets, which are much higher than where NVIDIA is trading right now. So, take that as you will. A lot of people say that that's, analysts are trying to fool the public. But, if you have ever been a client of one of these large banks, you'd know that those analyst papers come out to their big top clients, weeks in advance, and they're going to say exactly what they say to the public 3 weeks later, which is, they're reiterating their strong buys, and they're giving their top clients an opportunity at those analyst papers well before they hit the street. And so it's not like it's that lagging if we're looking at a stock like NVIDIA, where it's a much longer term play.
How much of how much of that value of NVIDIA is already in the price?
It depends on what your long view is. If your long view is 5 years, you could argue that it's well overvalued at this point. If your long view is 25 years, you could say that we're just scraping the surface. It depends on what your long view is and what your term is as an investor. If you're a short-term swing trader, if you're a shorter-term, day trader, you might say that this is overly bought right now and you're looking for a temporary price correction in this. It depends on what your outlook is. At the end of the day, most stocks move up and to the right over time. So really, like you said, you're looking for value in this long term. Anything is looked at as a bargain. If we draw back on earnings, if there's a negative report that says the quarter was bad and the forward-looking guidance for the remainder of 24 is bad, there's an opportunity for people to buy it up for value. How many of those value investors are going to emerge on a price drop are going to be seen in the tape? If it's a ton of buyers, that short-term price correction is going to be short-lived, and we'll see those buyers come back onto the tape. So it's really anybody's game here. It depends on if it's a really negative report and we could have contagion in the entire semi sector. That's something that could be very negative for the market, and that can create a momentous move to the downside across the board. You can see that in equities across the board. You could see that in futures. You could see that in a lot of ETFs that track semis. There's a lot of things that can happen because of NVIDIA. It can create a contagion across the board. So that can be seen as well. And that goes for both ways. If we see it to the top side, then we could potentially see contagion to the top side where semis are all catching a bit across the board. We could see Taiwan Semi, we could see SMCI, we could see Qualcomm, we could see Broadcom, we could see all of these chips, catching a bid. The semi sector could start lighting up. One thing that you might want to be watching on Thursday morning for you traders out there would be SOX L and SOX S. Those are two ETFs that track the semis. And that will kind of give you a broad view on what is happening overall in the sector. And if that's helpful to you, you can use that to guide your trades either in the S&Ps or in the NASDAQ. There's a lot of different things. There's a lot of different ways to look at this. There's no one right way to do this.
Rips, I got a question for you.
Go ahead, Dolby.
Hypothetically speaking, let's say two events happen. Nancy Pelosi sells all of her NVIDIA, or NVIDIA earnings come out badly. Which do you think would be more impactful to NVIDIA?
What is her holdings? What has she reported? What is her actual holdings of NVIDIA? I can't imagine that she holds very large of a position.
I think she's like the best trader in Congress. So it's kind of.
I know she's the best trader, but she doesn't hold a large position. She's not on the what is the forum called? The top shareholders forum. I can't even recall.
Reportable positions list.
Yeah, whatever that's called. The something 20 or whatever it's called. But yeah, I mean, her being out of a position is not going to change anything. It's like, if you're looking at like Larry Ellison, who's the number 4 or 5 holder in Tesla, if he exited his position in Tesla, the market would feel that. There's no way that it can, unless he's doing some type of swap, which would probably be the best way to get out, or if he's getting out through options dealers. There's certain ways to get out without making a ruckus. But if he was to just open up one day and say, hey, flatten me out of Tesla today, the market would feel that. Nancy Pelosi doesn't have that sort of power in her size of position. It's a rip in the wind.
You don't think retail would get spooked?
No, they don't have enough effect on the market. It would have to be a larger fund that would be rolling out of NVIDIA. 13F. Thank you, Big Ben. That's the form I'm looking for.
I'm gonna pick your brain a little bit more here, Rips. What smaller AI stocks would you be looking at?
Oh, man. Well, there's two different ways to look at it, right? If you're looking at NVIDIA, you want to look at what companies they impact. So, I mean, NVIDIA is actually somewhat involved in Tesla. They're involved in C3 AI. They're involved in Amazon a little bit. There's a lot of different areas where they have contagion. But if you're looking just from an AI standpoint, maybe C3 AI I would look for contagion, because their ticker literally is AI. But there's so many companies now that are reliant on AI, and in the next decade of growth, AI is going to be much more predominant. And you're seeing that in a lot of earnings reports and a lot of earnings calls that are coming out. AI is a buzzword. We joked about it, a year and a half ago when most companies were saying, hey, let's use AI to start to tick the stock back up. But now it's becoming a much more mainstay thing where it's not a flash in the pan. It's something that we're going to see rolling off in the next decade, rolling up rather in the next decade, where, a lot of these companies are going to be heavily reliant on AI in their back office technology, and it's a mainstay.
How about companies involved in quantum computing chips? See a lot of chatter on Motley Fool and stuff like that on those kind of stocks. Any of those that you're looking at?
If it happens, that is one thing that I could think could actually bring IBM out of the gutter once and for all. That could be the thing that turns IBM into a tradable stock like NVIDIA if they are to nail quantum computing first. That would be the first one I'd look at, because IBM has been the worst trader stock for the last 20 years.
Yeah, it doesn't move.
Duly noted.
It literally doesn't move at all. It's the worst. It's the worst trader stock in the world.
Nothing's happened since about 20 minutes ago.
Look out, Dobie. We're trading 44 halves, the same price we've been trading for the last hour.
I
know. IBM was the worst. It would be the one that I could say, if IBM came out and they were pioneering quantum computing, that would be a long shot. But that would be the one I'd be looking for, because it could turn it into a trader stock. And that's me sucking down some opium over here. But that would be fantastic to see.
Well, my best man at my wedding has worked for IBM for the last 28 years. Let me see if I get a little insider information for us.
Don't say that. Careful now. Don't say that out loud.
No, he would never.
MOC in 30 seconds, 20 seconds.
Here we go.
Finally.
Party time.
Finally.
Now look at it moving now.
You heard me on that one, right? Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
You'll see this longs would have been good. Been worth like 4 points.
MOC.
All right, taking a look at our S&Ps. 978 million sell side. NASDAQ, 735 million sell side. Dow, 328 million sell side. Mag 7, 412 million sell side. Remember, these do fluctuate, and my eyes will be watching. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Eddie. Thank you very much, Eddie. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Very welcome.
We are in the same spot.
Yep.
Whole lot of nothing. But if you did sell close to 47, you could catch a scalp to the downside. But that's about it.
Yeah. I mean, really,
Rips,
you're just trying to
you-
get like risk 2 points, make 2 points. Like it is tough sledding.
Whenever you start talking about hungry eyes, Rips, all I keep hearing is that song now. It's stuck in my head.
I'm sorry. Best way to get a song stuck out of your head is to play the song. That's what I found is the trick. Speaking of companies and piggybacking off of the discussion with NVIDIA and AI, CrowdStrike just announced a collaboration with NVIDIA. They said that their AI native Falcon platform provides additional safeguards for NVIDIA NIM agent blueprints to accelerate Gen AI development and security. They announced it's providing additional safeguards for the NVIDIA NIM agent blueprints with the AI native chips. So CrowdStrike trying to jump in before the earnings here, trying to piggyback on that. And that can be taken in a couple different ways. Usually when you have companies that are looking to piggyback on another company before earnings, that could be taken as a bullish signal there. The fact that NVIDIA was purchased out of the lows today is also a bullish signal, but what happens tomorrow is anybody's game.
They know something.
Rips are
somebody knows something.
It's the Dukes. They're trying to corner the market.
Do all the options raise in price, whether calls or puts, just because of the upcoming volatility? Yes.
Correct. They're going to price those as high as possible because they're going to attract suckers to buy those who don't understand how the pricing of options work. And that worked really, really well during COVID. You would see these options contracts being priced way out of the money. But what would happen is that you'd have larger funds buying these contracts way out of the money and creating artificial gamma squeezes. And that would create a very interesting trading environment during COVID. Very exciting times.
So just YOLOing on one direction of NVIDIA is not great.
Well, if you had enough people that were doing it, you'd have to have market makers hedging that. And the way they'd have to hedge that would be buying the underlying, thus creating an artificial gamma squeeze. So it's just hasn't happened lately with anything. I would say the last time it happened probably was 18 months ago or so.
Got the NVIDIA chart up right now. If anybody wants to know what a really good daily range looks like, NVIDIA is textbook daily range.
This is good stuff.
Whole lot of
We've returned right back to where we were trading on the 25th.
Yep. Whole lot of
which, by the way, was a Sunday. It's a joke.
Yeah.
Yes. Also a whole lot of nothing unless this rolls over. All of a sudden.
Well, did we get any power hour memes? Anything? I know we were a little late, kind of bringing it out there, but if we did get any, now would be a good time.
It would be a great time to do that. If anyone was awake enough to send in power hour memes after this session, we'll gladly go through them. Oh, look at this. ES down a whole 4.5 points.
Look out. Oh, goodness.
We're going to come get that liquidity, that little 500 at 36 that's been floating around.
Yeah, I'm surprised we didn't have Dakota on the show because this has been slow markets.
Yeah. That's IB high. Just traded down to IB high.
I wonder if Andre
if the opportunity's not there, why trade? I mean, you guys got a great conversation going anyway. So I'm content.
Same. Agree with you there, Eddie. Cool. Google has kind of dropped off these lows here. So Google is fading. Amazon is fading through the VWAP as well. So a little bit of weakness in the tech sector right now. Amazon's been fading pretty much all day. It's trading 173 evens here. Google broke 165, trading 164 halves basically right here and now. We did have a low yesterday put in the morning session, the early morning session off the open, right around the same area where we're trading right now. So in order to see that kind of confirmed to the downside, we would have to be breaking 164 evens in Google. Google's not a big mover and shaker, but when it does move, it goes. So if we do see if we do see Google going through 164 here to the downside, it could potentially have a trajectory the next couple days south.
Amazon hitting the skids a little bit here too.
Yeah.
Is that bringing the Dow down? Not really. No, Dow's not doing anything either.
Not enough to make anything happen, probably.
Amazon had a lot of liquidity that was trading in the earlier part of this month, mid-August or so, back down at 170. So if it wants to trade back down there, I think it's comfortable. We had kind of that big push mid-August from 170 all the way up to 178. So I could see the price fading back down to that level. We've seen Microsoft fading since it pushed up again, sort of that mid-August range where we had kind of all these stocks being ultra mega bullish. So they're comfortable to trade back down here. This is not like we're seeing the market rolling over in any way, shape, or form. We're just returning back to where we were in mid-August in a lot of these equity names, save for NVIDIA, which, again, if we report earnings, we could have a whole bunch of nothing, but then it just returns back to maybe the range of 115 to 117, which, again, is much lower than where it's trading right now, and that's a big change in market cap. But we're not talking about this is rolling over tremendously to the 90s where John has his bids at. So I don't expect big moves going into this, even though they could be perceived as such.
Yep. The world waits for NVIDIA's earnings.
That's right. Seems that way, right?
It feels very much that way, to be honest. It's I don't know, such a strange time. It's like almost everything is hinging on this one company's earnings. It's like
coming up.
I just want to get back to normal again.
Here.
Thanks, Eddie. Yep, we got about 3 minutes left here, folks. Hasn't been that exciting as far as trading is concerned, but I know that everybody has enjoyed this scintillating conversation that we've been having.
I've been enjoying it. I think it's nice to hear everybody's different viewpoint on things, and it's nice to know that, John, you're a longer term investor in NVIDIA, that you believe in the technology and you think that there's value in the 90s. I agree with you 100% there. I think Dolby trying to attack a 50 lot here has been entertaining, and you've been holding your wits there, which is great. A lot of self-control. And there's a lot to be said about that, not jumping into a trade willy-nilly does a whole bunch.
Well, do you want to talk through some power hour stuff?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, for sure.
We can blow through them real fast. Sorry to interrupt you guys.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, so Dolby, we showed this a while back while you were out. I'm not sure if you caught this, but I wanted to show this. Lost Trader had a little business in the front, party in the back meme for you.
Oh, hell yeah. That bottom picture was from a tour. One of my
how long ago was that?
Basement show. That was, I think, 2023. That was.
Gotta say, you're looking shredded like a julienne salad there.
Yeah, I look about the same, to be honest. Just like you, Rips.
More of a Cobb salad myself. That's beautiful.
Love it,
that's great.
Man. Love it.
Oh, that was a great time. Great tour.
We got a battle station pick here from William. Topstep TV up there.
Very
left. I like it's all central. It's got about 6 screens there. I think Hogue, that was the number, right? 6, and you're officially a screen hog.
Yes, right. That's right. I've got 5 too. So, and well, he's got 6 there, it looks like, but
yeah. Oh man, we have Rob Trades coming in here, locked out of the XFA, was up ready to walk away, but kept trading, lost it all, made it back, and then locked out immediately. Too many trades.
Goodness.
But I was not tilting, so overall, not a bad day.
When the market gods give you a second chance, you don't take it for granted. You hit that lock button.
Right?
I love that.
That was smart. We got Tyro coming in here. Sitting on your hands just isn't enough during power hour. You call for backup.
This is great.
It was like Eddie on Saturday.
That's awesome. I love that.
Awesome.
And last but not least, we got Shaw coming in here. Kentucky Snow Cone Hogue is in number 2. Featured the first round last week. Here we got. When you're looking for trades, you'll find them. Just don't find them in the dry end of a bottle.
Oh, geez. Beautiful.
Good times.
Just in time for the close. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Gabe. Well, we got 10 seconds left here. We're going to hand it over to Eddie to bring us out. Rips, Dolby, anything you guys want to add?
Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. It's been great to hang with you folks for this last hour. It's been a joy. Thank you so much.
So really enjoyed trading the house account. this was fun developing a process. I like the idea of bear bull thesis. Maybe we can add that to the fold for fast markets. I think that'd be an interesting conversation.
Awesome. All right. Well, let's hand it over to Eddie. He's going to tell us about tomorrow's schedule and a whole bunch of other stuff. Eddie, have at it, my good man.
Yes. Well, ladies and gentlemen, thanks for being with us here today at Top Step TV. Let's take a look at tomorrow's eco. I'm not seeing anything until our 9:30 crude oil inventories. That's going to be at 9:30, coming in here at about 12 o'clock, 5-year note auction. Once again, also, we're going to keep our eyes open for any Feds. Any Fed speakers. Take a look at tomorrow. Tomorrow, the 28th, Wednesday. We've got some special people coming in here. Deanna, Nick for a tick. Mohammed A. We got David Green. And David Green's going to be with us twice. Going to be here for group coaching and power hour. Don't forget about Coach Jay. And let's see here. We got Coach Jay and Coach Paul at the buzzer coming up here next here at 3:15. Here on YouTube, we've got Coach Vince and Coach Ray. Coach Jay and Coach Paul at the buzzer. Coach Ray, 6 o'clock p.m. in the Discord. Coach Vince, 7 o'clock in the Discord. And just want to let you know that don't forget about our 3:30 London call with Deanna. Don't forget about our 7:30 tonight, 7:30 p.m. Slow Markets with Coach Dakota. So we've got that all lined up. So now it's your time. Go relax, re-energize, get yourself ready for tomorrow. Until we meet again, I'm Eddie Horn, and this has been Top Step TV. Take care.